To start off this video, we actually have a very wholesome entry. The Grinch of Gloucester mystery has become a heartwarming topic in recent years. It involves an anonymous individual or group dressed as the Grinch, but instead of making the holiday worse, they actually go around leaving presents at people's doorsteps. The mystery began gaining attention in Gloucester, specifically in the suburb of Cooper's Edge, Brockworth. According to ITV News, the Grinch figure was first reported in December 2020, during the pandemic. The mysterious figure, dressed as the Grinch from Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas, was caught on CCTV delivering gifts to homes. The presents are often accompanied by notes with quotes from the classic Dr. Seuss story. One such note read, "Maybe Christmas doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas perhaps means a little bit more." The reaction from the community has been overwhelmingly positive. Residents of Cooper's Edge have expressed their appreciation for these anonymous acts of kindness. Despite the widespread attention and speculation, the identity of the Grinch of Gloucester remains unknown. But this anonymity is what gives the mystery its charm and allure. It pushes the focus on the actual acts of kindness rather than the actual person behind them. Residents have speculated various identities, from local philanthropists to community groups, but no concrete evidence has emerged. On April 19, 1995, a massive explosion went off in the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. This was an act of domestic terrorism, executed by Timothy McVeigh and his accomplice Terry Nichols. It resulted in the deaths of 168 people, including 19 children, and injured over 600 others. The bombing was a deliberate attack on the federal government, driven by McVeigh's anti-government ideology. Timothy McVeigh was born on April 23, 1968, in Lockport, New York. He grew up in a working-class family and developed a strong distrust of the federal government, fueled by his experiences in the military and influenced by events such as the Ruby Ridge incident in 1992 and the Waco siege in 1993. On the morning of April 19th, specifically at 9:02 a.m., McVeigh parked a Ryder truck in front of the Murrah building and lit a timed fuse. He then walked away to a getaway car he had pre-parked a few blocks away. The following explosion reduced much of the building to rubble and caused extensive damage to surrounding structures. McVeigh was apprehended just 90 minutes after the bombing during a routine traffic stop for driving without a license plate. He was found to be in possession of a concealed weapon. His arrest and subsequent investigation quickly linked him to the bombing. Amidst the chaotic aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, rescuers and investigators sifted through the debris of the building. Among the numerous body parts and remains recovered was a severed left leg, discovered relatively early in the recovery process. Initially, this leg was assumed to belong to one of the victims of the bombing, given the extensive destruction and the numerous casualties. The leg was sent for forensic examination, where it underwent DNA testing and analysis. The forensic team hoped to match the leg with one of the known victims by comparing the DNA to the profiles of the deceased. Surprisingly, the leg did not match the DNA of any identified victim, leading to the realization that it belonged to an unidentified individual. It was later revealed that the leg had been embalmed, which suggested that it might have come from a body that had already been prepared for burial. Embalming involves the use of chemicals that can degrade DNA, making genetic analysis difficult. Despite retesting and reevaluation over the years, the leg did not match any of the missing parts from the identified victims. Again, one theory is that the leg might have belonged to someone who had died before the bombing and whose remains somehow ended up at the site. This theory stems from the leg being embalmed, which typically suggests that the body had been prepared for burial at some point before the bombing. However, there is no direct evidence supporting this idea, and it remains purely speculative. Critics of this theory argue that it is unlikely for a pre-existing corpse to end up at the site of a bombing without leaving any other traceable evidence or connections. Another plausible theory is that the leg belonged to an undocumented or unreported victim who was present at the site during the bombing. Given the chaotic nature of the bombing and the extensive destruction, it is possible that there could have been individuals in or near the building who were not officially recorded or accounted for. Others speculate that the leg could be linked to a criminal case or a missing person unrelated to the bombing. This theory suggests that the leg might have been part of an earlier crime scene or was intentionally placed at the bombing site for unknown reasons. This next entry involves the discovery of mass graves at Old Swan. These graves are specifically associated with the demolition of St. Oswald's Primary School in the 1970s. St. Oswald's Church, designed by Augustus Welby Pugin and opened in 1842, is known as the first Catholic church in the north of England since the Reformation to feature a tower and spire. The church was central to the Catholic community in Old Swan, Liverpool, and its associated buildings played an important role in the area's social and educational life. Amongst these buildings was St. Oswald's Primary School. The school served the local community for many years before redevelopment plans in the 1970s led to its demolition. It was during this demolition that the graves were discovered. During the fall season of 1973, construction workers began excavating land next to St. Oswald's Church for the foundations of new infant and junior schools. The parish priest at the time, Father McCartney, had a vague idea that unmarked graves might exist in the area, but didn't expect it to be a massive deal. If anything, this was more of a legend than a fact. Workers unearthed numerous coffins, buried up to 16 deep in some places, within an area of about 40 square yards. The discovery of over 3,500 coffins, buried in such a systematic manner, shocked everyone and raised numerous questions. Local authorities, including the Liverpool City Coroner and the Home Office, quickly became involved. The site was secured with a high fence to prevent public access, and the exhumation was conducted under strict supervision. The swift governmental response, including the imposition of a D notice to prevent press coverage and the immediate cremation of the remains, fueled speculation about a cover-up. The graves were found to contain not only adults but also children. Understandably, tons of people came forward with their theories as to the origins of these burials. One of the most plausible theories is that the graves contained victims of 19th century epidemics, such as cholera, typhoid, or dysentery, which were common in densely populated urban areas like Liverpool. The coffins were neatly arranged and buried up to 16 deep, suggesting a systematic and organized burial process rather than the chaotic interments typical of plague pits. This indicates that the burials were managed with care, likely during a health crisis when the need to bury the dead quickly yet respectfully was mandatory. Liverpool experienced several epidemics in the 19th century. Cholera outbreaks, for example, were particularly severe in 1832, 1849, and 1866. Another theory posits that the graves belong to Irish migrants who fled the Great Potato Famine, which took place from 1845 to 1852 and later died in Liverpool due to disease and poor living conditions. During the mid-19th century, Liverpool saw a massive influx of Irish immigrants escaping the famine. Many of these migrants settled in impoverished areas and succumbed to various diseases. The burials predate many detailed records, aligning with the time frame when these migrants would have arrived and died in large numbers without extensive documentation. And the third most popular theory is the government cover-up. Again, the government responded rapidly and immediately cut off the gravesite from the public. They didn't even allow any extensive media coverage. Their order to cremate all of the remains also leads many to believe they were trying to hide something. The 1970s carried increased tensions between Britain and Irish nationalists, with frequent terrorist activities related to the Troubles in Northern Ireland. Acknowledging historical mistreatment of Irish migrants could have exacerbated these tensions. Some locals and historians speculate that the graves could be linked to a darker chapter of British-Irish history, possibly involving mistreatment or even mass violence against Irish migrants. However, this theory largely remains speculative. Leah Toby Roberts was born on July 23, 1976 in Durham, North Carolina. She was the youngest of 3 children and grew up in a loving, supportive family. Leah's childhood and early years are said to be normal and mundane. Her family described her as a bright, creative, and free-spirited individual with a love for adventure. Leah also had a great relationship with her parents, Nancy and Stancil, as well as her siblings, Kara and Heath. The Roberts family was considered tight-knit and deeply connected. Leah excelled in school from the very start and ended up attending North Carolina State University to major in Spanish and anthropology. While at NCSU, Leah's love for literature and travel really began to thrive. Jack Kerouac's novel Dharma Bums resonated deeply with Leah, reflecting her own desires for spiritual exploration and a deeper understanding of life's mysteries. This fascination with Kerouac's work would later play a pivotal role in her decision to embark on a journey to the Pacific Northwest. So far, Leah's life sounds pretty good, but that's not to say that she didn't face any tragedies at all. Leah's life took a dramatic turn when these tragedies were introduced. In 1997, which happened to be Leah's sophomore year in college, her mother passed away suddenly due to heart disease. This loss was devastating for Leah, who had been very close to her mother. Then, during the fall of 1998, Leah was involved in a near-fatal car accident. The accident resulted in significant physical injuries, including a broken femur that required surgical insertion of a metal rod. This traumatic event not only left her with physical scars, but also intensified her introspective nature and her quest for a deeper understanding of life and its purpose. Just 2 years after losing her mother in 1999, Leah's father succumbed to chronic lung disease. The loss of both parents in such a short span led her to seek solace and meaning in her life through travel and spiritual exploration. In early 2000, she made the difficult decision to drop out of college during her senior year. She felt that she needed time to heal and find herself. She spent much of her time at a coffee house in Durham named Cuppo Joe, where she wrote poetry, journaled, and immersed herself in the works of her favorite writers. This period of her life was marked by a sense of restlessness and a yearning for something more. Leah's friends and family noticed changes in her behavior during this time. She became more withdrawn. She expressed a particular interest in the Pacific Northwest, inspired by Kerouac's descriptions of the area. Leah's fascination with Kerouac's journey and her own need for a spiritual awakening fueled her decision to set out on an unplanned road trip. On March 9, 2000, she made the decision to leave her home in Durham, North Carolina without informing her friends or family of her specific plans. Leah left a note for her roommate, Nicole Bennett, explaining her intentions. In the note, she stated that she was not suicidal but needed time to explore and understand herself. Leah's preparations for the trip included withdrawing a substantial amount of money from her bank account. She left behind enough cash to cover her share of the rent and other expenses, suggesting that she intended to be away for an extended period. Leah also packed her white 1993 Jeep Cherokee with personal belongings that would sustain her during her travels. Among the items she took were clothes, books, a journal, her guitar, and her kitten Bee. Her exact route was not known, but bank records and surveillance footage provided clues about her movements. Leah's bank records showed that she made several transactions along the way, including gas and food purchases, which helped investigators trace her path. One of the critical pieces of evidence in tracing Leah's journey was a receipt for a fuel purchase in Brooks, Oregon, dated March 13, 2000. Surveillance footage from the gas station confirmed Leah's presence there, showing her alone and in good spirits. The footage also revealed her peering outside several times, suggesting that she might have been aware of someone or something outside, although no one else was visible in the footage. Leah continued her journey northward, and by the afternoon of March 13th, she had reached Bellingham, Washington. A ticket stub for the movie American Beauty, purchased at the Bellis Fair Mall in Bellingham, provided evidence of her presence in the area. The ticket was time-stamped 2:10 p.m., indicating that Leah had spent some time in Bellingham before her disappearance. On the morning of March 18, 2000, a couple jogging along Canyon Creek Road, a remote area off the Mount Baker Highway in Whatcom County, Washington, noticed unusual items near the roadside. Articles of clothing were scattered along the side of the road, and some pieces had been tied to trees and branches. As they investigated further, they discovered a severely damaged white 1993 Jeep Cherokee at the bottom of a steep embankment. The couple immediately reported their findings to the local authorities. When the police arrived, they traced the vehicle's registration and confirmed that it belonged to Leah Roberts, who had been reported missing by her family. The Jeep's discovery was about 30 miles east of Bellingham, Washington, in a densely forested and remote area, which made the circumstances even more puzzling. The vehicle was found in a state of severe disrepair, having apparently rolled down the embankment at high speed. Investigators from the Washington State Patrol analyzed the scene and determined that the vehicle had been traveling at nearly 40 miles per hour when it left the road and crashed through the trees. The vehicle's contents were scattered inside, which supported the idea of a multiple rollover accident. However, there were several details that suggested something more than just an accident. Despite the severity of the crash, there were no signs of blood or physical injury inside the vehicle. The lack of blood, broken glass, or stretched seatbelts indicated that no one might have been inside the Jeep when it crashed. This led investigators to theorize that the accident could have been staged. Several personal items belonging to Leah were found both inside and around the vehicle. These items included her driver's license, clothes, guitar, compact discs, and a checkbook. Notably, a substantial amount of cash, approximately $2,400, was found tucked inside a pair of her pants, suggesting that robbery was not the motive. Leah's passport and various other belongings were also discovered, indicating that she had taken these items with her on her journey. One of the more poignant discoveries was the presence of Leah's mother's engagement ring, which was found inside the vehicle. Leah rarely took off this ring. Additionally, blankets and pillows had been placed over the broken windows of the Jeep, indicating that someone might have used the vehicle as a shelter after the crash. Bits of cat food and an empty cat carrier were also found in the Jeep. However, there was no sign of the kitten at the crash site. As the investigation progressed, a critical piece of evidence was discovered. A wire under the Jeep's hood had been deliberately cut. This tampering allowed the vehicle to accelerate without someone pressing the gas pedal. This further supported the possibility that the crash was orchestrated to look like an accident. The discovery of this tampering raised suspicions of foul play and led investigators to consider the possibility that someone with mechanical knowledge had been involved. An unidentified fingerprint was recovered from under the hood of the Jeep, and male DNA was found on a piece of Leah's clothing. These findings pointed towards the involvement of another person, but despite extensive efforts, the fingerprint and DNA did not match any known suspects or persons of interest in the case. Following the discovery of the Jeep, extensive search efforts were launched in the surrounding area. Search and rescue teams, including dogs trained to detect human scent and cadavers, scoured the dense forest around Canyon Creek Road. Helicopters and ground personnel covered a wide area, mapping out potential routes Leah could have taken if she had wandered away from the crash site. Despite these thorough efforts, no trace of Leah was found. The search efforts were based on the assumption that Leah might have been injured or disoriented following the crash. However, the lack of any physical evidence of her presence, such as blood or personal items beyond those already discovered, left investigators with more questions than answers. In the days following the discovery of the vehicle, investigators received several tips and potential leads. One particularly intriguing lead came from an anonymous caller who reported seeing a woman matching Leah's description at a Texaco gas station in Everett, Washington, approximately 30 miles from the crash site. The caller stated that the woman appeared disoriented and confused. However, the call ended abruptly before more details could be gathered, and the tip remained unverified. Despite this and other leads, none provided concrete evidence or clear directions for the investigation. Leah's family continued to search for her, distributing flyers and reaching out to local businesses and residents in the hope that someone might have seen her. Over the years, many theories have popped up to explain Leah's disappearance. These theories range from accidental death to voluntary disappearance and foul play. One of the initial theories considered by investigators was that Leah Roberts may have died accidentally after her Jeep Cherokee crashed off the remote logging road near Mount Baker Highway. Given the severe damage to the vehicle and the rough terrain, it's plausible that Leah could have been injured or disoriented following the crash and wandered into the wilderness, where she succumbed to the elements. The crash site was in a remote forested area, making it difficult for an injured person to navigate or seek help. The dense forest and rugged terrain would pose significant challenges for someone trying to find their way back to civilization. Despite extensive search efforts, including the use of search dogs and helicopters, no trace of Leah was found in the immediate vicinity of the crash site. This could imply that she ventured further into the wilderness than search teams could cover. Those who disagree with this theory point out that there is a lack of physical evidence to suggest that Leah was in distress immediately after the accident. They also point to the suspicious fact that a wire under the hood of the vehicle was cut. Another popular theory suggests a voluntary disappearance. This would have been done in order to start a new life. We all know that Leah liked to get in touch with her spiritual side, and such an accident may have been her way of quote-unquote killing off her old self and starting anew. However, many point out that Leah left behind her mother's ring, highlighting that Leah actually planned to return. Then the third and probably most popular theory is foul play. As we have discussed, the tampering with the wire is highly suspicious and strongly suggests that the accident was staged. The presence of male DNA on Leah's clothing and an unidentified fingerprint under the hood of the Jeep indicates that another person might have been involved. Despite extensive investigations, these forensic clues have not matched any known suspects. The sighting of a disoriented woman matching Leah's description at a gas station shortly after the crash suggests that she might have encountered someone who caused her harm or coerced her. The abrupt end to the anonymous tipster's call raises further suspicions about the validity of the sighting and the potential involvement of a third party. Aside from these three, there's another theory that is less popular, that being psychological breakdown. Friends and family noted changes in Leah's behavior leading up to her disappearance. She was a lot more reserved and often talked to herself out in public, and that detail I mentioned earlier about a woman appearing to be disoriented could also support this idea. John Weeks is the name of a man who disappeared in June 1997 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. According to officials, John worked as a handyman for a 43-year-old man named Marvin Gabrion. Marvin is a scumbag, having been convicted of murder and rape. However, he is suspected of being responsible for several other unsolved disappearances. Marvin was sentenced to death in 2002, but is still alive currently at the age of 70. The most recent update I could find on him stated that he was being held in a medical center for federal prisoners in Springfield, Missouri. Now, in order to better understand John's case, I first need to dive a bit into the case where Marvin was convicted of and murder. On August 7th, 1996, Gabriel met an 18-year-old named Rachel Timmerman. The two were attending a party late at night, and after striking up a conversation, Marvin left the party with her as well as two other men. The group left in a car and Marvin drove up to a large field where he kicked out the other two men. At this point, Rachel wasn't really suspecting anything, but after driving off a bit further, Marvin stopped and began beating Rachel. After she was too weak to further defend herself, Marvin raped her 3 times throughout the night. Rachel informed her mother about the violence she faced, but was scared to report Marvin to the police. The reason for this was that Marvin told her that if she did tell the police, he would kill not only her, but her infant daughter as well. However, she did ultimately muster up the courage to inform law enforcement. Police then investigated the case for approximately 6 months before arresting Marvin in January of 1997. He was charged with the rape of Rachel Timmerman. But just 2 weeks after being arrested, Marvin was released on bail. Understandably, Rachel was completely traumatized by what she went through, so as time passed and the time came for her to testify against Marvin in a preliminary hearing got closer, her fear started to increase again. Rachel had informed her friends and family that Marvin had made threats against her several times already. Fast forward to June 3rd, 1997, Rachel told her parents that she was going on a date with a man and would be bringing along her daughter. In fact, it was this man's idea to bring Rachel's daughter with them. Her parents said that this was great and expected her to come back home later that day, but she never did. The very next day, Rachel's father received a letter that was apparently from Rachel herself. In it, she said that she was going to be going on vacation. This was incredibly suspicious, as she was supposed to testify against Marvin the day after. So when that time came around, Rachel was nowhere to be seen. Then, about 2 weeks after Marvin's preliminary hearing, the case's prosecutor received a letter from Rachel. In the letter, Rachel stated that she was the one who wanted to have sex with Marvin, but after consistently refusing her advances, she threatened to tell police that he raped her. This letter was apparently sent from Little Rock, Arkansas. Now, fast forward again to July 5th. The lifeless body of a woman was found in Oxford Lake, Michigan. And could you take a wild guess as to who the body belonged to? Rachel Timmerman. Her body was covered in chains that were connected to large blocks of cement. Additionally, someone had covered her mouth and eyes with duct tape. Medical officials later reported that her official cause of death was drowning. Of course, everyone immediately suspected Marvin of being responsible, and this is where we start to branch out. There was another suspicious incident involving a man who had connections to Marvin who went missing. This man's name was Wayne Davis, and he was actually one of the two friends that Marvin kicked out of the car back on the night when he Rachel. According to officials, Wayne had also agreed to testify against Marvin during his hearing, but went missing shortly after making this decision. This is where John Weeks comes in. John is supposedly the man who asked Rachel out on that date. John's girlfriend told police that she caught him on the phone at a weird time. When she asked him who was on the other end, John replied that he was going to visit Texas with a friend. She suspected that this friend was actually Marvin, so when John failed to return home for an extended period, she called Marvin asking where John was. Marvin told her that he actually left John in Arizona, so as investigators went through all of these cases and tied them together, they realized that Marvin was actually using someone else's identity for a time. This identity was Robert Allen, who was reported missing in 1995. In late 1997, Marvin was arrested for cashing social security checks under the name Robert Allen. In court, he denied being Marvin Gabriel and was adamant that he was this man named Robert Allen. But ultimately, his identity as Marvin Gabriel was confirmed. This is one of those cases where everyone is 99% sure they know who is responsible, but because of a lack of evidence, they aren't able to actually do anything in certain areas. But in 2002, along with the conviction of Rachel's murder, Marvin was also found guilty of Wayne Davis' murder, when his body was found under similar circumstances to Rachel. To this day, the remains of Rachel's daughter Shannon, John Weeks, and Robert Allen are still missing. Starlight is an intumescent material that Maurice Ward, a British hairdresser and amateur chemist, claimed could withstand extreme temperatures up to 10,000 degrees Celsius without burning, melting, or producing toxic fumes. Its potential applications span aerospace, military, and fire protection, making it a highly sought-after material. Maurice began developing Starlight in response to the 1985 British Air Tour's Flight 28M disaster, where a fire resulted in the deaths of 55 people due to smoke inhalation. This event inspired him to create a material that could withstand intense heat and potentially save lives in similar situations. Ward, who had no formal scientific training, conducted his experiments in his backyard. Through trial and error, he stumbled upon a mixture that resisted burning, leading to the development of Starlight. The material first gained public attention through television demonstrations. In 1990, the BBC program Tomorrow's World showcased an experiment where an egg coated with Starlight was blasted with a blowtorch flame. Despite the intense heat, the egg remained intact and its yolk stayed raw. These demonstrations impressed audiences and attracted the interest of major organizations such as NASA, Boeing, and the British military. Starlight underwent various tests by reputable organizations to verify its properties. The British Atomic Weapons Establishment tested Starlight-coated cables and found them impervious to temperatures of 10,000 degrees Celsius, similar to a nuclear flash. NASA conducted tests at the White Sands Missile Range where Starlight-lined eggs withstood both simulated nuclear flashes and a full-scale nuclear explosion. However, Ward was reluctant to share specific information regarding the material's composition, which greatly hindered its commercial development. In fact, Ward was notorious for how secretive he was about keeping the composition of Starlight secret. He only revealed that it was a mixture of 21 polymers and copolymers along with some ceramic materials. He feared that if given to the wrong people, the material would be misused. So in the year 2011, Maurice Ward died, taking the secrets of Starlight with him. Following Ward's death, various scientists and enthusiasts attempted to replicate Starlight. Students at UC Merced, for example, spent a semester trying to recreate the material based on available information and public demonstrations. However, replicating Starlight's exact properties proved to be a significant challenge. Several online communities and amateur chemists also experimented with potential formulations, using ingredients like cornstarch, baking soda, and PVA glue. While some managed to replicate certain aspects of Starlight's behavior, none could fully match the original material's performance. Dana Nicole Bradley was born in 1967 in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. By all accounts, she was a typical 14-year-old girl who grew up in the early 1980s and was known for her friendly demeanor and vibrant personality. Dana lived with her mother and stepfather in St. John's, attending a local school where she was a well-liked student. She was known to be outgoing and sociable. Like many teenagers in her community at the time, Dana frequently practiced hitchhiking. While today we may view the concept of a 14-year-old hitchhiking around as dangerous, we have to keep in mind that these were different times. The relative safety of the community and the trusting nature of its residents meant that hitchhiking was often seen as a normal way for young people to get around. On Monday, December 14th, 1981, 14-year-old Dana Nicole Bradley began what seemed like an ordinary day. This day held special significance for the Bradley family as it was Dana's mother's birthday and a celebration was planned for that evening. Dana attended her classes at the local school, going through her regular routine. As the school day came to an end around 2:50 p.m., she left the building with her friends. Instead of heading directly home, Dana and some friends made their way to a nearby convenience store, which was a semi-regular detour they made. After spending some time with her friends at the store, Dana decided to visit her close friend Penny. Dana was mindful of the time due to her mother's birthday celebration. She knew she couldn't stay long at Penny's house if she wanted to make it home in time for the family gathering. At approximately 5 p.m., Dana made a phone call to her family. She informed them that she was leaving Penny's house and expected to be home in about 30 minutes. This call would later become a critical piece of information for investigators as it established a timeline for Dana's movements. Dana's plan was to walk from Penny's house to a nearby bus stop on Topsail Road. Topsail Road was and still is a major thoroughfare in St. John's, connecting the city center with outlying areas. The bus stop Dana was heading to was a frequently used location by residents. What happened next has been pieced together from eyewitness accounts, primarily from two brothers who were on a work break at the time. According to their statements, they observed Dana at the bus stop on Topsail Road. What caught their attention was that Dana appeared to be hitchhiking. They reported seeing her get into a car that pulled up to the bus stop. They described it as a light-colored car, a mid-1970s Dodge Dart or Plymouth Valiant. Both of these models were said to be popular at the time. What stood out about the car, according to the witnesses, was its condition. They noted significant rust damage, which was not uncommon for vehicles in Newfoundland due to the harsh coastal climate and salt used on winter roads. More distinctively, they observed that the car had a broken driver's side door. This detail would later become a key point of focus for investigators as they tried to locate the vehicle. The brothers were able to provide a general description of the driver, identifying him as a man. However, they were unable to get a clear look at his face or note any distinguishing features. Additionally, not expecting this situation to unfold the way it did, they did not take note of the car's license plate number. As 5:30 p.m. came and went with no sign of Dana, her family began to worry. Her mother and her stepfather started to feel uneasy about Dana's absence, initially attributed the delay to normal teenage behavior or perhaps a missed bus. However, as time passed and darkness fell, their concern grew. The family began by making phone calls to Dana's friends, including Penny, whom she had visited earlier. When these calls yielded no information about Dana's whereabouts, the family's worry escalated to all-out alarm. They expanded their efforts, reaching out to other acquaintances and checking places Dana might have gone. They began searching the neighborhood, driving along routes Dana might have taken, and checking areas she was known to frequent. The growing darkness and the cold December weather added to the urgency of their search. It's worth noting that in 1981, the procedures for reporting and responding to cases of missing persons, especially involving teenagers, were not as developed or immediate as they are today. There was often an assumption that a missing teenager probably just ran out to have fun, and thus they were not in any danger. This is essentially how Dana's case was treated initially, but once her parents pushed back a bit harder, informing investigators that Dana had never been gone for this long, officials finally started their own investigation and search. By the next morning, December 15th, a full-scale missing person investigation was underway. The RCMP, who had jurisdiction in the area, took charge of the case. case. They began by interviewing Dana's family, friends, and the eyewitnesses who had last seen her. One of the first steps in the investigation was to widely publicize Dana's description and the clothes she was last seen wearing. She was reported to be wearing cowboy boots and blue pants on the day of her disappearance. A composite sketch of the man last seen with Dana was created based on the limited description provided by the witnesses and was distributed to the public. The community of St. John's quickly rallied around the Bradley family. Volunteers joined in the search efforts, combing areas around Topsail Road and expanding outward. Local media played a crucial role in spreading awareness about Dana's disappearance with regular updates and appeals for information. As the days passed without any sign of Dana, the investigation intensified. The RCMP set up a dedicated task force for the case, allocating significant resources to follow up on every single lead. They began the arduous process of checking every vehicle in the area that matched the description provided by the witnesses, which was a very tall task given the popularity of the Dodge Dart and Plymouth Valiant models. On December 18, 1981, 4 days after Dana's disappearance, the search came to a tragic end. Dale Smith, a local resident who had been searching for a Christmas tree in a wooded area near Maddox Cove, made a grim discovery. Maddox Cove is a small community located approximately 10 kilometers south of St. John's. Dana's body was found off Maddox Cove Road in a secluded wooded location not easily visible from the road. Smith, upon realizing what he had found, immediately contacted the authorities. The RCMP quickly cordoned off the area and established a perimeter to begin the investigation of the crime scene. The discovery of Dana's body transformed the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Every square inch of the ground was scrutinized for potential evidence. Investigators used the grid patterns to systematically search the area, collecting leaf litter, soil samples, and any items that seemed out of place. One of the most disturbing details of the crime scene was the position in which Dana's body was found. She was laid out in what investigators described as a burial fashion, with her schoolbooks carefully tucked under her arm. This detail would become a significant point of focus in the investigation, as it suggested a level of care or ritual that seemed at odds with the violent nature of the crime. Forensic experts carefully documented the position of the body and collected trace evidence from Dana's clothing and the surrounding area. They looked for fibers, hair, or any other materials that might provide clues about the perpetrator or the location where Dana had been held before her death. The medical examiner conducted a preliminary examination at the scene before the body was carefully removed and transported for a full autopsy. The autopsy revealed several disheartening details. Dana had been assaulted and died from blunt force trauma to her skull. The medical examiner was able to estimate the time of death, placing it likely within hours of her disappearance on December 14th. The autopsy also provided valuable forensic evidence. Officials collected traces of foreign DNA from Dana's body. However, this DNA would not be of significant use for many years. Investigators re-interviewed witnesses, particularly focusing on the brothers who had last seen Dana getting into the car. The search for the vehicle intensified. Auto shops were revisited and records were scrutinized for any repairs that might match damage to the suspect vehicle. As the investigation progressed, the RCMP began to develop a profile of the potential suspect. Based on the nature of the crime and the evidence at hand, they believed they were looking for a man between 20 and 40 years of age who was familiar with not only St. John's but the remote location where Dana was discovered as well. Investigators were confident that the killer was a local resident. They believed that the culprit may have a history of and violent crimes. In 1986, 5 years after Dana's murder, the investigation took a dramatic turn when David Grant Somerton confessed to the crime. Somerton provided details about the murder that seemed to match the evidence, including information about the murder weapon and the location where the body was found. Based on this confession, Somerton was charged with first-degree murder. However, the case against him quickly began to unravel. He later recanted his confession, claiming that police had coerced him into falsely confessing. There was also no physical evidence that could link Somerton to the crime scene or to Dana. Additionally, Somerton's stories had a significant amount of inconsistencies with the officials' information. Eventually, the charges against Somerton were stayed due to lack of evidence. He was later convicted of public mischief for the false confession. After the Somerton confession was discredited, the Dana Bradley case entered a period of relative inactivity. While it was never officially closed, the lack of new leads meant that it effectively became a cold case. One of the most significant developments in the case came in 2016, 35 years after Dana's murder. The RCMP announced that they had obtained new DNA evidence connecting the homicide to an unknown male suspect. This breakthrough was the result of advances in DNA technology that allowed for more sensitive analysis of trace evidence. The RCMP resubmitted various pieces of evidence from the crime scene for testing using these new techniques. However, they have yet to publicly announce any new updates. The Yosemite Sam number station is a phenomenon that intrigued amateur radio enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists alike from its first broadcast in December 2004 until its sudden end in February 2005. This mysterious shortwave radio station was characterized by its unusual broadcasts, featuring a distinctive audio clip from a Warner Brothers cartoon character, Yosemite Sam. The Yosemite Sam number station's broadcasts were distinct and easily recognizable, primarily due to the inclusion of a famous line from the cartoon character Yosemite Sam. Each transmission began with a brief data burst, followed by Yosemite Sam's voice exclaiming, "Varmint, I'm gonna blow you to smithereens," and ending with the sound of an explosion. This audio clip was taken from the 1950 cartoon Bunker Hill Bunny, where Yosemite Sam is an explosive and belligerent character. The broadcasts occurred at precise intervals and on multiple shortwave frequencies. Specifically, the transmissions were reported on 3700, 4300, 6500, and 10,500 kHz. These frequencies were chosen strategically, allowing the signal to propagate over various distances and conditions. Each broadcast began exactly 7 seconds after the top of the hour and was repeated sequentially on each frequency, with the entire cycle lasting precisely 2 minutes. Efforts to locate the source of these broadcasts led amateur radio enthusiasts to speculate that the signals originated from the southwestern United States, particularly near Albuquerque, New Mexico. Detailed triangulation and investigation pointed to the Mobility Assessment Test and Integration Center on the Laguna Puebla Reservation as a likely transmission site. This facility, owned by military contractor Laguna Industries, was used for testing communication equipment and conducting radio frequency experiments. One of the more popular theories is that the broadcasts were part of a military testing or calibration program. The regularity and precision of the transmissions, coupled with the sophisticated technology required to broadcast on multiple frequencies, suggest an organized and structured operation. The Matic facility's involvement in testing communication systems and battlefield conditions further supports this theory. Another popular theory, albeit a bit sensationalized, is that the Yosemite Sam number station was used for covert communications, akin to other number stations historically employed by intelligence agencies. The seemingly nonsensical audio clip and data burst could have contained hidden messages or codes intended for clandestine recipients. The use of number stations for espionage purposes has a long history, with these broadcasts serving as a secure method of transmitting information to agents in the field. Others believe that the station was an elaborate hoax or an experimental broadcast orchestrated by an unknown individual or group. The playful nature of the Yosemite Sam clip lends some credence to this theory, though the complexity and resources required to maintain such a broadcast suggest otherwise. Additionally, the sudden and precise cessation of broadcast when investigators approached the suspected transmission site indicates a level of sophistication beyond that of a mere prank. So this entry basically says it all in the name. There are people in North Carolina claiming to have seen flying dinosaurs, specifically pterosaurs. Reports of prehistoric-like creatures have been increasing with detailed accounts from eyewitnesses. Jonathan Whitcomb, a prominent cryptozoologist, has been at the forefront of investigating these sightings. Whitcomb has documented numerous reports from various parts of North Carolina, as well as other locations globally. His work primarily revolves around collecting eyewitness testimonies, analyzing their descriptions, and comparing them with known characteristics of pterosaurs. Wickham and his associates believe that these creatures are not extinct, but rather surviving members of the pterosaur family, commonly referred to as pterodactyls or flying dinosaurs. One woman in Raleigh, North Carolina, gave the following description when interviewed about her sighting. She reported seeing a large, featherless creature with a long tail ending in a diamond-shaped bulb and a head crest. She spotted this creature twice, once in January 2018 and again after a snowfall while commuting to work in an Uber. This is just one account, but there are actually a few dozen, if not more, in North Carolina alone. Skeptics often attribute these sightings to misidentifications of large birds such as herons or pelicans. Others suggest the possibility of hoaxes or exaggerated accounts influenced by popular media depictions of dinosaurs. Matt Cartmill, a professor emeritus of evolutionary anthropology at Duke University, argues that the lack of physical evidence, such as a captured specimen, makes the existence of living pterosaurs highly unlikely. This mystery is actually very popular, so I'm surprised to see it here in the fifth layer, but nevertheless it's a very sad case. It focuses on two young women named Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon. Chris Kremers was born on August 9th, 1992 in Amersfoort, Netherlands. She was described by her family and friends as an intelligent, responsible, and creative individual. Chris had a keen interest in art, photography, and theater. She was known for her adventurous spirit and strong sense of responsibility. Chris had recently completed her studies in cultural social education, specializing in art education, and was exploring various career options, including teaching and working with children. Lisanne Froon was born on September 24th, 1991, also in Amersfoort. Lisanne was described as an optimistic, athletic, and intelligent young woman. She had a passion for volleyball and enjoyed being active outdoors. Lisanne had just graduated with a degree in applied psychology and was eager to gain more life experience and improve her Spanish before starting her professional career. She was known for her positive outlook and determination to achieve her goals. The two young women had been friends for several years. They shared common interests and aspirations, which led them to plan an adventurous trip together. Both were eager to experience new cultures, volunteer, and learn a new language, making Panama an ideal destination for their post-graduation adventure. In mid-March 2014, Chris and Lisanne embarked on their journey to Panama. They aimed to spend about 6 weeks in the country, exploring and volunteering. Their schedule included a mix of sightseeing, hiking, and volunteering at local organizations, particularly with children. Upon arrival in Panama, they traveled to Boquete, a small town known for its picturesque landscapes, cloud forests, and popular hiking trails. Boquete is located in the western part of Panama near the border with Costa Rica, and is a popular destination for tourists seeking outdoor activities. The duo arrived in Boquete in late March and settled into their accommodations with a local host family. They quickly immersed themselves in the local culture, spending their days exploring the town, socializing with other travelers, and preparing for their volunteer work. The two were enthusiastic about their upcoming activities and looked forward to making a positive impact through their volunteer efforts. They planned to start volunteering on April 1st, 2014. However, due to a scheduling mix-up, their volunteering start date was delayed by a day. With an unexpected free day, Chris and Lisanne decided to take advantage of the extra time by exploring the local area. They chose to hike the Pianista Trail, which was a well-known route leading through the cloud forest and offering amazing views of the Continental Divide. However, the trail is also well known for its rough terrain and frequent changes in weather. The trail begins near Boquete and goes through dense cloud forests, eventually leading to a viewpoint at the Continental Divide. From there, the trail continues into more remote and less traveled areas. Despite its popularity, the trail can be dangerous for those who don't properly prepare for it. On the morning of April 1st, Chris and Lisanne set out for their hike. They were seen having brunch with two Dutch men before beginning their trek. They left their host family's home around 11 a.m. carrying minimal supplies. This included light clothing, a single backpack, their phones, and a camera. This casual approach suggests they intended it to be a short hike and likely planned to return by late afternoon. As the day progressed and the women failed to return, their host family grew concerned. By the next day, April 2nd, when the two women had still not returned, local authorities were notified. An initial search was launched, focusing on the Pianista Trail and surrounding areas, but it yielded no immediate results. The search for Chris and Lisanne quickly intensified, involving local police, volunteers, and specialized search teams from the Netherlands. Helicopters, dogs, and ground teams combed the area, but the dense jungle and challenging terrain complicated the search. It quickly expanded to cover various potential routes the women could have taken, but days passed with no sign of the missing hikers. Soon, Dutch authorities became involved, providing additional resources. They worked alongside Panamanian officials, utilizing technology and manpower to scour the region. Despite the extensive search efforts, weeks went by without any significant leads. Back in the Netherlands, the disappearance of the women gained widespread media attention. Their families were actively involved in the search, traveling to Panama to assist. The Dutch community, both in the Netherlands and abroad, rallied in support, raising awareness and funds to aid the search operations. Posters, social media campaigns, and news reports kept the public informed and engaged in the ongoing efforts to find the two women. On April 1st, 2014, the morning of their hike, there were no indications that anything was amiss. Chris and Lisanne were seen leaving their host family's home, dressed for a day hike and carrying a backpack with essential items. Fast forward to June 14th of the same year, a major discovery is finally made in the case. A local Ngabe woman found a blue backpack by the banks of the Colubre River near the village of Alto Romero, approximately 8 kilometers from the Pianista Trail. The woman reported that she had come across the backpack while tending to her rice paddy along the riverbank. Oddly enough, the backpack was found in a location that had been searched before, raising questions about how and when it ended up there. The backpack was in good condition, appearing dry and undamaged despite the harsh weather conditions that had occurred during the weeks that followed the pair's disappearance. This led to speculation that it might not have been there the entire time since the disappearance, or that it had been somehow protected from the elements. Inside the backpack, authorities found several items belonging to the missing women, including 2 pairs of sunglasses, about $80, Lisanne's passport, a water bottle, 2 bras, both of their phones, and Lisanne's camera, and it's within the phones where a lot of crucial information is revealed. Within Chris's phone, it was discovered that an emergency call was made on April 1st at 4:39 p.m. This would have been just hours after their hike had started, and over the next few days, additional phone calls to emergency services were made. The iPhone showed that it was intermittently turned on to check for a signal. On April 6th, the phone was turned on at 10:26 a.m. and again at 1:37 p.m., but by then, the correct password was never entered, suggesting that the person trying to use the phone did not know the code. Inside Lisanne's phone, officials found her first attempt at calling for help being made at 4:51 p.m. Just like Chris, Lisanne made more failed calls afterward. The last recorded activity was on April 5th when the phone battery died around 5 a.m. The camera found in the backpack contained over 90 photos. The initial photos showed Chris and Lisanne on the Pianista Trail, smiling and enjoying the hike. They appeared to be in good spirits, with the last of these daylight photos taken around the Continental Divide. On the night of April 8th, 90 flash photos were taken between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. These photos were puzzling and eerie, showing various items such as their belongings spread out on rocks, a plastic bag tied to a twig on a rock, a candy wrapper on a rock, a mirror, the back of Chris's head, and more. Many suspected that the seemingly random pictures were taken in order to use the flash as a source of light in the dark. Further searches in the area where the backpack was found led to the discovery of additional remains. In August 2014, a boot with a foot inside and a pelvic bone were found, along with several scattered bones. DNA tests confirmed that these remains belonged to Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon. The state of the remains varied, with some bones appearing bleached and others with bits of skin still attached. This suggested different rates of decomposition and possible exposure to various environmental factors. There have been so many theories regarding what really happened to the duo after they disappeared. One widely accepted theory is that they got lost while hiking the Pianista Trail and ultimately succumbed to the elements. The trail, while popular, becomes treacherous beyond the Continental Divide, where it is less marked and more challenging to navigate. The initial call attempts to emergency services from both women's phones on the afternoon of April 1st, mere hours after starting their hike, suggest they realized that they were in trouble relatively early on. on. These calls failed to connect due to poor reception. Phone records indicate numerous attempts to contact emergency services and sporadic attempts to turn on the phones to check for signals until the batteries died. This consistent but unsuccessful effort to reach help suggests a prolonged period of distress and survival attempts. The dense jungle, unpredictable weather, and difficult terrain would pose significant challenges for anyone lost in the area. Hypothermia, dehydration, and injury are plausible causes of death in such conditions. The state of decomposition and scattering of their remains could be attributed to natural processes, animal activity, and environmental exposure over time. Another theory suggests that the women may have encountered foul play, potentially involving one or more individuals who either harmed them or moved their remains. Some of Chris's bones were found to be bleached, while Lisanne's bones still had some skin attached, indicating different rates of decomposition. This discrepancy suggests the possibility of external intervention, as natural bleaching typically requires prolonged sun exposure, which may not be consistent with the jungle environment where the bones were found. A chemical analysis of some bones revealed residues that might indicate the use of lime, which can accelerate decomposition and is not naturally present in significant quantities in the area. Then there are the incorrect password entries on Chris's iPhone after April 6th, suggesting that someone other than Chris, possibly Lisanne or an unknown third party, was trying to access the phone. This raises the possibility that the phone was in the hands of someone else after Chris was incapacitated. The backpack containing their belongings was found dry and undamaged, despite being discovered at the onset of the rainy season. This condition implies it might have been placed there later, possibly by someone familiar with the area. Moreover, the location of the backpack had been previously searched, suggesting it may have been moved or deliberately placed where it could be found. Another possibility is that the women may have been attacked by wild animals. The dense jungle of Panama is home to various predators, including jaguars and snakes. While this theory could explain the scattering of bones and their condition, it is less supported by the available evidence. The bones recovered showed no clear signs of animal predation, such as bite marks or scratches that would typically be present if the women had been attacked by animals. Additionally, the presence of some bones with skin still attached contradicts the typical behavior of scavengers that would have likely stripped the bones clean. On the night of June 11, 1962, 3 prisoners escaped from a high-security prison on Alcatraz Island. They built a makeshift boat from stolen raincoats and officially they were never found, but many, including the families of the escapees, think they got away that night and have been hiding for a very long time. The leader of the group was Frank Morris, a man who led a tough childhood. His parents left him when he was 11 and he got into trouble early on, facing his first criminal charge at the age of 13. As a teenager, he kept getting arrested for robbing and involving himself in illegal substances. Frank was serving a 10-year sentence for robbing a bank when the escape happened. Frank had a number of partners during the escape: the Anglin brothers, John and Clarence, and Alan West. The Anglins grew up in a big family that traveled around the country doing farm work. They were extremely poor, and at a young age, they started getting into trouble. Their first run-in with the law was at just 14 years old when they broke into a service station. As they got older, they turned to robbing banks and other businesses. They were sentenced to 35 years for robbing the Columbia Savings Bank in Alabama. After trying to escape multiple times from Atlanta Penitentiary, they were moved to Alcatraz in 1960. The third member, Alan West, was a repeat offender. He had been arrested more than 20 times before finally being put in prison for stealing a car in 1955. After trying to escape from there as well, he ended up in Alcatraz in 1957. When the 4 men found themselves in Alcatraz together, they already knew each other well from serving time in other prisons. Once they were placed in cells next to each other, they came up with a plan to escape. Frank Morris led the group in a plan to dig through the walls of their cells, make a raft, and get away by sea. They gathered discarded saw blades from the prison workshops and metal spoons from the dining hall. Using the motor from a vacuum cleaner, they created a drill. Their makeshift tools were used to widen the holes around the ventilation ducts under the sinks in their cells. To hide their work from the guards, they covered the holes with painted strips of cardboard. To make the noise of drilling into the unguarded utility corridor behind their cells, Morris played his accordion during the daily music hour in the prison. Once the holes were large enough for them to squeeze through, the men transformed the empty upper level of their cell block into a makeshift workshop. In this space, they crafted the raft for their escape and also fashioned life jackets. These items were ingeniously made from raincoats that were either stolen or donated. The men carefully stitched them together and sealed the seams by melting the rubber using hot pipes in their workshop. To conceal their absence during their workshop sessions, the men came up with a pretty clever plan. They created papier-mâché replicas of their heads using soap, dust, toilet paper, and toothpaste. To make the heads appear realistic, they used paint from the maintenance workshop and real human hair collected from the prison barbershop floor. Placed on their pillows, these fake heads gave the illusion that the prisoners were sound asleep in their beds. Meanwhile, they were up on the top level constructing a 6 by 14 foot rubber raft and paddles from wooden scraps and stolen screws. Finally, on the night of June 11th, 1962, the raft was ready, and it was time to put the plan into action. Unfortunately for Alan West, his escape hopes were dashed when he realized the cement he had used to reinforce the concrete around the vent had hardened, blocking his passage through the hole that he had created. By the time he managed to widen the hole again, his accomplices had already left. Disheartened, he returned to bed. Meanwhile, Frank and the two Anglin brothers executed their escape by climbing a ventilation shaft to reach the prison roof. Their breakout nearly failed when they made a loud noise while breaking out of the shaft, but fortunately, the guards who heard it chose not to investigate. With a clear path to freedom, the three men used kitchen pipes to descend 50 feet to the ground and climbed over two 12-foot barbed wire perimeter fences. They made their way to a shore on the northeast part of the island, avoiding searchlights. The group brought along a concertina which was stolen from another inmate and modified it so that it could be used to inflate the raft. And just around 10 o'clock, they were ready to set sail. Their plan was to get to Angel Island. Alarms did not go off until the next morning when guards tried to wake the three prisoners but found dummy heads in their cells instead. A massive search operation began involving both civilian and military forces covering land, air, and sea around Alcatraz Island for the next 10 days. On June 14th, the Coast Guard found one of the prisoners' paddles off the south coast of Angel Island. On the same day, workers discovered a wallet with details of the Anglin brothers. 6 days later, shredded rubber believed to be from the prisoner's raft washed up near the Golden Gate Bridge. The following day, a deflated life jacket was found floating 50 yards from Alcatraz Island by a prison boat. These scattered remnants were the only things ever found related to the escape. Even though no bodies were recovered, the FBI concluded that the three men had drowned. Ever since the day the prisoners escaped, people have made it known that they do not agree with the FBI, saying that they're dead. Back in Christmas 1962, the Anglin family got cards and postcards from the brothers. The mom got flowers every year without knowing who sent them until she passed away in 1973. At her funeral, two tall guys with heavy makeup showed up, and the family thinks that it was John and Clarence. In 1989, Robert Anglin, one of the other brothers, said two men came to see their dad's dead body. They stayed, cried a bit, and then left. In that same year, two women told Unsolved Mysteries they saw Clarence Anglin and Frank Morris on a farm in Florida, but no one found them later on. Over the years, many people who aren't part of the Anglin family have claimed that they saw or spoke to the three guys who escaped. A day after they disappeared, a local San Francisco police officer said he saw a boat near Alcatraz Island that turned around and went under the Golden Gate Bridge after a few minutes. The FBI checked it out but didn't find it credible. Also in 1962, a guy named Bud White claimed to be Frank Morris's cousin. He claimed that he worked for Frank and even bribed some Alcatraz guards, then met Frank in a park in San Diego a few days after the escape. Bud White's daughter later said she was at that meeting, but there's no proof to support this claim. In 1993, there were additional claims, but this time with fresh evidence. A former inmate from Alcatraz named Thomas Kent told America's Most Wanted that he played a part in planning the escape, but opted out because he couldn't swim. He mentioned that the girlfriend of one of the Anglin brothers picked them up and drove them to Mexico. However, skepticism arose about Kent's account as he had received payment from the TV network for his confession. During the same year, a different individual named John Leroy Kelly asserted that he had taken the prisoners in a boat and then killed them to pocket the $40,000 collected by their families. Kelly disclosed all of this information on his deathbed and even provided a location where he claimed the bodies of the 3 men were buried. However, subsequent searches yielded no evidence of remains. In 2018, the FBI acknowledged receiving a letter supposedly written by John Anglin. In the letter, John claimed that his brother Clarence as well as Frank Morris had passed away. He expressed willingness to surrender in exchange for medical treatment. However, the FBI couldn't verify if the letter was genuine and they never heard from the writer ever again. The FBI officially closed the case in 1979, but the U.S. Marshal Service plans to keep it open until 2030, when all the men would be over 100 years old. The Paris catacombs are a labyrinth of underground pathways and corridors housing the remains of over 6 million people beneath the city. There are a ton of legends and ghost stories associated with the catacombs. One of the more well-known stories involves an unidentified man. Footage was discovered in the catacombs, capturing the final moments where a panicked man ran off into the dark, never to be seen again. The legend begins in the early 1990s when a group of cataphiles, explorers who delve into the hidden parts of the catacombs, reportedly discovered an abandoned video camera. The camera contained footage that would soon become infamous. It showed a man whose identity remains unknown, wandering deeper and deeper into the catacombs until he started becoming more and more manic. The footage ends abruptly as the man drops the camera and runs off into the darkness, never to be seen again. The footage presents a first-person view of the man's journey in the catacombs. The video begins with him confidently navigating the tunnels. As he progresses, his demeanor changes. He films skeletal remains and eerie passages and at one point picks up a skull. The atmosphere becomes increasingly tense, culminating in the man's frantic sprint and suddenly dropping the camera. There is a lot of debate on whether or not the footage is genuine. While there are many people who think that man's reactions are real, skeptics say that it was all an act. They believe that it might be a well-crafted hoax designed to capitalize on the catacombs' already disturbing reputation. Today, the location serves as a popular, albeit unsettling, tourist attraction. Only a small portion is open to the public, with the rest remaining largely unexplored and illegal to access without special permission. This restricted access only adds to the allure for urban explorers or cataphiles, who often enter the catacombs through hidden entrances and navigate the tunnels despite the dangers. Exploring the catacombs can have severe psychological effects. The labyrinthine tunnels, pervasive darkness, and the constant presence of death can lead to disorientation, anxiety, and even hallucinations. The man in the footage appears to experience these symptoms, which may explain his panic and sudden disappearance. Studies on sensory deprivation and isolation indicate that such environments can significantly impair cognitive function and mental stability, making the catacombs a particularly treacherous place for the unprepared. The Oak Grove Jane Doe case began on April 12, 1946, when 3 individuals walking along the shore of the Willamette River near Oak Grove, Oregon, discovered a burlap sack floating near the bank. For whatever reason, the 3 told reporters that they initially thought it might contain drowned kittens, but upon opening it, they found the torso of a woman along with some clothes. Just one day after the torso was found, on April 13th, 2 fishermen made another grim discovery about 6 miles away from the site of the torso. They found a burlap package floating against the lock system in Willamette Falls. This package contained both arms of the victim and the right thigh. Something to note was that the hands and feet were missing from these limbs. The package was similarly wrapped to the one containing the torso, using burlap and bound with telephone wire. It was also weighed down with window sash weights, indicating a deliberate attempt to sink the remains. Interestingly, the fishermen later reported that they had actually noticed this package about 30 days earlier but had assumed it was just trash. It wasn't until they heard news reports about the torso discovery that they realized the significance of what they had seen and reported it to the authorities. Several months passed before the next significant discovery. In July 1946, two separate but related discoveries were made. The victim's left thigh was discovered near the Oregon City Bridge. This location is in the same general area as the previous discoveries, suggesting that the killer may have disposed of the body parts in multiple locations along the river. On July 2nd of the same year, a bundle of women's clothing was found in the Clackamas River. This discovery expanded the search area and suggested that the culprit might have used multiple waterways to dispose of evidence. The clothing found included brown slacks, a dark blue sweater, long union suit underwear, and a grayish-black tweed topcoat. In September, a small but major discovery was made. Fragments of what appeared to be human scalp were found near Willamette Falls. While these fragments were small, they provided investigators with additional physical evidence and potentially some hair samples that could be used for analysis. The final major discovery in this case came on October 13th, when the victim's severed head was found. This discovery was made near the original location where the torso had been found 6 months earlier. It was found by a married couple. The fact that it was found near the original torso discovery site suggests that the killer may have returned to the area or that water currents played a role in the distribution of body parts. The head was found missing certain parts, and it provided investigators with a more accurate estimation of the victim's age. Again, despite finding all of these remains, the hands and feet were never located. Investigators tend to believe that the person responsible had actually destroyed those remains. Thus, they will never be found. However, many officials think that there may be smaller bits of undiscovered physical evidence still out there. Based on the evidence officials have, officials stated that the victim is female and estimated to have been in her late teens to early 20s. However, after the discovery of the head and further examination, Dr. Warren Hunter, a pathologist from the University of Oregon, significantly changed the estimate. The current consensus suggests her age is between 30 and 59 years old, with most sources narrowing it to 40 to 50 years old. The victim was Caucasian and believed to be 5'2" or 5'4" inches tall and about 120 pounds. She had brown and graying hair, but it was found in curlers and pins, which led to investigators believing that the victim was preparing for some sort of event before her death. No eye color was shared since she was discovered without them. Dr. Warren Hunter noted burn marks on the lower portion of the torso, which led him to believe that the woman may have been tortured before her death. This information might suggest a personal motive or a particularly sadistic perpetrator. Back on April 14th, 1946, just 2 days after the discovery of the torso, a 29-year-old man named Orville A. Switzer contacted the police, claiming to quote-unquote know all about the torso murder case. This lead initially seemed promising, as Switzer claimed to know both the identity of the victim and the location where she had been dismembered. However, upon investigation, authorities quickly determined that Switzer's call was a hoax. He was arrested but released shortly after, when it became clear he had no actual connection to the crime. Interestingly, a few days after his release, Switzer was arrested again on vagrancy charges and received a 270-day jail sentence, suggesting he may have been seeking attention or notoriety through his false claim. Investigators found a set of size 10 men's footprints near the river where some of the remains were discovered. While this provided a potential lead, it's unclear how thoroughly this evidence was pursued or whether it yielded any significant information. The presence of these footprints suggests that the killer may have revisited the dump site, although this remains speculative. In an attempt to determine the initial drop-off point of the body parts, authorities analyzed the speed and current of the Willamette River. This analysis aimed to provide insight into how long the body had been submerged and potentially narrow down the area where the killer might have disposed of the remains. However, the results of this analysis and its impact on the investigation are said to be inconclusive. In July 1951, 5 years after the discovery of the Oak Grove Jane Doe, the FBI interviewed a convicted murderer named Roy Moore. Roy provided a detailed account of murdering and dismembering a woman, claiming he had disposed of her body in the Molalla River. This confession initially seemed promising, as it shared similarities with the Oak Grove Jane Doe case. However, several factors cast doubt on Roy's involvement. He claimed to have disposed of the remains in the Molalla River, not the Willamette River, where the Oak Grove Jane Doe was found. And despite the detailed confession, investigators were unable to find any physical evidence linking him to the Oak Grove Jane Doe case. Furthermore, many convicted killers falsely confess to crimes in order to try and get reduced time, or they just like to toy with people. It's said that Roy had previously falsely confessed to other cases, so it's definitely possible he did the same here. Ultimately, no concrete connection to the Jane Doe was made. One of the most intriguing theories in recent years involves a woman named Anna Schrader. She was a married Portland woman who disappeared around the same time as the discovery of the Oak Grove Jane Doe. This theory, proposed by Oregon-based authors J.D. Chandler and Joshua Fisher, brought up several interesting connections. The first is that Schrader's disappearance coincided closely with the estimated time of death of the Oak Grove Jane Doe. She had been involved in a scandalous affair with a married police lieutenant, potentially providing a motive for her murder if the affair had gone sour, or if she possessed incriminating information. Given Schrader's connection to the police department, some have speculated that her murder could have been covered up by law enforcement, explaining the lack of progress in the investigation. While detailed physical descriptions of her are limited, what is known about her age and general appearance does not rule out a match with the Oak Grove Jane Doe. Despite these arguments, the Schrader theory remains speculative. Jerusalem syndrome is a rare psychiatric phenomenon that includes religiously themed obsessive ideas, delusions, or psychoses triggered by a visit to the city of Jerusalem. While its triggers are varied, the syndrome is particularly notable for the sudden and intense nature of its symptoms, often affecting individuals without any prior history of mental illness. Jerusalem syndrome first gained clinical recognition through the work of Dr. Yair Bar-El, who, during his tenure as the director of the Kfar Shal Psychiatric Hospital, studied numerous cases of tourists experiencing acute psychotic episodes in Jerusalem. Between 1979 and 1993, Bar-El analyzed 470 individuals, noting that the syndrome affected tourists from diverse religious backgrounds, predominantly Jews and Christians, with a small percentage having no religious affiliation. Jerusalem syndrome can manifest through a variety of symptoms, typically progressing through 3 distinct phases. The initial phase involves a sense of unease and anxiety, often accompanied by a need for solitude and ritual purification, such as frequent bathing. In the second phase, individuals may become fixated on religious themes and display behaviors consistent with their delusions. This can include dressing in white robes or other biblical attire and engaging in public preaching or sermons. The final phase involves the development of delusional beliefs, where individuals may identify themselves as religious figures such as Jesus, the Virgin Mary, or prophets. This can lead to actions driven by these delusions, often causing significant distress and disruption. Bar-El and his colleagues identified 3 primary types of Jerusalem syndrome, which are classified based on the individual's psychiatric history and the nature of their symptoms. Type 1. Superimposed on previous psychosis. This type affects individuals with a known history of mental illness. The visit to Jerusalem exacerbates their existing condition, leading to an acute episode. Type 2. Psychotic identifications. This type occurs in individuals with an underlying mental condition that becomes apparent during their visit to Jerusalem. The environment and religious significance of the city trigger their latent psychosis. Type 3. No previous mental illness. The most intriguing type, this affects individuals with no prior history of psychiatric issues. They develop psychotic symptoms directly related to their experience in Jerusalem. This type is further divided into pure cases, where the psychosis is strictly confined to their time in Jerusalem and resolves upon departure. Several theories have been proposed to explain Jerusalem syndrome, emphasizing the combination of psychological, cultural, and environmental factors. These include psychological stress, cultural and religious influence, and factors such as sensory overload from the crowded, historically rich surroundings. The tragic deaths of Don Henry and Kevin Ives, commonly referred to as the Boys on the Tracks case, remain one of the more controversial unsolved mysteries in Arkansas history. This case involves the deaths of 2 teenagers who were found on train tracks in Alexander, Arkansas in 1987. Over the years, the case has attracted numerous theories, allegations of cover-ups, and connections to larger criminal activities. Don and Kevin were typical teenagers growing up in Bryant, Arkansas. Don was known for his love of hunting and the outdoors, while Kevin was described as a friendly and outgoing young man with a passion for sports. Both boys were well liked in their community and had bright futures ahead of them. The mid-1980s in Arkansas were marked by growing concerns over drug trafficking, particularly with the state's connection to the notorious Medellin cartel through the operations of Barry Seal, a pilot involved in smuggling cocaine. Seal's activities centered around Mena, Arkansas, which would later become a focal point in the investigations surrounding the boys' deaths. On the evening of August 22, 1987, Don and Kevin left their homes with plans to go night hunting. This was a common activity for the two teenagers, who often hunted deer and other small game in the wooded areas around their community. Don, aged 16, and Kevin, aged 17, were equipped with flashlights and Don's .22 caliber rifle as they headed out around midnight. They walked along the railroad tracks that cut through the woods, a familiar route for them. What occurred during their hunting trip remains shrouded in mystery, but it is widely believed that they may have stumbled upon something they were not supposed to see. At around 4:25 a.m. on August 23, 1987, a 75-car Union Pacific cargo train was making its regular run to Little Rock, Arkansas. The train's engineer, Stephen Schroyer, spotted two motionless bodies lying side by side on the tracks, covered by a green tarp. Schroyer immediately initiated emergency braking procedures, but the train was unable to stop in time and ran over the boys, dragging their bodies for nearly a mile. Schroyer and his crew were shaken, so they immediately reported the incident to local authorities. Upon arrival at the scene, law enforcement officers found the bodies of Don Henry and Kevin Ives severely mutilated by the train. The presence of a green tarp over their bodies raised immediate suspicions about the nature of their deaths, as it suggested an attempt to conceal them on the tracks. The initial investigation into the deaths of Don Henry and Kevin Ives was conducted by local law enforcement and the Saline County Sheriff's Office. Dr. Fahmi Malak, the state medical examiner, performed the first autopsy on the boys. Malak's report concluded that the deaths were accidental, attributing them to extreme marijuana intoxication. According to his findings, the boys had smoked the equivalent of 20 marijuana cigarettes and had fallen asleep on the tracks, oblivious to the approaching train. This conclusion was met with immediate skepticism and outrage from the boys' families. Linda Ives and Curtis Henry, the boys' parents, were particularly vocal in their disbelief. They knew their sons well and found it implausible that they would have consumed such an excessive amount of marijuana or that they would have lain down on the tracks in such a vulnerable position. Critics pointed out that the level of marijuana claimed to have been consumed by the boys would have likely incapacitated them to the point of severe physiological effects far beyond mere unconsciousness. This aspect of the findings was particularly contentious given the relatively high tolerance needed for such effects, which the boys were not known to possess. Furthermore, the presence of a green tarp over the bodies suggested an attempt to conceal them, contradicting the idea of an accidental death due to intoxication. This discrepancy was not addressed in Malak's report, leading to further doubts about the thoroughness and accuracy of his examination. Due to mounting pressure from the families and the public, a second autopsy was conducted by Dr. James Garriott, a forensic pathologist from San Antonio. Dr. Garriott's findings starkly contrasted with those of Dr. Malak. He reported that the boys had smoked a far lesser amount of marijuana, equivalent to 1 or 2 joints, not 20. This level of marijuana would not have rendered them unconscious, thereby invalidating the initial conclusion of accidental death due to intoxication. Dr. Garriott's findings suggested that the boys were conscious and aware of their surroundings, thereby negating the possibility that they had simply fallen asleep on the tracks. This significant divergence from the original autopsy report fueled suspicions that there was more to the boys' deaths than initially reported. The families, particularly Linda Ives, felt vindicated by these new findings as they corroborated their belief that the boys had not been incapacitated by drugs. The third autopsy, performed by Dr. Joseph Burton, a forensic pathologist from Atlanta, uncovered even more critical evidence. Dr. Burton discovered that Don Henry had been stabbed in the back, and Kevin Ives had sustained a crushing blow to the head, likely inflicted by the butt of Don's rifle. These injuries were clear indications of foul play and suggested that the boys were incapacitated or already dead before being placed on the tracks. Dr. Burton's autopsy findings led to the reclassification of the boys' deaths from accidental to homicide. The discovery of these injuries directly contradicted Dr. Malak's original findings and provided concrete evidence that the boys had been attacked prior to their deaths. This revelation intensified the calls for a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding their deaths and potential involvement of others. The new autopsy findings prompted a grand jury investigation. The grand jury reviewed the evidence, including testimonies from various witnesses, and concluded that the deaths were indeed homicides. This reclassification was a critical turning point in the case, as it shifted the focus from accidental death to deliberate murder, necessitating a more in-depth investigation into potential suspects and motives. Dr. Malik's handling of the autopsy was not the first time his work had come under scrutiny. He had a history of controversial rulings and had faced criticism for other cases where his conclusions were questioned. This pattern of questionable findings cast further doubt on the integrity of his work in the Henry and Ives case. The implications of the autopsy findings extended beyond medical conclusions. Allegations surfaced suggesting that local law enforcement and political figures were involved in a cover-up to protect larger drug trafficking operations. The involvement of Dan Harmon, a local prosecutor later convicted of drug-related crimes, added credibility to these allegations. Harmon's role in the investigation and subsequent criminal activities raised questions about the extent to which local authorities were complicit in or actively obstructing justice in the case. In the years following the initial investigations, several independent investigations were conducted by private detectives, journalists, and concerned citizens. These investigations aimed to uncover the truth behind the autopsy findings and the broader context of the boys' deaths. They often faced significant obstacles, including resistance from local officials and threats against those seeking to reveal new information. Gene Duffy, head of the Saline County Drug Task Force, became a key figure in pursuing the truth behind the boys' deaths. Duffy's task force uncovered evidence of widespread drug trafficking and corruption involving local officials. However, her efforts were met with intense opposition, leading to her eventual forced departure from Arkansas. Duffy's findings supported the theory that the boys had witnessed a drug drop and were murdered to prevent them from revealing what they had seen. In 2018, former professional wrestler Billy Jack Haynes came forward with a confession that added another layer of complexity to the case. Haynes claimed he had witnessed the murders of Don Henry and Kevin Ives and had been involved in the drug operation that led to their deaths. According to Haynes, the boys were killed after stumbling upon a drug drop, and their murders were orchestrated by local officials to cover up the illegal activities. While his confession has been met with skepticism, it reignited public interest and speculation about the true nature of the boys' deaths. The disappearance of the Sarah Joe and its crew in 1979, followed by the discovery of the vessel nearly a decade later, is one of the most intriguing maritime mysteries. Hana, a small town on the eastern end of Maui, Hawaii, is known for being a remote and close-knit community. Fishing has always been a significant part of Hana's culture and economy. Many of the town's residents relied on the sea for their livelihoods. Over time, this led to a deep connection with the ocean. The Sarah Joe was a small, 17-foot Boston whaler, which is a common vessel used by local fishermen. These boats are known for their durability and versatility. The crew of the Sarah Joe were experienced fishermen who had grown up around the sea and were well versed in its potential dangers. On February 11, 1979, 5 men from Hana set out on the Sarah Joe for what was intended to be a routine fishing trip. The crew included 38-year-old Benjamin Kalama, Ralph Malayakini, Scott Moorman, both of whom were 27, 31-year-old Peter Hanchett, and 26-year-old Patrick Wosner. The Sarah Joe left the Hana harbor early in the morning under clear skies, but as the day progressed, an unexpected and violent storm swept through the area. The sudden change in weather caught many off guard, including the Sarah Joe's crew. Despite their experience, the storm proved to be overwhelming. When the Sarah Joe and its crew failed to return, a massive search and rescue operation was launched. The U.S. Coast Guard, along with numerous volunteers from the community, covered thousands of square miles of ocean over the following days. The search included aerial reconnaissance, surface vessels, and divers, but no trace of the boat or its crew was found. The violent storm that hit the waters off Maui on February 11, 1979 was unexpected. The Sarah Joe was not prepared for such severe weather conditions. The storm was described as powerful and fast-moving, bringing with it high winds, heavy rain, and rough seas. Local fishermen reported waves reaching heights of 30 feet, which would have posed a significant challenge to any small vessel. As the storm intensified, the conditions on the water became increasingly dangerous. The visibility dropped and the seas became choppy and unpredictable. The Sarah Joe, like other small boats, would have struggled to navigate through such treacherous conditions. Despite the crew's experience and knowledge of the ocean, the storm was just way too overwhelming. Despite the intensity and scale of the search, no trace of the Sarah Joe or its crew was found. There were no pieces of debris, no signals, and no sightings reported. The ocean seemed to have swallowed the boat and its crew without leaving any clues. The lack of evidence was frustrating and heartbreaking for the search teams and the families of the missing men. As days turned into weeks, hopes of finding the crew alive dwindled. The search was officially called off after 5 days, leaving the fate of the Sarah Joe and its crew a mystery. Nearly a decade after the Sarah Joe and its crew vanished, a significant development emerged that reignited interest and speculation in the case. On September 10, 1988, John Naughton, a marine biologist who had participated in the original search for the Sarah Joe, stumbled upon the wreckage of the boat while conducting a wildlife survey on Taongi Atoll, part of the Marshall Islands. However, this discovery, over 2,000 miles from Hawaii, raised more questions than it answered. During the survey, Naughton noticed a small boat wrecked on the shore. Upon closer inspection, he identified it as the Sarah Joe. The boat's registration number and other identifying marks confirmed its identity, despite years of exposure to the harsh elements. The Sarah Joe was found in a surprisingly intact condition, considering it had been adrift for nearly a decade. The boat's fiberglass hull showed signs of wear and tear, typical of prolonged exposure to salt water and the elements, but it was not severely damaged. This relatively preserved state suggested that the boat had not been violently capsized or destroyed, as might be expected from such a long journey through turbulent seas. The condition of the boat also indicated it might have been carried by ocean currents rather than being directly battered by storms. A more disturbing find awaited Naughton and his team near the boat. About 100 yards from the Sarah Joe, they discovered a shallow grave marked by a makeshift cross constructed from driftwood. The grave contained human remains, which were later identified as those of Scott Moorman through dental records. The condition and arrangement of the grave suggested a deliberate and respectful burial, raising immediate questions about who had buried Scott and under what circumstances. Inside the grave, alongside the remains, were sheets of paper with tin foil. This detail intrigued investigators and researchers as it hinted at possible ritualistic or cultural burial practices. The presence of these items suggested that the grave might have been prepared by individuals familiar with certain burial customs, potentially those from Asian cultures where such practices are known. The paper and tinfoil could be joss papers, traditionally burned or buried in Chinese funerary customs to ensure good fortune for the deceased in the afterlife. As I said earlier, this discovery created more questions rather than provide answers. The first question is, how exactly did the Sarah Joe travel over 2,000 miles while maintaining a relatively intact condition? We also have no idea about the survival of the rest of the crew. The grave implied that at least one person might have survived for some time after the boat went missing. This survivor might have buried Scott Moorman before succumbing to the elements. However, no other remains were found on the atoll, and the fate of the other 4 crew members remains unknown. Over the years, several theories have emerged to explain the events leading up to the discovery of the Sarah Joe and Moorman's grave. As we have touched on earlier, it's possible that the boat simply drifted across the ocean, carrying at least one survivor. Another theory involves the possibility that the Sarah Joe was found by illegal fishermen, possibly from China or Taiwan. These fishermen might have buried Scott according to their customs, using joss paper and a makeshift cross. The decision not to report the discovery could stem from their illegal activities in the area. The Publius Enigma mystery began in 1994, coinciding with the release of Pink Floyd's album The Division Bell, and has since captivated fans, cryptographers, and conspiracy theorists alike. It was during this period that cryptic messages started appearing on the Usenet newsgroup Alt Music Pink Floyd, posted by a user under the name Publius. These posts hinted at a hidden puzzle within the album that promised a reward for those who could decipher it. The first known message from Publius was posted on June 11, 1994. It said the following: My friends, you have heard the message Pink Floyd has delivered, but you still do not know what it means. Find the answer. This will prove to be a great reward, one that we have given you, the fans. You will not be disappointed. This message sparked curiosity among the fans, but the subsequent posts truly engaged the community. Publius provided further details suggesting that the puzzle was embedded within the lyrics, artwork, and even the musical composition of The Division Bell. Given the nature of the internet at the time and the anonymity of the poster, many fans were skeptical about the authenticity of the claims. To address this skepticism, Publius promised a public demonstration. In a follow-up message, Publius said, "To validate the trust of those who have given it, I will provide a demonstration of my authenticity. On Monday, July 18th, East Rutherford, New Jersey, at 10:30 p.m., you will see a display of lights." Indeed, during Pink Floyd's concert at Giant Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey on the specified date and time, white lights in front of the stage spelled out Enigma Publius while the band performed. This public display served as a validation of Publius's claims and significantly boosted interest in the Enigma. After the light display, this mystery user continued to provide more detailed and complex clues. These clues were carefully crafted to point fans toward various elements of the Division Bell. One of the notable messages said that Division Bell was not like its predecessors. Although all great music is subject to multiple interpretations, in this case there is a central purpose and a design solution. For the ingenious person or a group of persons who recognizes this and where this information points to, a unique prize has been secreted. This message encouraged fans to scrutinize the lyrics of the album. Songs like High Hopes, Keep Talking, and What Do You Want From Me were examined for hidden meanings and messages. Fans speculated that certain lines and phrases might hold the key to solving the enigma. It was also suggested that the artwork of the Division Bell contained clues. The album cover, designed by Storm Thorgerson, features two metallic heads facing each other, which can be interpreted as a symbolic representation of communication and conflict. Fans analyzed the artwork for hidden symbols, patterns, and visual cues that might relate. In addition to lyrics and artwork, it was hinted that the music itself held clues. This led fans to analyze the instrumental sections of the album, looking for patterns or sequences that might reveal more about the enigma. Some fans speculated that certain riffs or melodies might correlate with other elements of the puzzle. The messages really sparked enthusiasm within the Pink Floyd fan community. Participants from around the world began collaborating, sharing their theories and findings on forums and news groups. They dissected every aspect of the Division Bell, from the most obscure lyrical references to the smallest details in the album artwork. One message that was of particular interest said this: "My friends, a recipe for a solution. Review the Division Bell material. Orient yourselves a first time, then open your minds again a second time to truly move ahead. Notice everything that has been presented since all the necessary evidence has been supplied. Direct yourselves with communication." This post was interpreted as an invitation to not just look at the album superficially, but to immerse oneself in it repeatedly, each time gaining a deeper understanding. The reference to communication resonated with the central themes of the Division Bell, which deals with the breakdown and restoration of communication. Despite the detailed clues and the concerted efforts of the fan community, the Publius enigma has never been conclusively solved. The lack of a definitive solution has led to numerous theories about the true nature of the enigma. Some believe it was an elaborate marketing stunt, while others think it is a genuine unsolved puzzle. There are also those who view it as a symbolic exercise meant to provoke thought and discussion about the themes of the album. The involvement of Pink Floyd's band members in this mystery has been a topic of much debate. David Gilmour and Nick Mason have both made ambiguous statements regarding the enigma. Gilmour in particular has downplayed the significance of the enigma, suggesting it might have been a creation of the record company rather than the band itself. Gilmour himself has been quoted saying, "I know nothing about it. It was some silly record company thing that they thought up." Nick Mason has similarly hinted that the enigma could be a marketing ploy, but neither has provided definitive answers. This ambiguity has only added to the allure and mystery, keeping fans engaged and speculative. The Shah dynasty, often regarded as the first dynasty in Chinese history, has long been surrounded by mystery and debate. Traditional accounts credit its founding to Yu the Great. Despite its prominence in Chinese historiography, the historical existence of the Shah dynasty remains contentious. Yu the Great is a famous figure in Chinese mythology. According to ancient texts, he was born to Gun, a hero who attempted but failed to control the flooding of the Yellow River using ineffective methods. Yu's early life was marked by the legacy of his father's failure, which set the stage for his own achievements. The story of Yu the Great is heavily tied to the legend of the Great Flood, a catastrophic event that devastated vast areas of what is now China. The flood is said to have lasted for many years, causing widespread destruction and displacement of communities along the Yellow River. Yu's success in controlling the floods had profound political and cultural implications. It is believed that his achievements earned him the mandate of heaven, a divine right to rule. This concept became a cornerstone of Chinese political philosophy, justifying the legitimacy of rulers based on their ability to maintain harmony and order. Yu's reception of the Mandate of Heaven marked the formal beginning of the Shah dynasty. The Erlitou site in Henan province is the most significant archaeological site associated with the Shah dynasty. Discovered in the 1950s, Erlitou dates back to around 1900 BCE, roughly aligning with the traditional timeline of the Shah dynasty. The site spans approximately 745 acres and features advanced urban planning, large palatial structures, and evidence of bronze production. One of the most notable discoveries at Erlitou is the evidence of early bronze casting. Artifacts such as bronze ritual vessels and tools suggest that Erlitou was a significant center for bronze production, marking a transition from the Neolithic to the Bronze Age in Chinese history. The site also includes several cemeteries and tombs, some of which contain elaborate burial goods. These findings indicate social stratification, with certain individuals receiving more elaborate burials, likely reflecting their status and wealth. In addition to Erlitou, several other archaeological sites have been considered in the context of the Shah dynasty. Taosi, located in Shaanxi province, is another significant site dating back to around 2600 to 2000 BCE. Taosi features large rammed earth walls, ceremonial structures, and evidence of craft production. The presence of large defensive walls at Taosi suggests a need for protection and the existence of organized labor forces to construct such fortifications. This indicates a level of social organization and political control consistent with early state formation. Taosi includes areas designated for ceremonial activities and craft production, highlighting the site's cultural and economic significance. These findings suggest a complex society with specialized roles and a hierarchical structure. While Taosi shares some similarities with Erlitou, such as advanced urban planning and evidence of social stratification, there are also notable differences. For example, Taosi predates Erlitou and may represent an earlier phase of cultural development that influenced the later Shah dynasty period. Other sites, such as Wangchenggang and Xinzhai, have also been explored for their potential connections to the Shah dynasty. These sites, located in Henan province, exhibit characteristics of early state societies, including large architectural structures and evidence of social hierarchy. The archaeological evidence for the Shah dynasty, while intriguing, remains insufficient to definitively confirm its existence. The debate among scholars centers on the interpretation of the available evidence and the reliability of historical texts. Proponents of the Shah dynasty's historical existence argue that the archaeological findings, particularly at Erlitou, provide strong evidence for an early state-level society that could correspond to the Shah dynasty described in ancient texts. Conversely, many scholars remain skeptical of the Shah dynasty's historical existence, viewing it as a mythological construct created to legitimize later dynasties. Skeptics highlight the absence of direct inscriptions or unequivocal records linking Erlitou or other sites to the Shah dynasty. The reliance on later historical texts, which blend myth and history, complicates efforts to separate fact from fiction. The stories of Yu the Great and the Shah dynasty contain numerous mythological elements, such as supernatural abilities and divine intervention. Skeptics argue that these elements suggest a legendary rather than historical basis for the Shah dynasty. Some scholars propose that the Shah dynasty was a retroactive creation by later historians such as Sima Qian to provide a historical precedent for the Shang dynasty. By establishing the Shah as a predecessor, these historians could legitimize the concept of the Mandate of Heaven and justify the cyclical nature of dynastic rule. Recent geological research has added a new dimension to the debate over the Shah dynasty's historical existence. Studies led by Qinglong Wu and his team have identified sediment deposits along the Yellow River indicating a massive flood around 1920 BCE. The geological evidence suggests that an earthquake in what is now Qinghai province triggered a landslide, creating a natural dam in the Jishi Gorge. This dam eventually gave way, resulting in a catastrophic flood that devastated downstream areas. The analysis of sediments deposited by the flood, including distinctive layers of green schist and purple mudstone, provides a geological record of the event. These sediments match those found at archaeological sites such as Lajia, further supporting the hypothesis of a major flood. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal deposits and human remains associated with the flood sediments places the event around 1920 BCE. This timing is somewhat later than the traditional dates for the beginning of the Shah dynasty, but aligns with the general period of early Chinese state formation. Panic in the woods is a phenomenon that has interested and unsettled people for generations. This intense, often overwhelming feeling of fear or dread hits individuals in remote areas, prompting them to flee despite the absence of any immediate or apparent threat. Hunters, campers, and hikers are the most commonly affected, and while the phenomenon is well documented anecdotally, its exact causes remain a subject of debate among psychologists, scientists, and paranormal enthusiasts. The onset of this fear is usually abrupt, and it disappears just as quickly once the person has vacated the area. Victims often describe feeling an intense sense of being watched or pursued by an unseen force. Physical symptoms can include a racing heartbeat, shortness of breath, and a heightened state of alertness akin to the body's fight or flight response. Despite the palpable terror, there are no visible threats, leading many to question whether the cause is psychological, environmental, or something more mysterious. One of the most widely accepted explanations for panic in the woods is rooted in psychology. The isolation and unfamiliarity of dense forests can trigger anxiety and panic attacks in susceptible individuals. The human mind, predisposed to fear the unknown, may amplify ordinary sounds and shadows into perceived threats. From an evolutionary standpoint, this reaction could be a survival mechanism. Our ancestors needed to be acutely aware of potential dangers in the wild, and those who responded quickly to perceived threats were more likely to survive. This instinctual response might still be hardwired into our brains, manifesting as panic in modern individuals who find themselves in similar environments. Several environmental factors have been proposed as potential triggers for panic in the woods, one of which is infrasound. Low-frequency sound waves, or infrasound, are known to cause feelings of unease and anxiety in humans. Produced by natural phenomena such as wind, earthquakes, and volcanic activity, infrasound can travel long distances and is often imperceptible to the human ear. This could explain why some people suddenly feel panic in certain forested areas. Another environmental factor are magnetic fields. Changes in the Earth's geomagnetic field have also been suggested as a possible cause. These fluctuations can affect the human nervous system, leading to symptoms such as dizziness, disorientation, and fear. Areas with significant geomagnetic anomalies might thus induce panic in individuals sensitive to these changes. However, others have resorted to paranormal explanations. Many cultures have legends of forest spirits or guardians that protect the natural world from human intrusion. In European folklore, these entities are sometimes thought to instill panic in those who venture too deep into the woods. Native American stories also speak of trickster spirits and malevolent beings that lure people away from safety. Some theorists connect panic in the woods with other unexplained phenomena such as Bigfoot sightings or alien abductions. The sudden onset of fear could be a response to the presence of an unknown creature or a defensive mechanism triggered by an otherworldly presence. This ties into broader theories of strange disappearances in national parks, known as missing 411 cases, which documents events of people vanishing under mysterious circumstances. Hamster wheel broadcast interference refers to a potential segment from the early 2000s that was played on Nickelodeon. A user on Reddit named She's Such a Riot made a post in r/tip of my tongue titled "Nude Humans Walking Towards and in Hamster Wheels. Possible Broadcast Interference." Early 2000s. When I was about 16, I came home from hanging out with friends. I was a huge cartoon fan and still am. I grabbed some food and settled into my bed to watch Nickelodeon. I knew it was Nick because it was the last channel I watched that day and no one shared the TV in my room. So I turned it on to see this creepy black, white, and gray scene where hundreds of nude humans are walking in a line over these hills in the background towards these giant hamster wheels in the front of the scene. They're walking toward the wheels as a few people are already in the wheels, walking endlessly and mindlessly in this robotic zombie-like state. The people walking toward the wheels are also in this similar state, as if there is no life within their eyes. They're just cold and robotic. There's this wind-like noise whistling in the background. It looks real, not animated, and as I watch in awe at this dark scene, I come to a similar conclusion and ask myself why Nick would have something so live and non-action as the entire scene keeps just repeating itself of more humans walking towards and in these hamster wheels. I start thinking maybe it's just some weird short and it's kind of cool in a dark sort of way, but minutes go by and it starts to get dull watching this same scene, not doing anything else. So I quickly changed the channel to something else when in a split second I realized, wait a minute, what the f did I just watch? I changed it back immediately, only to find SpongeBob on the mid-episode. You could tell SpongeBob was on for a while, not like the weird short played first and it just came on or anything. Freaked out, I kept going back to surrounding channels thinking maybe it wasn't actually on Nick, but nothing had the hamster wheel video on. I have tried to research what this was for years and never have been able to find anything remotely similar. Not sure if this was some sort of broadcast interference or something out of this world, but if anyone has any information or a logical explanation, I would greatly appreciate it. This entry refers to a man named Yoshikazu Suzuki. This mystery remains as one of the most peculiar and tragic mysteries of the early 1990s. In November 1992, Suzuki attempted to cross the Pacific Ocean in a makeshift balloon contraption that caught the interest of many around the world, but ended in his mysterious disappearance. Not much is known about Yoshikazu Suzuki's early life and background, but it's said that he was passionate about adventure and exploration. Born in Japan, Suzuki developed an early interest in aviation and the idea of flight. This fascination grew over the years, fueled by stories of adventurers and explorers who dared to push the boundaries of what was considered possible. In comes cluster ballooning, a practice of attaching multiple helium balloons to a platform to achieve lift. Suzuki was likely inspired by earlier pioneers in this field such as Larry Walters, an American who famously flew a lawn chair attached to helium balloons in 1982. Walters' flight, though short and ending with a run-in with power lines, captured the public's imagination and demonstrated the potential and danger of cluster ballooning as a form of aerial adventure. Suzuki's preparation for his flight involved considerable time researching the principles of cluster ballooning and studying the successes and failures of those who had attempted similar projects. Suzuki designed a makeshift gondola that would act as his platform. This gondola was to be suspended by 23 large helium balloons, which he believed would provide sufficient lift and stability for the journey across the Pacific Ocean. Suzuki chose a high-quality helium balloons capable of withstanding the altitudes he intended to reach. These balloons were robust and specifically designed to maintain their integrity under varying atmospheric pressures. The gondola was crafted from lightweight, durable materials. It needed to be both strong enough to support Suzuki and his supplies and light enough to ensure the balloons could lift it effectively. While the exact details are unclear, it is known that Suzuki equipped himself with some basic navigational tools. This lack of advanced navigation aids would later prove to be a significant challenge during his flight. Before embarking on his journey, Suzuki conducted several tests to refine his setup and ensure everything functioned as expected. These tests covered the buoyancy of the balloons and the stability of the gondola, and even involved actual flights, albeit short ones, to observe the behavior of his creation in controlled conditions. As the date of departure approached, Suzuki made his final preparations. This phase included gathering essential supplies for the journey such as food, water, and possibly some basic survival equipment. He also needed to carefully monitor weather conditions to choose an optimal day for takeoff. Favorable weather was critical, as adverse conditions could easily jeopardize the success of his flight and his safety. On November 23, 1992, Yoshikazu Suzuki embarked on his journey from Lake Biwa in Japan. This initial phase of Suzuki's flight went according to plan, with the balloons lifting him gently into the air. Witnesses observed as he steadily climbed, heading towards his intended direction over the Pacific Ocean. It is said that you could make out a calm and confident demeanor on Suzuki's face as he lifted off. In the early hours of his flight, he seemed to have maintained control and navigated his craft without significant issues. As Suzuki continued his journey, the conditions began to shift. Approximately 800 kilometers offshore, the winds grew stronger and more unpredictable. Again, while the exact details of Suzuki's onboard equipment remain unclear, it is known that he faced limitations in his navigational and communication tools. This lack of advanced technology made it difficult for him to adjust his course or call for help as he drifted further away from the intended path. The Japanese Coast Guard tracked Suzuki's progress, providing occasional updates on his position. On November 25, 1992, a Coast Guard airplane spotted him at an altitude between 2,500 and 4,000 meters. This sighting was the last confirmed visual of Suzuki. Despite efforts to communicate with him and guide him back to safety, Suzuki eventually lost radio contact, leaving authorities with no further information on his whereabouts. Following the disappearance of Yoshikazu Suzuki on November 25th, an immediate and extensive search operation was launched. This involved both aerial and maritime strategies. The Japanese Coast Guard deployed several aircraft to conduct wide-ranging aerial searches over the area where Suzuki was last seen. These planes were equipped with advanced surveillance technology designed to scan large swaths of the ocean for any signs of Suzuki, his gondola, or the cluster of balloons that had carried him aloft. In parallel with the aerial searches, a significant number of maritime vessels were deployed. These included Coast Guard ships, fishing boats, and other available vessels that could assist in the search. The area where Suzuki was last seen was approximately 800 kilometers offshore, making the search radius incredibly large and difficult to manage. Additionally, the Pacific Ocean is known for its rapidly changing weather conditions, including storms and high winds, which can hinder visibility and make search operations dangerous. Eventually, the Japanese Coast Guard sought assistance from international maritime authorities as well. The search efforts were intense and sustained over several weeks. Despite the initial urgency and the deployment of significant resources, the vastness of the search area and the adverse conditions led to a gradual scaling down of operations. After several weeks of intensive searching, the likelihood of finding Suzuki alive diminished and the focus shifted toward locating any debris that could provide closure or insights into what happened. Ultimately, the search efforts failed to locate Yoshikazu Suzuki or any definitive evidence of his fate. No debris from his gondola or the helium balloons was found, leaving the mystery of his disappearance unresolved. While I did mention that weather played a significant factor, many proposed the idea that perhaps Suzuki's disappearance was primarily caused by technical failures instead, such as the balloons malfunctioning. A single balloon failure could cause a loss of buoyancy, leading to a rapid descent. If multiple balloons fail, it could result in an uncontrollable fall into the ocean. The age, material quality, and environmental exposure could all contribute to such a malfunction. Then there's the gondola. A structural failure, perhaps due to strong winds or a sudden jolt, could have compromised its stability and caused it to break apart mid-air or upon impact with the water. Others have added that maybe this incident was fueled by human error, meaning stuff like pilot fatigue, navigational mistakes, or hypoxia. The physical and mental demands of managing a cluster balloon flight over long distances can lead to severe fatigue. Prolonged exposure to high altitudes and the stress of navigating could impair Suzuki's judgment and reaction time, making it difficult to respond effectively to emergencies. As I mentioned, hypoxia is definitely a concern in this case since high altitudes have the potential to cause it. In case you don't know, hypoxia is a condition where the body is deprived of adequate oxygen supply. Symptoms include confusion, impaired decision-making, and loss of consciousness. If Suzuki did not have sufficient oxygen supplies or if he miscalculated his needs, hypoxia could have rendered him incapable of managing the flight or calling for help. Another theory suggests that Suzuki may have intentionally disappeared. Some speculate that Suzuki might have been driven by psychological factors, such as a desire to escape or an existential crisis. This theory, however, is largely speculative and lacks concrete evidence. The meticulous planning of his journey could indicate a deeper, undisclosed intention. If Suzuki had planned to disappear intentionally, he might have taken steps to ensure no trace was left behind. This theory, however, is countered by the fact that he publicized his journey and engaged with media, suggesting that he sought recognition for his feat. Despite the extensive search efforts and various theories, several questions about Suzuki's disappearance remain unresolved. What specifically caused the failure of Suzuki's craft? Was it a single catastrophic event or a combination of factors? Why was no debris ever found? Did the ocean currents carry everything away, or did the craft disintegrate in a way that left no trace? And of course, did Suzuki possibly survive? Richmond Byers was born in 1899 to Dr. Leonard S. Byers and Martha Byers in Sealyville, Indiana, a small town located about 7 miles east of Terre Haute. The Byers family was well respected in the community, with Dr. Byers being a prominent local physician. Richmond was described as an expressive and adventurous 4-year-old boy. Sealyville in 1904 was a typical small Midwestern town with a close-knit community. It was common for children to play outdoors unsupervised, as the sense of safety and trust within the community was high. On Sunday, May 29, 1904, Richmond spent the morning playing outside his family's home on Main Street. Richmond had been riding his tricycle in front of the house under the supervision of his mother, Martha. As the day progressed, Richmond became increasingly interested in a baseball game that was taking place at a nearby park. Baseball was a popular sport in the community, often drawing crowds for local matches. Richmond was drawn to the excitement of the game. Around midday, he approached his mother and asked for permission to walk to the park to watch the baseball game. This was not an unusual request, as Richmond had often attended such games before, and the park was within walking distance of their home. Martha, trusting in the safety of their community and her son's familiarity with the area, gave Richmond permission to go, but with clear instructions to return home before dinner time. Richmond set off for the park, dressed in a red and white jacket and a black and green cap. Notably, he was barefoot, which was not uncommon for children in rural areas during warm weather. This would be the last time Martha Byers would see her son. As the afternoon continued and dinner approached, Martha began to grow concerned when Richmond did not return home as instructed. Initially, she assumed he might have lost track of time while enjoying the baseball game. However, as night began to fall, her worry intensified. Martha started by checking with neighbors, asking if anyone had seen Richmond. To her dismay, none of the neighbors reported seeing the boy return from the direction of the park. More alarmingly, when she asked people at the park, she discovered that Richmond had never arrived there to watch the game. By the time Dr. Byers returned home from work, the family was in complete despair. They immediately began organizing a search, reaching out to friends, neighbors, and local authorities for help. News of Richmond's disappearance spread quickly, and soon a large number of townspeople joined in the search efforts. The initial search focused on the route Richmond would have taken to the park, as well as the surrounding areas. Searchers combed through woods, fields, and along the banks of nearby creeks. They called out Richmond's name, hoping to hear a response, but their efforts yielded no results. As night fell, the search intensified. Lanterns and torches were brought out, and the community rallied together, determined to find the missing boy. The search expanded to include nearby farms, abandoned buildings, and even local mine shafts, which were common in the area due to the coal mining industry. The following day, as news of Richmond's disappearance spread to neighboring towns, workers from nearby communities joined the search efforts. The scale of the search was unprecedented for the small town of Sealyville. During this initial phase of the search, an elderly neighbor came forward with what would become the only significant lead in the case. She reported seeing Richmond walking with an unknown man near the railroad tracks on the afternoon of his disappearance. The neighbor described the man as wearing tattered clothing and having an unkempt appearance. She recalled overhearing a brief exchange between Richmond and the man, with the boy asking, "How did you get that black eye?" This sighting raised immediate concerns about the possibility of abduction. The description of the man as uncouth or gypsy-like reflected the prejudices of the time and led to increased scrutiny of transients and railroad workers in the area. Law enforcement officials and volunteers focused their efforts on identifying and locating this mysterious man, questioning anyone who fit the description or who had been seen in the vicinity of the railroad tracks. Despite extensive efforts, including searches of nearby railroad yards and questioning of transient workers, no concrete evidence was found to link any individual to Richmond's disappearance. The man described by the neighbor remained unidentified, and the lead eventually went cold. However, this sighting continued to influence the direction of the investigation, reinforcing the theory that Richmond may have been taken by a stranger. Given the proximity of the last sighting of Richmond to the railroad tracks, the possibility that he had been taken away by train became a central theory. Railroads were a vital part of transportation in the early 20th century, and trains passing through Sealyville connected to larger cities and distant locations. The idea that Richmond could have been abducted and transported far from Sealyville by train was both plausible and terrifying. Investigators focused on the railroad theory, conducting searches of trains and questioning railroad employees. They checked passenger lists and cargo manifests, looking for any clues that might indicate Richmond had been taken aboard a train. However, no definitive evidence emerged to support the theory. The vast network of railroads and the active nature of many railroad workers made it difficult to track potential suspects or trace Richmond's movements if he had indeed been taken by train. A significant development in the case occurred on July 3, 1908, when Thomas Snedeker found a dew-drenched envelope on the side of the road. Inside was a letter written in a child's handwriting which read, "I don't know my name, but I think my papa is a doctor and lives in Sealyville. We are going to Terre Haute. The people I am with watch me very closely. Whoever finds me, please hunt for me." This letter reignited hope for the Byers family and the community. Dr. Byers considered it the best clue he had received since Richmond's disappearance. The handwriting and the details in the letter suggested that it could have been written by Richmond, who by then would have been around 9 years old. The mention of a doctor father and the reference to Sealyville lent credibility to the possibility that Richmond was still alive and being held against his will. The letter prompted a renewed search effort in Terre Haute. Investigators and volunteers scoured the area looking for any signs of Richmond or the people mentioned in the letter. Despite the promising lead, the search yielded no results. The letter's authenticity remains a point for debate to this day. As time passed without any concrete evidence, various theories of abduction and foul play emerged. One prevalent theory was that Richmond had been kidnapped by a childless couple who wanted a child of their own. This theory was fueled by occasional reports of boys resembling Richmond being seen with adults in different parts of the country. Dr. Byers followed up on many of these reports, traveling to various states to investigate potential sightings. Each time, however, the boy in question turned out not to be Richmond. Another theory suggested that Richmond had been sold to a traveling circus or a group of itinerant performers. Circuses and traveling shows were common in the early 20th century, and the idea that a child could be taken and hidden within such a transient lifestyle was plausible. Investigators and volunteers checked with local and traveling circuses, but no evidence was found to support this theory. More sinister theories of foul play also surfaced. Some speculated that Richmond might have fallen victim to a violent crime, possibly at the hands of the mysterious man seen with him. The lack of a body or any physical evidence made it difficult to pursue this theory, but it remained a grim possibility in the minds of investigators and the community. The high-profile nature of Richmond's disappearance and the extensive media coverage it received led to widespread public speculation and rumors. Some of these rumors were baseless and hurtful, adding to the emotional burden on the Byers family. One particularly damaging rumor suggested that Dr. Byers might have been involved in his son's disappearance, either intentionally hiding him or causing harm. This rumor was fueled by the lack of concrete evidence and the public's frustration with the case's lack of progress. Dr. Byers went to great lengths to dispel these rumors, allowing thorough searches of his home and property and cooperating fully with investigators. Despite his efforts, the rumors persisted, casting a shadow over the family's reputation and adding to their grief. In his relentless search for Richmond, Dr. Byers hired private detectives to supplement the efforts of local law enforcement. These detectives brought additional resources and expertise to the investigation, following up on leads and conducting independent inquiries. Additionally, rewards were offered up, but despite the new incentives, no results came through. This next entry is a short one revolving around some lost media. The Humpty Dumpty Circus is a significant piece of film history, recognized as one of the earliest examples of stop-motion animation. Created in 1908 by J. Stuart Blackton and Albert E. Smith of the Vitagraph Company, the film utilized toy figures to simulate a circus performance through frame-by-frame photography. Despite its fame, the film is considered lost, with no known surviving copies. Its innovative use of stop motion paved the way for future developments in the field. The Smithsonian Magazine highlights that while the exact release date and details of the film remain debated, its influence on animation is undeniable. The film's production date has been a topic of contention, with estimates ranging from 1898 to 1908. Again, the film is considered lost, with no known surviving copies. This status has led to various speculations and debates among film historians about its existence and impact. The lack of concrete evidence has fueled discussions about the film's role in the evolution of animation. Several sources have provided conflicting information, with some experts doubting the film's existence due to the lack of proper documentation. For this entry, I'll need to introduce two individuals, Heather Uffelman and Jeremy Rolfs. Heather was born in 1970 and raised in Knoxville, Tennessee. She was known for her vibrant personality, infectious smile, and dedication to her studies. As a senior at MTSU in 1992, Heather was pursuing a degree in mass communications with a focus on radio and television. Her friends and family described her as outgoing, compassionate, and always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need. She was an active member of the university's radio station, WMOT-FM, where she honed her skills in broadcasting and production. Jeremy Rolfs, also born in 1970, had a slightly different background. Originally from Chicago, Illinois, Jeremy had moved to Tennessee to pursue his education at MTSU. Like Heather, he was a senior in 1992, majoring in recording industry management. Jeremy had secured a part-time job in Nashville, working as a videotape editor for a music video company. His colleagues described him as diligent, detail-oriented, and always eager to learn about new advancements in audiovisual technology. A key element in this story is the Apple Quadra 950, the computer system that Jeremy was tasked with selling. Released in 1992, the Quadra 950 was a high-end Macintosh computer. It was primarily designed for professional use in fields such as graphic design, video editing, and scientific computing. The retail price for a fully equipped Quadra 950 could easily exceed $30K. In October 1992, Jeremy ran the computer through a classified ad. This was a common practice at the time for selling high-value items, particularly in specialized markets. The ad was likely placed in local newspapers and possibly in industry-specific publications that catered to professionals in fields like graphic design and video production. The decision to sell the equipment through a classified ad rather than through more official channels was not unusual for the time. The internet was still in its infancy, and online marketplaces were not yet common. Classified ads in print media remained a primary method for connecting buyers and sellers of particular equipment. On October 7th, Jeremy received a response to the classified ad from a man identifying himself as Tom Johnson. This initial contact marked the beginning of a series of events that would ultimately lead to tragedy. Johnson claimed to be a freelance computer programmer and database consultant. The interaction between Jeremy and Johnson in these early stages appeared normal. As someone familiar with technology and working in a related field, Jeremy likely felt comfortable discussing the technical aspects of the Quadra 950 with Johnson. During their phone conversation, Johnson requested a demonstration of the Quadra 950's capabilities. Jeremy agreed to this demonstration, which was scheduled to take place at Jeremy's office in Nashville. Eyewitness accounts from this meeting provide some insight into Tom Johnson's appearance and demeanor. He was described as a man in his late 20s or early 30s. His manner was reportedly confident and knowledgeable, further reinforcing his credibility as a potential buyer. Johnson's ability to discuss the technical aspects of the computer and its applications in programming and database management would have been crucial in establishing trust with Jeremy. This technical knowledge, combined with his professional demeanor, likely dispelled any initial suspicions Jeremy might have had about the transaction. During the demonstration meeting, Johnson and Jeremy discussed the price of the system. The agreed-upon price was $31,000. After agreeing on the price, Johnson and Jeremy needed to arrange the details of the actual exchange. It was during this phase of their interaction that the plans took an unexpected turn. Initially, Johnson suggested that the transaction be completed at his office in Marietta, Georgia. Despite the unusual request, Jeremy apparently felt comfortable enough with Johnson to agree to this arrangement. As the date of the exchange approached, Johnson made a significant change to the plans. He contacted Jeremy and suggested that instead of meeting at his office, they should meet at a local motel in Marietta. Johnson provided several reasons for this change. He claimed that his office was located in an industrial park with complicated directions, which might be difficult for Jeremy to navigate. Obviously, meeting in a motel room for a high-value sale is inherently more dangerous than meeting in a professional office setting. However, Jeremy accepted this change. In the days leading up to October 24th, 1992, Jeremy and Johnson likely had more communications to finalize the details of their meeting. It was around this time when Heather came in. Jeremy invited her to accompany him on this trip, to which she agreed. It's a bit unclear how exactly the trio met at the motel, but it's believed that they either met up near the front desk or Jeremy and Heather were given a room number prior to the visit. Once inside the motel room, Jeremy and Heather set up the Quadra 950. At this point, neither Jeremy nor Heather suspected anything wrong. Then suddenly, the situation took a violent turn when Johnson revealed his true intentions. At some point during the setup or demonstration, Johnson brandished a gun. Johnson's decision to use a gun initially suggests that his plan involved intimidation and control. However, the subsequent events indicate a level of premeditated violence that goes beyond simple robbery. Johnson then transitioned from using a gun to a hammer for the attack, highlighting the brutality and personal nature of the violence that was to come. The exact sequence of events during the attack remains unclear, but it is known that both Jeremy and Heather were bludgeoned by Johnson. Jeremy sustained injuries to both his head and upper body. Johnson's attack on Heather was equally savage, with the intent to eliminate any witnesses and ensure that there were no survivors to identify him later. After the attack, Johnson quickly gathered the computer system. His primary objective at this point was to escape the scene before anyone could intervene or call for help. Jeremy, despite sustaining severe injuries, managed to survive the initial attack. His condition, however, was critical, and he was left incapacitated and in need of urgent medical attention. Heather, tragically, did not survive the attack, succumbing to the brutal injuries inflicted by Johnson. The discovery of the crime occurred when motel staff and guests noticed signs of distress and heard sounds coming from the room. The exact timing of the discovery is not well documented, but it would have been relatively soon after the attack. Given the severity of the injuries and the need for immediate medical intervention, emergency services were called to the scene and both Jeremy and Heather were transported to a nearby hospital. The Marietta Police Department took the lead on the case, working closely with Georgia state authorities. The initial focus of the investigation was on gathering physical evidence from the crime scene and interviewing potential witnesses. Forensic teams combed through the motel room where the attack took place. They collected DNA samples and any other trace evidence that could help identify the perpetrator. Investigators also gathered information on the stolen Quadra 950, looking for any unique identifiers or serial numbers that could be traced if the equipment resurfaced. As soon as Jeremy Rolfes was medically able to communicate, investigators conducted extensive interviews with him. Jeremy's description of the attacker became the basis for a composite sketch that was widely circulated in the media and among law enforcement agencies. One of the primary challenges for investigators was tracing the identity of Tom Johnson. This task was complicated by the fact that the name was likely an alias. Investigators pursued phone records, reached out to local tech companies, combed through motel records, and looked to see if similar classified ad listings were acted upon by other suspicious individuals. But after weeks and months of investigation, there was little to nothing to show for their efforts. A significant development in the case came in 1994 when Thomas Steeples, a Nashville man, was arrested for the brutal murders of another couple, Rob and Kelly Phillips, in a motel room. The similarities between this crime and the Uffelman and Rolfes case immediately caught the attention of investigators. Investigators delved deep into Steeples' background, looking for any connections to the Tom Johnson case. They examined his whereabouts on October 24th, 1992, and looked for any evidence linking him to the stolen computer equipment. One intriguing lead was the discovery that both Steeples and Rolfes had lived in Chicago at some point, with their addresses in public directories being in close proximity. This coincidence raised questions about whether there might have been a prior connection between the two men. Despite the promising leads, definitively linking Steeples to the other case proved challenging. Steeples was said to be much too old to be Tom Johnson. Plus, there was no physical evidence from the Tom Johnson case to link to Steeples. Furthermore, Steeples actually died from consuming an excessive amount of substances in jail in 1995. Even after his death, suspicions and theories about his potential involvement persisted. Some investigators and members of the Uffelman family continued to believe that Steeples was the most likely perpetrator, citing the similarities in the crimes and the geographic connections. An intriguing aspect of the investigation was the focus on Jeremy Rolfe's behavior following the attack. Some investigators and family members of Heather Uffelman expressed concerns about Jeremy's actions. There were suggestions that Jeremy was not fully cooperative with the investigation. Additionally, Jeremy expressed frustration that the Marietta police would not show him a photo of Steeples, even though Steeples' image had been published in Tennessee newspapers. These were only a couple of the strange behaviors that led to some speculation about whether Jeremy might have known more about the crime than he initially revealed. However, it's important to note that trauma can cause individuals to behave in ways that might seem unusual to others, and there's no concrete evidence suggesting Jeremy's involvement in the crime. As years passed without a resolution, the case eventually transitioned into cold case status. The Peary race map, an artifact from the early 16th century, continues to intrigue historians, cartographers, and enthusiasts alike. Discovered in 1929, this map is renowned for its detailed depiction of the world, which includes elements that have sparked various theories and speculations about ancient civilizations and geographical knowledge. The Peary race map was discovered during an extensive cataloging of the Topkapi Palace's library in Istanbul, Turkey. The palace, which was the primary residence of the Ottoman sultans for approximately 400 years, housed numerous manuscripts and artifacts. The discovery occurred when a group of historians and scholars commissioned by the Turkish government stumbled upon a bundle of maps and documents. Among these was a unique map that immediately drew attention due to its detailed and seemingly anachronistic geographical depictions. The map is drawn on a piece of gazelle-skin parchment, measuring about 87 centimeters by 63 centimeters. Despite its age, the map was remarkably well preserved, showing only minor signs of wear and fading. The material used for the map, gazelle skin, was a common medium for important documents during the Ottoman era due to its durability and fine texture, which allowed for precise and detailed illustrations. Peary Reis, born Haji Muhyiddin Peary ibn Haji Mehmed around 1465, was an Ottoman admiral and cartographer known for his contributions to naval warfare and cartography. He served under various Ottoman sultans, participating in numerous naval campaigns and expeditions. His extensive seafaring experience and access to diverse maritime sources significantly influenced his cartographic works. Peary Reis himself documented the sources he used to create his map. Inscriptions on the map reveal that he utilized a multitude of charts and maps, some of which he claimed dated back to the time of Alexander the Great and even earlier. He listed 8 Ptolemaic maps, 4 contemporary Portuguese maps, an Arabic map of India, and maps from Spanish and other European sources. Notably, Peary Reis mentioned that one of his sources was a map made by Christopher Columbus, which he acquired through captured Spanish ships. The discovery of the map in 1929 was significant for several reasons. First, it provided a unique glimpse into the level of cartographic knowledge and skill possessed by the Ottoman Empire in the early 16th century. The map's detailed and accurate representations of various regions challenged existing perceptions about the extent of geographical knowledge during that period. Second, the map's depiction of what some believe to be the Antarctic coast sparked debates and theories about ancient civilizations and their possible advanced geographical knowledge. The notion that such an accurate map could have been created without modern technology led to various speculations about the sources Peary Reis used and the true origins of the geographical information depicted. Finally, the map's annotations and detailed illustrations provided valuable insights into the historical and cultural context of the early 16th century. They reflected the interactions between different civilizations and the exchange of knowledge that occurred through trade, warfare, and exploration. The map thus became a crucial artifact for understanding the interconnectedness of the medieval and early modern world. Scholars and enthusiasts have debated its origins, the sources of its information, and the implications of its detailed coastlines, particularly the depiction of what some believe to be an ice-free Antarctica. The map shows a landmass at the southernmost part of the known world, which some theorists argue is the northern coast of Antarctica. This speculation arises from the landmass's placement and features that seem to align with modern maps of Antarctica without its ice cap. Charles Hapgood, a history professor, proposed that the map might depict Antarctica as it was before it became covered with ice. Hapgood's theory, detailed in his book Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, suggests that an ancient civilization, possibly predating known history, had advanced geographical knowledge and the ability to map the world accurately. He argued that the map makers might have had access to an ice-free Antarctica, which would imply that the map's sources were ancient and sophisticated beyond the understanding of known historical civilizations. Hapgood's theory gained some support from geologists who noted that certain features on the Peary Race map resembled the subglacial topography of Antarctica as revealed by seismic surveys. However, critics argue that the resemblance is coincidental and that the landmass could be a misinterpretation of South America's southern coast. Specifically, many think that the supposed depiction of Antarctica is more likely a misinterpretation of South America. They suggest that the landmass shown at the bottom of the map is an exaggerated or distorted representation of South America's southern tip, extending further south than it actually does. This theory posits that Peary Race, working with various sources of differing accuracy, might have conflated or misinterpreted these sources, leading to the inclusion of a non-existent landmass. Additionally, during the Renaissance, it was common for cartographers to depict hypothetical southern continents, often referred to as Terra Australis Incognita. These depictions were based on the belief that a large southern landmass must exist to balance the known continents in the northern hemisphere. Such cartographic conventions might have influenced Peary Race's representation. The idea that the Peary Race map is evidence of an advanced ancient civilization is a popular yet controversial theory. Proponents argue that the map's accuracy and detail suggest it was based on knowledge far more advanced than that available in the early 16th century. Among the more fringe theories are those suggesting that the Peary Race map's advanced knowledge could have been provided by extraterrestrial beings. These theories propose that aliens visited Earth in ancient times, imparting advanced geographical and astronomical knowledge to early human civilizations. Proponents of this view argue that the map's accuracy and the depiction of Antarctica without ice are beyond the capabilities of any known ancient civilization, implying extraterrestrial influence. The case of who put Bella in the wych elm began with the discovery of a woman's skeleton in a hollow tree in Hagley Wood, Worcestershire in 1943 and has since evolved into a web of theories involving espionage, witchcraft, and more. Despite numerous investigations and speculation, the true identity of the woman and the circumstances surrounding her death remain unresolved. On April 18, 1943, 4 teenage boys, Robert Hart, Thomas Willits, Bob Farmer, and Fred Payne, embarked on an adventure in Hagley Wood, located near the village of Hagley in Worcestershire, England. The boys, who were looking for bird nests, ventured into an area with trees, bushes, and undergrowth. During their exploration, Bob Farmer noticed an old wych elm tree that appeared particularly interesting due to its hollow trunk. Deciding to investigate, Farmer climbed up the tree and peered inside the hollow trunk. To his shock, he saw a skull staring back at him. Initially, he thought it might belong to an animal, but upon closer inspection, he noticed human features, including hair and teeth. Realizing the gravity of their discovery, the boys were initially hesitant to report it to the authorities, fearing they might get into trouble for trespassing. After some time, the boys decided to replace the skull in the tree and leave the area. However, their discovery weighed heavily on them, and later that evening, they decided to report it. Thomas Willits, the youngest of the group, confided in his father about their find. Willits' father promptly notified the police, who then initiated an investigation. The following day, police officers arrived at Hagley Wood and began examining the site. They carefully extracted the remains from the tree, discovering an almost complete skeleton. Alongside the bones, they found a shoe, fragments of clothing, and a gold wedding ring. The skull notably had a piece of taffeta fabric stuffed inside its mouth, suggesting the possibility of asphyxiation as the cause of death. Dr. James Webster, a Home Office pathologist, conducted a detailed examination of the remains. He concluded that the skeleton belonged to a female approximately 35 years old, who had irregular teeth and dark brown hair. Dr. Webster estimated that the woman had been dead for at least 18 months, placing her death sometime around October 1941. One of the critical aspects of Dr. Webster's findings was that the woman must have been placed in the tree trunk soon after her death. The hollow of the tree was too narrow to accommodate a body once rigor mortis had set in, indicating that the body had been inserted while still relatively pliable. This detail suggested that the woman was either killed and placed in the tree immediately or placed there alive and subsequently died from asphyxiation or other causes. Following the forensic analysis, the police launched an extensive search for missing person reports that might match the description of the woman found in the Wych Elm. They scoured records from across the region, but despite their efforts, they could not find any conclusive matches. The lack of identification added to the mystery, as it seemed improbable that no one had reported a woman fitting this description missing during the wartime period. The mysterious phrase "who put Bella down the Wych Elm" began appearing in various locations in the West Midlands of England in 1944, about a year after the discovery of the skeleton. The first known instance of the graffiti was found on a wall in Upper Dean Street, Birmingham. The appearance of this cryptic message spurred new interest in the case, as it suggested that someone might know the identity of the woman found in the tree or possess information about the circumstances of her death. Following the initial appearance, similar messages began to appear in other parts of Birmingham and the West Midlands. The most common variation of the graffiti asked, "Who put Bella in the Wych Elm?" These messages were typically written in white chalk, adding to the eerie and mysterious nature of the case. The graffiti was not limited to a single site, but appeared sporadically on walls, buildings, and other surfaces over the next few years. One of the most compelling theories links Bella to wartime espionage activities. During World War II, the UK was a hotspot for espionage, with numerous spies operating on both sides. This context provides a fertile ground for the theory that Bella was involved in espionage. In 1953, a woman named Una Mossop came forward with a story that added a new dimension to the case. She claimed that her husband, Jack Mossop, had been involved in a spy ring during the war. According to Una, Jack had confided in her about an incident where he and a Dutchman named Van Ralt had killed a woman known as Bella. Jack and Van Ralt had allegedly been drinking with Bella in a local pub when she became drunk and passed out. The two men decided to place her in the hollow of a wych elm to teach her a lesson. However, Bella never emerged from the tree, and it was presumed that she had died there. Una's story suggested that Bella was a spy or someone who had discovered too much about the espionage activities. Jack Mossop's deteriorating mental health and subsequent death in a mental hospital further fueled the theory, as he was reportedly haunted by nightmares of Bella's skull in the tree. While this account adds a dramatic narrative to the case, it is largely based on hearsay and lacks concrete evidence. Further support for the espionage theory comes from the story of Josef Jacobs, a German spy captured in England in 1941. Jacobs claimed that his lover, Clara Bauerle, was also a spy who might have been sent to England. Bauerle was a cabaret singer and actress, fitting the profile of someone who could move around inconspicuously. However, records show that Bauerle died in Berlin in 1942, which conflicts with the timeline of Bella's death. Despite these discrepancies, the espionage theory remains popular, particularly given the numerous covert operations during World War II. Another prominent theory suggests that Bella's death was related to witchcraft or occult practices. This theory gained traction due to the unusual manner in which her body was found and the area's historical association with witchcraft. In 1945, Margaret Murray, a well-known anthropologist and archaeologist, proposed that Bella's death was connected to a witchcraft ritual. Murray noted that one of Bella's hands was missing and had been found some distance away from the rest of her remains. She linked this to the occult practice of creating a Hand of Glory, an artifact believed to possess magical properties and made from the hand of a hanged man. Murray's theory suggested that Bella had been killed as part of a ritual and that her body was placed in the wych elm as part of this ceremony. The severing of the hand and the presence of the body in the tree's hollow could be interpreted as symbolic acts within this context. Hagley Wood, where Bella's body was discovered, has long been associated with local folklore and tales of witchcraft. The wych elm itself, with its deeply grooved bark and hollow trunk, adds to the eerie atmosphere. Some believe that the choice of the wych elm was deliberate, aligning with ancient practices of imprisoning spirits or performing rituals to prevent the dead from causing harm. A more straightforward theory is that Bella was the victim of a local crime, possibly related to personal vendettas or involvement with criminal activities. One possibility is that Bella was a local woman involved in a personal dispute that led to her murder. The taffeta found in her mouth suggests that she might have been suffocated, indicating a violent and personal crime. The lack of identification and the absence of any matching missing persons reports add to the mystery, as it seems unlikely that no one reported her disappearance. This has led to speculation that Bella was either a transient or someone whose disappearance went unnoticed by those who might have known her. Another theory posits that Bella might have been a sex worker or someone involved in the local underworld. During the war, many women turned to prostitution for survival, and disputes or violent encounters with clients or pimps were not uncommon. This theory suggests that Bella could have been killed by someone within this sphere, possibly due to a dispute over money or a betrayal. The clandestine nature of such activities might explain the lack of formal missing persons reports and the difficulty in identifying her. The Wahila, a cryptid based on North American legends, is often described as a large, wolf-like creature believed to inhabit the remote regions of the Nahanni Valley in Canada's Northwest Territories and parts of Alaska. Descriptions often highlight its wide head, short ears, and thick, shaggy fur, which can be white, gray, or brown. Its physical build is notable for its muscular body, broad head, and larger paws compared to typical wolves. It stands approximately 3.5 to 4 feet tall at the shoulder, making it comparable in size to a bear in some reports. The origins of the Wahila legend can be traced back to indigenous folklore. The native peoples of Alaska and the Northwest Territories have long told stories of a powerful, dangerous beast that roams the wilderness. These tales describe the Wahila as a supernatural entity, often associated with decapitations and mysterious deaths. One of the earliest reported sightings by a European settler comes from Frank Graves, a young man from Philadelphia who encountered a massive wolf-like creature during an expedition in the Nahanni Valley in the 1960s. Graves described the creature as having a snow-white coat, long legs, and a flat head. Despite firing at the beast with his shotgun, it appeared unfazed and retreated into the woods. His indigenous guide later explained that the animal was not a wolf, but a rare, possibly supernatural creature known as the Wahila. Modern reports of the Wahila are sporadic but intriguing. Witnesses often describe encounters with a large, solitary animal that exhibits unusual behavior. For instance, a man known only as Paul W. reported seeing a gigantic white wolf in northern Ontario feeding on a moose carcass. He estimated the creature's weight at about 200 pounds and noted its unusually large spoor, measuring about 8 inches wide. Another notable account comes from Tex Ziegler, a pilot who claimed to have spotted enormous solitary wolf-like creatures during his flights across the Alaskan wilderness. These sightings contribute to the ongoing fascination with the Wahila and the possibility that an undiscovered species may exist in these remote regions. For the sake of the entry, I'm just going to refer to this topic as SD. This entry focuses on a peculiar white dwarf star that has captured the interest of astronomers due to its extraordinary characteristics. Unlike typical white dwarfs, which primarily contain hydrogen and helium, SD exhibits a composition dominated by heavier elements such as oxygen, neon, magnesium, and silicon, while lacking hydrogen and helium. Discovered in data from the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, aka the SDSS, this star presents a unique case for studying stellar evolution and the remnants of supernovae. The star's unusual spectrum was identified by Gustavo Enrique, an undergraduate physics student at Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul, under the guidance of Dr. S.O. Kepler. The leading theory for the formation of SD is that it is the remnant of a partial supernova. In this scenario, the star began to explode in a thermonuclear supernova, but the explosion halted partway through, leaving behind a significant portion of the white dwarf. This type of event, classified as a Type Ia supernova, is less energetic than typical Type Ia supernovae and can result in the ejection of the star from its binary system. Another intriguing aspect of SD is its high velocity. Data from the Hubble Space Telescope and the European Space Agency's Gaia satellite revealed that the star is traveling across the Milky Way at approximately 560,000 miles per hour. This rapid movement is unusual for white dwarfs and supports the idea that it was ejected by the force of an explosion. SD continues to challenge conventional models of stellar evolution and supernova mechanics, offering new insights into the many possible outcomes of cosmic explosions. The Markovian parallax denigrate is one of the internet's oldest and most perplexing mysteries, dating back to August 5th, 1996. This phenomenon involves a series of bizarre messages posted on Usenet, a precursor to modern internet forums. These messages, filled with seemingly random strings of words, have sparked numerous theories and debates over the years. Usenet was a lively platform in the 1990s where users could post messages to various news groups. It was here that the mysterious messages under the subject Markovian parallax denigrate first appeared. One of the messages read, Markovian parallax denigrate 8104 8084 96 888 1994 45 49 93 89 1234. The content of these messages was nonsensical and lacked any coherent meaning, leading to widespread confusion and intrigue. The original message was posted from an email address associated with the University of Wisconsin at Stevens Point, specifically from the account Susan_Lindauer at wharf.uwsp.edu. This detail later became a significant point of interest as it linked the mysterious messages to Susan Lindauer, a name that would become central to the mystery's narrative. Many users dismissed the messages as spam given the random nature of the text. Usenet was no stranger to spam, and administrators frequently dealt with such nuisances. However, some users were intrigued by the unusual structure and content of the messages. The inclusion of words like Markovian suggested a possible connection to Markov chains, a concept from probability theory used in computer science and linguistics. This hint led some to speculate that the messages were generated by an early form of a text generator or an experimental algorithm. The association with Susan Lindauer added a layer of complexity. Susan was later known for her controversial views and legal troubles related to her claims of being a CIA asset and her involvement in anti-war activism. In 2004, she was arrested and accused of acting as an unregistered agent for the Iraqi government, which only fueled further speculation about her possible involvement in the Markovian parallax denigrate postings. However, investigations revealed that the Susan connected to the Usenet postings was not the same Susan involved in the legal controversies. The email address belonged to a different Susan Lindauer, a student at the University of Wisconsin at Stevens Point. This discovery debunked the theory that the controversial activist was behind the messages but did little to clarify their true origin or purpose. Again, many believe that the messages were generated by an early text generator using Markov chains. The structured randomness of the messages supports this theory. A text generator using Markov chains would produce strings of words that, while not making logical sense, follow certain statistical patterns of language. This could explain the random yet somewhat structured nature of the messages, suggesting they were generated as part of an experiment or demonstration of the technology. Another popular theory is that the messages were encrypted communications, possibly used for covert operations or espionage. The Cold War era, which had ended just a few years before the messages appeared, was rife with espionage activities. Encryption techniques were widely used to secure communications, and the random strings in the Markovian parallax denigrate messages could potentially encode sensitive information. Supporters of this theory argue that the nonsensical nature of the messages might be a deliberate attempt to obscure their true meaning. Encrypted messages often appear random to those without the key to decipher them. Despite numerous attempts by cryptography enthusiasts to decode the messages, no one has succeeded, which only adds to the allure of this theory. A more lighthearted theory is that the messages were part of an elaborate internet prank or an early form of internet art. Usenet was known for its share of pranks and creative experiments, and the Markovian parallax denigrate messages could be an example of this. Some researchers believe that the messages were created simply to confuse and entertain. The randomness and the use of sophisticated sounding terms like Markovian could have been designed to intrigue and baffle those who came across them. The lack of any apparent purpose or follow-up messages supports the idea that this was a one-time stunt, meant to spark curiosity and discussion. The Wall Street bombing on September 16, 1920 remains one of the most significant and mysterious terrorist attacks in American history. Despite extensive investigations, the perpetrators were never identified and the case remains unsolved. The early 20th century was a period of significant social and political turmoil in the United States. The aftermath of World War I, the Red Scare, and growing labor unrest created an environment ripe for radical actions. Anarchist and communist groups, disillusioned by capitalism and the government, often resorted to violence to express their discontent. On September 16, 1920, New York City's Wall Street was bustling with its typical weekday activity. The financial district, home to the New York Stock Exchange and several major financial institutions, was the heart of American capitalism. The day began like any other, with brokers, clerks, and businessmen going about their daily routines. The weather was clear and the streets were filled with people heading to lunch or conducting business in the financial hub. At exactly 12:01 p.m., a massive explosion rocked Wall Street. A horse-drawn wagon parked in front of the J.P. Morgan & Co. building at 23 Wall Street detonated with immense force. The wagon was laden with 100 pounds of dynamite and 500 pounds of heavy cast iron sash weights, which acted as shrapnel, magnifying the explosion's deadly impact. The blast created utter chaos. Shrapnel and debris were hurled in all directions, causing instant destruction. The force of the explosion shattered windows up to a mile away, sending glass raining down on the streets. The air was filled with dust and smoke, obscuring vision and adding to the panic. The explosion killed 38 people instantly. The victims were primarily employees such as clerks, stenographers, and messenger boys, who were caught in the open during their lunch break. Over 143 individuals were seriously injured, suffering from burns, lacerations, and the impact of flying debris. The injured included passers-by and those inside the surrounding buildings who were struck by shattered glass and fragments. The physical damage to the surrounding area was extensive. The J.P. Morgan building bore the brunt of the blast. Its stone facade was heavily scarred and parts of the interior were destroyed. The explosion caused approximately $2 million in property damage, equivalent to over $25 million today. In the immediate aftermath, thousands of New York City policemen, firefighters, and Red Cross nurses descended on Wall Street. Emergency responders worked tirelessly to tend to the wounded and recover the dead. Following the explosion, an extensive investigation was launched. The explosion site was littered with debris. Investigators meticulously collected items looking for clues that could identify the bomb maker or the materials used. The cast iron sash weights used as shrapnel were particularly noteworthy, as they indicated a high level of planning and intent to cause maximum casualties. Crucial pieces of evidence were circulars found in a nearby mailbox, signed by the American anarchist fighters. These leaflets demanded the release of political prisoners and threatened further violence, suggesting a politically motivated attack. The language and style of the leaflets were similar to those used in previous anarchist bombings, linking the Wall Street bombing to known radical groups. Investigators gathered testimonies from numerous witnesses who had been in the vicinity at the time of the explosion. These accounts provided details on the wagon's presence before the blast, and descriptions of potential suspects seen in the area. However, the chaos and confusion immediately following the explosion made it difficult to obtain clear and consistent statements. A significant person of interest was Mario Buda, an Italian anarchist and associate of the Gallianist group. Known for his expertise with explosives, Buda was considered a prime suspect. Historical accounts suggest he may have orchestrated the bombing as a retaliation for the arrest and trial of fellow anarchists Sacco and Vanzetti. Despite strong suspicions, concrete evidence linking Buda to the bombing was never found, and he managed to evade arrest. The Gallianists, led by Luigi Galliani, were notorious for their use of bombs and violent tactics. Galliani himself had been deported in 1919, but his followers continued their campaign of violence. The method of the Wall Street bombing, using a horse-drawn wagon filled with dynamite and shrapnel, matched the Gallianists' previous attacks, reinforcing this theory. Another intriguing lead was Edwin P. Fisher, a lawyer and tennis professional with a history of mental illness. Fisher had reportedly predicted a bombing on Wall Street, but he was in Canada at the time of the explosion. While his prediction was considered suspicious, no direct evidence linked him to the crime, and his alibi was solid. A less popular theory speculated that the bombing was an attempt to rob the sub-treasury building located nearby, where a large amount of gold was being transferred on the day of the attack. However, this theory did not hold much ground due to the lack of any direct evidence supporting it and the nature of the bombing itself, which seemed more politically motivated than profit-driven. This entry takes us to the year 2019, when the AEW Championship belt involving Chris Jericho was stolen. Chris Jericho, an experienced veteran of the wrestling world, made history on August 31st, 2019, when he became the inaugural AEW World Champion at the All Out pay-per-view event. Jericho defeated Hangman Adam Page in a match to claim the title, solidifying his place as the AEW's first ever world champion. The AEW World Championship belt itself, designed by Dave Milliken, featured gold and silver plates on a black leather strap, estimated to be worth approximately $30,000. However, what followed the night of his victory was far from expected, to say the least. What would follow was a bizarre chain of events, beginning with a seemingly routine drive to a steakhouse. On September 1st, the day after his title win, Chris Jericho arrived in Tallahassee, Florida. After landing at the Millionaire Club Airport Terminal, Jericho was picked up by a rented limousine. It was inside this limo where Jericho left his belt. The limo driver then proceeded to shuttle Jericho to a nearby Longhorn Steakhouse. After arriving at the restaurant, Jericho remained inside while the limo driver returned to the airport. The driver had discovered that Jericho had mistakenly taken the wrong luggage upon his arrival and took it back to the terminal for exchange. By all accounts, this was a somewhat normal task that should have posed no risk to the championship belt safely stored in the limo. However, upon the driver's return to the restaurant to pick up Jericho, the belt was gone. The exact details of how and when the theft occurred remain unclear, with no witnesses or clear evidence immediately available to explain the disappearance. What was certain was that the belt had vanished, sparking a mystery that left Jericho, AEW, and the Tallahassee Police Department scrambling for answers. The TPD took the report seriously, categorizing the incident as grand theft. The immediate response by the police involved gathering as much information as possible from Jericho, the limo driver, and any potential witnesses who might have seen suspicious activity in or around the Longhorn Steakhouse where the belt was last seen. The police report, which was partially redacted when released to the public, provided a basic outline of the timeline and events leading up to the theft. According to the report, Jericho had placed the championship belt in the limousine before entering the restaurant, and it was only after the driver returned from an errand that the belt was discovered missing. The investigation's initial focus was on retracing the steps of the limo driver and examining the areas where the vehicle had been during the critical time frame. The TPD also looked into the surveillance footage from the restaurant and surrounding businesses. However, details about whether any such footage was obtained or if it provided useful leads were not disclosed to the public. Just a few days after the belt was reported stolen, the TPD announced that the belt had been recovered. The circumstances of its recovery were almost as strange as its disappearance. According to reports, a local citizen found the championship belt lying on the side of the road and turned it into the police. This sudden and unexpected development brought relief to everyone, but it also raised more questions. The individual who found the belt, whose identity was not disclosed to the public, reportedly stumbled upon it by chance. The TPD confirmed that the belt was in good condition and thanked the citizen for their honesty and cooperation. The police department's statement did not provide specific details about the exact location where the belt was found or the condition it was in when it was discovered, which only fueled further speculation and curiosity. Despite the recovery of the belt, the TPD did not announce any arrests or identify any suspects. This led to speculation that the thief might have abandoned the belt after the immense coverage that the theft received. The possibility that the theft was an opportunistic crime committed by someone unaware of the belt's significance was also considered, but without concrete evidence, this remains speculative. Following the recovery of the belt, Chris Jericho and AEW wasted no time in shoehorning the incident into their ongoing storylines. Jericho framed the incident as part of his larger-than-life persona, declaring that he had personally overseen the successful recovery of his championship. AEW leveraged the media attention surrounding the theft to promote its brand and build anticipation for upcoming events. By weaving the real-life incident into its storylines, AEW reinforced the idea that anything can happen in professional wrestling, keeping fans engaged and entertained. The identity of Satoshi Nakamoto, the creator of Bitcoin, is one of the most compelling mysteries in the digital age. Bitcoin has made waves over the years and is being speculated on across the globe, yet the true identity of its creator remains unknown. Over the years, numerous theories and speculations have arisen, each attempting to unmask the person or group behind the Satoshi Nakamoto moniker. In October 2008, an individual or group using the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto published a white paper titled "Bitcoin, a Peer-to-Peer Electronic Cash System." This document outlined the framework for a new type of digital currency that would operate without the need for a central authority, such as a bank or government. The paper proposed a decentralized system where transactions would be verified by network nodes through cryptography and recorded on a public ledger known as a blockchain. On January 3, 2009, Nakamoto mined the first block of the Bitcoin blockchain, known as the Genesis block. This block contained a cryptic message referencing a headline from the Times newspaper. The Times, January 3, 2009, Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks. This message was widely interpreted as a critique of the traditional banking system and a statement of intent for Bitcoin to offer an alternative. For the first 2 years of Bitcoin's existence, Satoshi Nakamoto was actively involved in its development, communicating with other developers and the early Bitcoin community through online forums and emails. Nakamoto's language and writing style suggested a high level of technical expertise and a preference for British English, leading to speculation about their background. In April 2011, Nakamoto sent a final message to a fellow developer stating, "I've moved on to other things," and then vanished from public view. Since that time, there has been no verifiable communication from Nakamoto, and their substantial holdings of Bitcoin, estimated to be around 1 million coins, have remained untouched. The disappearance of Nakamoto has only deepened the mystery, with many questioning whether they were truly an individual or a group, and why they chose to remain anonymous despite the immense success of Bitcoin. Nakamoto's anonymity has become a fundamental aspect of Bitcoin's narrative and its appeal. By remaining unidentified, Nakamoto avoided becoming a central figure that could influence or control the direction of Bitcoin. This has allowed Bitcoin to maintain its decentralized ethos, free from the influence of any single person or entity. However, some argue that Nakamoto's anonymity could also pose risks. If Nakamoto were ever to be revealed, or if their vast Bitcoin holdings were to be moved, it could have significant implications for the crypto market. Numerous theories have been proposed regarding the true identity of Satoshi Nakamoto. These theories range from plausible candidates with relevant expertise to more outlandish ideas involving well-known figures from the tech world. One such individual is named Hal Finney. He is a computer scientist and an early contributor to Bitcoin, is one of the most credible candidates. Finney was the recipient of the first Bitcoin transaction sent by Nakamoto and was actively involved in debugging and improving Bitcoin's code. His expertise in cryptography and his libertarian leanings align closely with the principles behind Bitcoin. However, despite these connections, Finney consistently denied being Nakamoto, and there is no definitive evidence linking him to the pseudonym. Finney's death in 2014 further complicates the theory, as it would be impossible for him to continue managing Bitcoin's development or respond to new inquiries. Nick Szabo, a computer scientist and cryptographer, is another leading candidate. Szabo is known for his work on digital contracts and his development of BitGold, a precursor to Bitcoin that shares many similarities with it. Szabo's deep understanding of cryptography, economics, and decentralized systems makes him a strong contender, but similar to Finney, Szabo has repeatedly denied being Satoshi Nakamoto. Some theorists believe that Szabo may have chosen to distance himself from the pseudonym to avoid legal or financial complications. Australian computer scientist Craig Wright is one of the most controversial figures associated with the Nakamoto identity. In 2016, Wright publicly claimed to be Satoshi Nakamoto, providing some technical evidence to support this. However, the cryptocurrency community largely dismissed his claims due to inconsistencies and a lack of irrefutable proof. Wright's claims have led to numerous legal battles and a significant amount of skepticism within the Bitcoin community. Many view him as a figure seeking attention rather than the true creator of Bitcoin. Several other figures have been suggested as potential candidates, including Linus Torvalds, the creator of Linux, and even the late Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple. These theories are primarily speculative, often based on tenuous connections or coincidences, and lack substantial evidence. As I've mentioned toward the beginning, there is also a theory that Satoshi Nakamoto could be a group of people rather than an individual. This theory suggests that the vast knowledge required to create Bitcoin, spanning cryptography, economics, and software development, may have been beyond the capacity of a single person. Some speculate that Nakamoto's identity might be revealed accidentally or through legal proceedings, particularly if the Bitcoin holdings associated with Nakamoto are ever moved. Others believe that Nakamoto's anonymity is intentional and will be preserved indefinitely. Regardless of whether Nakamoto's identity is ever uncovered, the impact of their creation is undeniable. Bitcoin has fundamentally changed the way people think about money, privacy, and the role of central authorities in the financial system. This next entry takes place in Helsinki, Finland in August of 1976. Suzanne Lindholm was a 23-year-old Finnish woman living in Helsinki at the time of her murder. She was described as attractive, athletic, and somewhat introverted. Suzanne worked a modest job and led a relatively quiet life, with no known connections to any criminal activity or dangerous acquaintances. She spent the evening of August 7th, 1976 at the Hesperia Hotel nightclub. This nightclub was extremely popular and was regularly packed. This night was no different. Suzanne was reportedly in good spirits, socializing with her friends and others. She was seen in the company of a Norwegian man in the club. According to some accounts, this man had been visiting Helsinki and had met Suzanne earlier that evening. They spent time together at the club, dancing and talking, and witnesses later described their interactions as friendly, though not particularly intimate. The Norwegian man, who would later become a person of interest in the investigation, appeared to be enjoying the night as much as Suzanne. As the evening progressed, Suzanne and her companions continued to enjoy the atmosphere at the Hesperia. At some point during the night, Suzanne decided to leave the club. The exact time she left is not definitively known, but it is believed to have been in the early hours of August 8th, possibly around 2 or 3 a.m. What remains unclear is how Suzanne left the club and how she made her way home. No one saw Suzanne leave the club, and there were no known witnesses who observed her journey home. This lack of eyewitnesses has led to much speculation about how Suzanne returned to her apartment that night. Several theories have been proposed regarding how she got home. One possibility is that Suzanne may have walked back, but this theory raises questions due to the distance between the nightclub and her apartment. Walking alone at that hour, especially for a young woman, might have been risky, and Suzanne was known to be cautious about her personal safety. Another theory is that Suzanne might have accepted a ride from someone she knew or even from a stranger. This theory aligns with the idea that she might have been accompanied by someone she trusted or someone who convinced her to accept a ride. However, there is no concrete evidence to support this theory, and it remains purely speculative. Taxi drivers operating in the area were questioned, but none could confirm having picked up Suzanne that night. Given the late hour and the number of people leaving the nightclub, it's possible that she might have been picked up without the driver realizing her significance later on. However, the police were unable to find any solid leads from the taxi drivers. Another detail that is unclear is the time at which Suzanne arrived at her apartment building, but what is clear is that she entered the building at some point during the night. Her apartment was located in a multi-story building on Mannerheimentie, a major road in Helsinki. The building itself was relatively secure with locked entrances that required a key for access. Suzanne's movements within the apartment building are also unclear. It is presumed that she entered the building with her own key, as there were no signs of forced entry and her keys were later found in her possession. This suggests that she arrived home willingly and was not forced into the building by someone with ill intent. In addition, it's also strange why Suzanne went to the basement of the building where her body was later found. The basement was accessible only with a key, and it was not a common area that residents would visit late at night. Some have speculated that Suzanne might have been lured or coerced into the basement by someone she knew. Suzanne's body was discovered with multiple stab wounds. The nature of the wounds suggested a frenzied, possibly premeditated assault. There were also signs of a struggle, as evidenced by the defensive wounds on Suzanne's hands and the presence of skin under her fingernails, which indicated that she fought back against her attacker. The positioning of her body and other details of the crime scene have led to various interpretations. Some investigators believe that Suzanne might have been overpowered by a strong assailant who knew her or who had followed her home. The absence of any signs of forced entry into the building or the basement further suggests that Suzanne might have trusted the person she encountered, or that the person had access to the building. Investigators believe that the attack was carried out shortly after Suzanne entered the basement. The lack of noise or disturbance reported by other residents suggests that the attack was swift and that the assailant left the scene quickly. However, no one reported seeing any suspicious activity in the building that night, leaving investigators with few leads. One of the most perplexing aspects of the case is the location where Suzanne's body was found. The building's caretaker, making his rounds early in the day, was the one who found her body in the basement. One of the earliest theories proposed by investigators was that Suzanne's murder was the result of a robbery gone wrong. This theory was based on the fact that 2 gold rings and a purse were missing from Suzanne at the time her body was found. It seemed plausible that the killer's initial intent was to rob her, but the situation escalated, leading to her murder. However, this theory has several weaknesses. Firstly, the level of violence involved in the murder appeared excessive for a simple robbery. Suzanne was found with multiple stab wounds, indicating a degree of rage or personal animosity that would be unusual in a mere robbery. Secondly, the items stolen were of relatively low value, which suggests that robbery might not have been the primary motive. Additionally, the thoroughness of the search and lack of disarray in the apartment could imply that the robbery was staged after the murder to mislead investigators. As the investigation progressed, the robbery theory was gradually abandoned, especially as other motives seemed more plausible given the nature of the crime. The nature of Suzanne's injuries led some to speculate that her murder was a crime of passion, committed by someone who knew her personally and was driven by intense emotions such as jealousy, anger, or revenge. Crimes of passion often involve a level of violence that exceeds what is necessary to kill, which aligns with the multiple stab wounds inflicted on Suzanne. Supporters of this theory point out that Suzanne was young, attractive, and known to have attracted attention from men, both wanted and unwanted. It's possible that she had a secret relationship or was the object of unreciprocated love, which led someone to commit the murder in a fit of rage when their feelings were not returned or if they were spurned. The fact that the crime took place in her own apartment building further suggests that the perpetrator might have been someone who had intimate knowledge of her life and habits. However, this theory faces challenges due to the lack of any clear evidence linking Suzanne to a potential suspect who could fit this profile. Despite extensive interviews with her friends, family, and acquaintances, no one was identified who had both the motive and the opportunity to commit the crime. Another theory that has gained traction over the years is that Suzanne was the victim of a serial killer. This theory was first considered after investigators noticed similarities between Suzanne's murder and other unsolved murders in Helsinki around the same time. Specifically, the unsolved murders of Seija Tuulikki-Kekkonen in December 1980 and Helka Onerva-Katola in January 1981 have been compared to Suzanne's case. Both victims were women who lived alone and were found murdered under suspicious circumstances. The level of violence in these cases and the lack of clear motive have led some to believe that a single individual might be responsible for all 3 murders. Proponents of the serial killer theory argue that the pattern of these murders, targeting women living alone, the brutal nature of the attacks, and the fact that they remain unsolved, points to a possible serial offender. The lack of evidence linking these crimes to any known individuals further supports the idea that they could be the work of a single, unidentified perpetrator who was careful not to leave behind incriminating evidence. However, critics of this theory note that the time gaps between the murders could suggest otherwise. Serial killers often follow a more consistent pattern in terms of timing and method, and the differences in the locations and circumstances of the crimes might indicate that these were isolated incidents rather than the work of one individual. The case has been reopened several times over the years, particularly as forensic technology has advanced. In 2004, a new investigation was launched and the evidence was re-examined using modern DNA analysis techniques. Despite these efforts, no new suspects were identified and the case remains unsolved. Our first entry takes us over to San Francisco south of Market District on June 2nd, 1985. A passerby stumbled upon the lifeless body of a young man lying face down near the intersection of 11th and Bryant Streets. Upon arriving at the scene, law enforcement officers were immediately struck by just how brutal the crime was. The victim was a young Caucasian male. He had no form of identification on him, so he was designated as John Doe 60. He was estimated to be in his late teens or early 20s, standing approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing around 130 pounds. His light brown hair and blue eyes suggested Northern European ancestry, yet nothing about his appearance or the circumstances provided a clear path to determining his identity. The initial examination of the body revealed a gunshot wound to the head. However, the discovery of numerous other injuries suggested that this was not a simple murder. The young man's hands were bound tightly behind his back with guitar strings, indicating a degree of premeditation and a desire to inflict suffering. Adding to the horror, the victim's body bore signs of severe torture and mutilation. Several deep slashes were found on his chest and neck. The chest wounds were particularly disturbing as they formed an upside-down pentagram, which led some to believe that this man was involved in some sort of satanic ritual. Additionally, burn marks were on the neck and candle wax had been poured into the victim's right eye. These details suggested not just a murder, but a ritualistic killing, or an act to send some type of message. The crime scene itself presented several challenges to investigators. The Soma district in 1985 was a district undergoing change, with many of its older buildings being repurposed or left abandoned. Additionally, during the night, many transients were out and about. This environment provided ample opportunities for crimes to occur without immediate detection, and the area's mix of people made it difficult to pinpoint a suspect or motive based solely on location. Forensic analysis at the scene was complicated by the lack of obvious clues. Again, no identification was found on the body, and there were no personal belongings nearby that could give hints about the victim's identity or background. This led investigators to consider several possibilities. The victim could have been homeless or transient. His identity might have been deliberately obscured by the killer, or he could have been targeted by someone who knew him personally. The unusual nature of the victim's injuries also posed significant questions. During the 1980s, the United States was in the middle of the Satanic Panic, a period marked by widespread fear of occult activities and ritualistic murders. The presence of these symbols led some investigators to theorize that the murder could be connected to a satanic cult operating in the area. However, despite the sensational elements of the case, experienced officials were cautious about jumping to conclusions. They recognized that the pentagram and other signs could have been staged to mislead investigators, either to throw them off the trail of a more mundane motive or to exploit the public's fear of the occult. This possibility further complicated the investigation as it required detectives to consider both the symbolic and practical aspects of the crime. Fast forward to 1987, the case took an interesting turn. By this time, the case had grown cold with few leads and no substantial progress. However, the sudden involvement of a man named Maurice Bourque brought new life and controversy to the case. Born in Canada, Bourque had a long history of criminal activity, including theft, fraud, and violent crimes. He had managed to escape from a Canadian prison in the early 1980s and had since been living in the United States under various aliases. Bourque's life on the run led him into the underbelly of society, where he frequently interacted with other criminals and outcasts. By 1987, Bourque was serving time in a US prison for kidnapping and robbery. He was known to be manipulative and cunning, often seeking ways to reduce his sentences by offering information to authorities. It was under these circumstances that he made a startling claim. He knew the identity of John Doe 60's killer, and the person responsible was his former lover, Clifford St. Joseph. Bourque's testimony was definitely interesting, but it was also deeply problematic. Bourque painted a picture of Clifford as a man with a dark side, someone capable of extreme violence and manipulation. He was openly gay and had a history of taking in misfits and runaways. Bourque claimed that Clifford had killed the young man in a fit of rage and, in an effort to cover up the crime, had staged the body to make it look like a satanic ritual. This account provided a potential breakthrough in the case. However, there were significant issues with Bourque's credibility. Given his criminal history and the possibility that he was offering information in exchange for leniency in his own legal troubles, law enforcement was cautious about taking his claims at face value. value. Moreover, Bork's relationship with Clifford added another layer of complexity. The two men had been lovers, and their relationship was reportedly tumultuous. This raised questions about Bork's motives. Was he telling the truth, or was he seeking revenge against an ex-lover? Clifford St. Joseph was no stranger to the law, but his previous run-ins with the authorities were not as severe as Bork's. He had a misdemeanor conviction for check fraud and a statutory rape charge stemming from an incident when he was a teenager. Despite these legal issues, St. Joseph was known in his community as someone who opened his home to people who had nowhere else to go. He created a space where they could find some semblance of safety. However, this altruism was accompanied by rumors and suspicions. Some who knew Clifford described him as a complex individual with a troubled past. His open-door policy for those in need also meant that he associated with a wide range of individuals, some of whom were involved in criminal activities. Of course, Clifford denied any involvement in the murder of John Doe 60. He claimed that Bork was lying, motivated by bitterness over their failed relationship and a desire to improve his own situation in prison. His legal team argued that there was no physical evidence linking him to the crime and that Bork's testimony was unreliable, given his history of deceit and manipulation. Ultimately, Clifford St. Joseph was brought to trial. Despite the defense's efforts, he was convicted of the murder of John Doe 60, largely on the strength of Maurice Bork's testimony. The verdict was controversial, with many observers questioning whether justice had truly been served. The conviction relied heavily on the word of a known criminal, and there were lingering doubts about whether the full truth had been uncovered. In the years since the trial, advances in forensic science prompted some to re-examine the case of John Doe 60 and the conviction of Clifford St. Joseph. DNA testing, which was not available at the time of the original investigation, has become a powerful tool in solving cold cases. There have been calls to reopen the case and apply modern forensic techniques to the evidence, in the hope of either confirming Clifford's guilt or exonerating him. While officially a name for the killer has been found, many believe that Clifford was falsely accused, and to this day, we still have no idea as to who John Doe 60 really was. The Shugborough inscription is a cryptic sequence of letters carved into the Shepherd's Monument at Shugborough Hall in Staffordshire, England. The letters have since stumped historians, cryptographers, and conspiracy theorists for over 2 centuries. Shugborough Hall, the ancestral home of the Anson family, was transformed in the 18th century into a grand estate, with various architectural features and monuments added to the grounds. Among these is the Shepherd's Monument. The monument was inspired by Poussin's The Shepherds of Arcadia. However, it is the inscription beneath that has drawn the most attention. The letters DOUOSVAVVM are carved into stone and have been the subject of much debate and curiosity. The inscription does not appear in historical records until the 19th century, raising questions about whether it was part of the original design or added later. Theories range from religious and esoteric interpretations to romantic dedications, cryptographic solutions, and even the possibility that it was intended as a hoax. One of the most common interpretations of the inscription is its possible connection to religious or esoteric traditions. This theory posits that the inscription may be a coded reference to specific religious texts or symbols, potentially connected to secretive organizations like the Knights Templar or the Freemasons. A popular belief, particularly fueled by the modern fascination with secret societies and conspiracy theories, is that the inscription is related to the Knights Templar and the legend of the Holy Grail. Proponents of this theory suggest that the letters encode a secret message that could lead to the location of the Holy Grail or other religious relics. Supporters often cite the connection between Nicolas Poussin's painting Et in Arcadia Ego, depicted on the monument, and the Templar myths. The painting, which shows shepherds contemplating a tomb, is seen by some as symbolizing the secret knowledge of the Templars, particularly their supposed guardianship of the Grail. The idea that the inscription might be a key to unlocking this secret has made it a focal point for those who believe in hidden histories and the mystery of the Templars. The story of the lost Thunderbird photo centers around a supposed photograph of a giant bird or pterosaur-like creature nailed to a barn and surrounded by cowboys or soldiers. Despite numerous claims of having seen the photograph and extensive searches, no concrete evidence of its existence has ever been found. The Thunderbird is a creature from Native American folklore, particularly among tribes in the Pacific Northwest. Described as a massive bird with the power to create thunder and lightning, the Thunderbird is a symbol of strength and power in these cultures. This story, however, is believed to have originated from a newspaper article published in the Tombstone Epitaph on April 26, 1890. The article described a strange winged monster that was supposedly killed by two ranchers in the Arizona desert. The creature was said to have an enormous wingspan resembling that of a pterosaur, and was taken to the town of Tombstone where it was photographed. Over time, the story of the Thunderbird photo began to take on a life of its own. This image, often described as showing a bird with an enormous wingspan pinned to a wall, became ingrained in the collective memory of cryptozoology enthusiasts. Many people claim to have seen this photograph, often recalling it from old books, magazines, or even documentaries. However, despite these widespread claims, no one has ever been able to produce a copy of the photograph or even a credible reference to it in any reliable publication. Numerous attempts have been made to locate the lost Thunderbird photo. In the 1960s, the staff of the Tombstone Epitaph itself conducted a search of their archives to find the photograph, but they came up empty-handed. The newspaper confirmed that no such photograph had ever been published, and there was no record of it in their archives. Further searches were conducted by amateur sleuths and cryptozoologists who scoured old newspapers, books, and magazines for any trace of the photograph. Despite these efforts, no verifiable evidence of the photo has been found. Some researchers have suggested that the photo may have been published in a now lost issue of a newspaper or magazine, while others believe that it never existed in the first place. One of the most commonly accepted explanations is that the Thunderbird photo is a case of false memory. This phenomenon occurs when people remember something that never actually happened, often due to the blending of different memories or the influence of suggestion. In this case, the vivid descriptions of the photo and the repeated telling of the story may have led people to believe they had seen it when they had not. Another possibility is that the lost Thunderbird photo is a misidentified or exaggerated memory of a real photograph. Some suggest that people may have confused the image with other photos of large birds or similar creatures. There is also the possibility that the photo did exist at one point but has since been lost or destroyed. Old newspapers and photographs were often not well preserved, and it is possible that a real photograph could have been lost over time. However, the lack of any credible reference to the photo in contemporary sources makes this theory less likely. Some believe that the story of the Thunderbird photo may have originated as a hoax or tall tale. The story could have been embellished over time, leading to the widespread belief in the existence of the photo. Panspermia proposes that life exists throughout the universe, distributed by meteoroids, asteroids, comets, and even artificial means, such as spacecraft from advanced civilizations. This theory challenges the more widely accepted notion that life began independently on Earth through chemical processes. Panspermia shifts the origin of life from Earth to a broader cosmic context, raising fundamental questions about our understanding of life and its potential prevalence across the universe. The idea of panspermia dates back to ancient Greece, with philosophers like Anaxagoras suggesting that life is distributed throughout the cosmos. However, the modern scientific framework for panspermia was developed in the 19th and early 20th centuries. In the late 1800s, scientists like Hermann von Helmholtz and Svante Arrhenius proposed that microscopic life could travel through space, carried by radiation pressure or embedded within meteoroids to start life on different planets. Arrhenius in particular popularized the idea of radiopanspermia, where spores or bacteria could be propelled through space by light pressure. Despite initial interest, the theory was largely overshadowed by the growing acceptance of Darwinian evolution and the chemical origins of life on Earth. However, the discovery of extremophiles, organisms that can survive extreme conditions, revived interest in the panspermia hypothesis, suggesting that life could indeed survive the harsh conditions of space travel. The scientific community has approached panspermia with both skepticism and curiosity. While definite proof is lacking, there are pieces of evidence that could be used to support the hypothesis. For example, meteorites, particularly carbonaceous chondrites, which have been found to contain a rich array of organic compounds, including amino acids, which are the building blocks of life. The famous Murchison meteorite, which fell in Australia in 1969, contained over 90 different amino acids, many of which are not found naturally on Earth. This discovery suggested that the building blocks of life might be widespread in the cosmos. Moreover, certain meteorites have been found to contain structures that resemble fossilized microorganisms. One of the most famous examples is the Martian meteorite ALH 84001, which was initially thought to contain evidence of ancient microbial life from Mars. Although this idea has been heavily debated and is not widely accepted as conclusive evidence of extraterrestrial life, it has kept the possibility of panspermia alive in scientific discussions. Furthermore, experiments have demonstrated that some microorganisms can survive the harsh conditions of space at least for limited periods. For instance, the European Space Agency's Expose-E mission on the International Space Station tested the survival of various microorganisms in space. Some, like Deinococcus radiodurans, showed remarkable resilience, surviving exposure to vacuum, intense radiation, and extreme temperatures. These findings suggest that if microorganisms were ejected from a planet like Mars or Earth, they could potentially survive a journey through space, at least within the relatively protected environment of a rock or a meteorite. The Great Sphinx of Giza is one of the most iconic monuments in human history. Among its many features, the missing nose of the Sphinx has sparked numerous theories and debates over the centuries. The Great Sphinx is believed to have been constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre in the Old Kingdom of Egypt. Standing on the Giza Plateau, it was carved directly from the limestone bedrock, making it one of the largest and oldest monumental statues in the world. The Sphinx is 240 feet long and 66 feet high, with its head representing a pharaoh, likely Khafre himself, and its body symbolizing strength and courage through its depiction as a lion. Historical records indicate that the nose was missing long before modern times, as sketches from as early as the 18th century depict the Sphinx without its nose. This has led to a multitude of theories attempting to explain what happened to this prominent facial feature. One of the most persistent and popular myths surrounding the Sphinx's missing nose is that it was destroyed by the French army during Napoleon Bonaparte's campaign in Egypt in 1798. The story goes that Napoleon's soldiers used the Sphinx for target practice and accidentally shot off its nose. This narrative, however, has been widely debunked. Sketches made by the Danish naval captain Frederick Louis Norden in 1737, which were published in 1755, clearly show the Sphinx without its nose, decades before Napoleon's arrival in Egypt. Moreover, historical records from the time of Napoleon's expedition indicate that he and his scholars were fascinated by Egypt's ancient monuments. They even conducted detailed studies and documented many of the archaeological sites. It seems unlikely that they would have vandalized such a significant monument, contradicting the idea that Napoleon's troops were responsible. Another more historically supported theory suggests that the nose was destroyed in the 14th century by a Sufi Muslim named Muhammad Sa'im al-Dar. According to the Egyptian historian al-Makrizi, Sa'im al-Dar was outraged by the local Egyptian peasants who offered sacrifices to the Sphinx, believing it could influence the Nile floods and ensure a successful harvest. In a fit of religious zeal, Sa'im al-Dar is said to have defaced the Sphinx, damaging its nose as an act of protest against what he saw as idolatry. This account, while plausible, still leaves room for debate. While al-Makrizi's narrative is one of the earliest references to the Sphinx's missing nose, some historians question its accuracy and suggest that this may be a case of retroactive explanation, a story created to fit the observable fact that the nose was missing. Another theory posits that the nose may have been lost due to natural causes. The Sphinx has been exposed to the elements for millennia, and erosion from wind, sand, and changes in temperature could have caused the nose, which may have been structurally weaker than other parts of the statue, to eventually break off. The nose, being a protruding feature, would have been particularly susceptible to these forces. This theory is supported by the fact that other parts of the Sphinx have also suffered significant erosion over the centuries. However, the nature of the breakage does not fully support this theory. The clean cut observed on the Sphinx's face where the nose used to be suggests that it may have been intentionally removed rather than gradually worn away by natural forces. Some historians speculate that the Sphinx's nose might have been intentionally destroyed by invaders who occupied Egypt at various times throughout its history. This could include the Mamluks, who ruled Egypt from the 13th to the 16th centuries, or the Turks during the Ottoman Empire. These groups, motivated by either religious reasons or simple disregard for the monuments of a previous civilization, might have defaced the Sphinx. There is, however, limited direct evidence to support this theory. The hum is a phenomenon characterized by a persistent, low-frequency noise that has been reported across the globe. The sound, often described as a droning, humming, or rumbling noise, is particularly unusual because it is only audible to a small percentage of the population, estimated to be between 2% and 4% in affected areas. Despite numerous reports and investigations, the source of the hum remains largely unidentified, leading to many theories ranging from industrial machinery to psychological phenomena. Reports of mysterious humming noises date back several decades, with some of the earliest documented cases occurring in 1970. One of the most famous early instances is the Bristol hum in the United Kingdom, where residents of Bristol complained of a constant low-frequency noise that was particularly noticeable at night. Despite extensive investigations, no definitive source was found. Similar reports began to emerge from other parts of the world, including the Taos hum in New Mexico, the Kokomo hum in Indiana, and the Windsor hum in Ontario, Canada. Each of these cases has its unique characteristics, but they all share the common feature of being heard by only a small fraction of the local population, leading to widespread frustration and curiosity. Numerous theories have been proposed to explain the hum, ranging from mundane to more speculative ideas. One of the most straightforward explanations for the hum is that it is caused by industrial activity such as the operation of heavy machinery, power lines, or gas pipelines. This theory is supported by cases like the Windsor hum, where researchers suggested that the noise might originate from a blast furnace at a U.S. steel facility on Zug Island. Similarly, in Kokomo, Indiana, investigations link the noise to cooling towers and air compressors at local factories. However, this explanation does not account for all instances of the hum. For example, in Taos, New Mexico, extensive investigations by local and federal authorities failed to identify any industrial source that could explain the noise. Additionally, the hum has been reported in rural areas with little to no industrial activity, suggesting that other factors may be involved. Another theory posits that the hum may be related to low-frequency seismic activity or microseisms, which are small, continuous vibrations of the Earth's surface. These vibrations could, under certain conditions, produce sounds that are audible to some people. This explanation aligns with the fact that the hum is often reported in areas with significant geological activity, such as Taos, which is near the Rio Grande Rift, a region with a history of seismic activity. However, the lack of consistent seismic data to correlate with reports of the hum makes this theory difficult to prove. Given that only a small percentage of people can hear the hum, some researchers have proposed that it may be a psychological or perceptual phenomenon. This theory suggests that individuals who hear the hum may have heightened sensitivity to low-frequency sounds, or that the noise may be a form of auditory hallucination related to conditions like tinnitus. While this explanation could account for the variability in reports and the difficulty in measuring the hum, it does not fully explain why the phenomenon is often localized to specific areas or why it can be so distressing to those who hear it. On June 28, 1997, a dismembered female torso was discovered in a wooded area of Hempstead Lake State Park in Lakeview, New York. The remains were found in a Rubbermaid container along with a red towel and a floral pillowcase. The victim, referred to as Peaches due to a distinctive tattoo of a heart-shaped peach on her left breast, was estimated to have died around June 25, 1997. Her head, both arms, and legs below the knee were severed and initially not recovered. The tattoo led investigators to Steve Cullen, a tattoo artist in Connecticut, who remembered giving the tattoo to a young black woman, approximately 18 or 19 years old, who was accompanied by her aunt and cousin. She mentioned being from either the Bronx or Long Island. The link between Peaches and the Long Island serial killer case emerged over a decade later when additional remains were found at Jones Beach State Park. The discovery of her skeletal remains, along with the remains of a toddler identified as her daughter, deepened the mystery. This connection to the Long Island case suggested that Peaches might have been one of the early victims of a serial killer who targeted vulnerable women, often sex workers, and disposed of their bodies along the shores of Long Island. The use of genetic genealogy has become an increasingly important tool in solving cold cases. By tracing DNA through family trees, investigators hope to identify Peaches by connecting her DNA to living relatives. The 2022 appeal by the Mobile Police Department in Alabama to find relatives of Elijah Howell suggests that there may be a familial link worth exploring. This approach has been successful in other cases, such as the identification of the Golden State Killer, and offers hope for resolving Peaches' case. During the late 1960s and early 1970s, Japan was undergoing significant social and economic changes. The rapid urbanization and industrial growth led to increased migration to urban centers like Tokyo, resulting in a bustling metropolis with a diverse population. During this time, a series of violent crimes began to unfold, targeting young women living alone in the city. The perpetrator of the Tokyo metropolitan murders had a distinct and disturbing modus operandi. The victims, mostly women in their 20s, were attacked, typically around midnight. The assailant would sexually assault the victims before murdering them and setting their bodies on fire. This pattern of assault and arson was consistent across the cases. The killer often climbed into the victims' homes using a ladder, indicating a level of premeditation and familiarity with the areas. The assailant's blood type was believed to be O, which would become a key detail in the investigation. In 1974, Etsuo Ono, a 37-year-old construction worker with a criminal past, was arrested on suspicion of theft due to his history of similar crimes, including burglary and arson, and his blood type matching that of the suspected killer. Ono became a person of interest in the investigation. However, the evidence against him was largely circumstantial, and he was not charged with the majority of the murders. He had spent 13 years in prison for various offenses, including theft and causing bodily harm. His familiarity with the areas where the murders occurred, coupled with his known use of ladders to commit crimes, aligned with the profile of the killer. Ono was linked to several crimes during the investigation, including the murder and of a 26-year-old woman in Adachi in 1968. However, the lack of direct evidence meant that he could not be definitively tied to the series of murders. Ono would ultimately serve time for that single murder I mentioned, but there is much debate on whether or not he was coerced into a confession. The mystery of the empty house calls in Akita City, Japan is a strange phenomenon that has puzzled both residents and authorities. This entry involves unexplained emergency calls to the fire department's 119 number originating from landlines in vacant homes. The calls include mechanical noises such as pink noise and machine-like sounds rather than human voices. The Akita City Fire Department has recorded an unusual increase in these mysterious calls since May 2020. Prior to this, these types of events were rare, with only 1 or 2 cases reported annually. However, in the time leading up to November 2020, 9 cases were documented. These calls occur at various times, including early dawn and late at night, and often result in firefighters arriving at homes to find them empty, or the residents unaware of any emergency call being made. In some instances, residents have returned home to find their neighborhood in a state of commotion due to the unexpected arrival of emergency services. This has understandably caused frustration and bewilderment among those affected. The fire department has expressed concern that these incidents could lead to conflicts, especially when they occur during inconvenient times such as the middle of the night. The Akita Fire Department has conducted investigations into the equipment used for receiving emergency calls, but has found no abnormalities. The head of the control section noted that many of these calls seem to originate from older devices such as black rotary dial phones rather than modern push-button telephones. In response to the recurring incidents, the fire department submitted a letter to NTT East, the regional telecommunications provider, seeking technological guidance. NTT East has been collaborating with the fire department to investigate whether the calls could be caused by faults in their equipment. Despite these efforts, the exact cause of the calls remains undetermined. Similar incidents have been reported in Aomori City, where emergency calls were made from uninhabited locations, such as a locked cottage at Mount Hakuda. In these cases, the phone lines were suspected to be disordered, but no definitive explanation was provided. Alexander Slowly, aka Alex or Gog, was born on August 4th, 1991. He was raised in Islington, North London. Alex was one of 4 children with 3 sisters, Tasha, Tazra, and Latina. His parents, Nerissa and Christopher, were separated, but both played active roles in their children's lives. Alex's mother often emphasized the importance of education and hard work, which Alex embraced throughout his life. Alex attended the Islington Arts and Media School, where he was known for his intelligence and dedication to his studies. He had a keen interest in mathematics and aspired to become an accountant. He was well liked by his teachers and peers. In addition to his studies, Alex was passionate about sports, particularly football. Along with football, Alex had a fondness for music. While it seemed that life was going good for Alex from the outside, there was much turmoil back home. Growing up in a single-parent household, Alex was aware of the financial constraints his family faced. However, his mother, Nerissa, worked tirelessly to provide for her children and instilled in them the importance of perseverance and resilience. The separation of his parents was another aspect of Alex's life that shaped his experiences. Although his parents maintained a cordial relationship, the dynamics of a split household presented emotional challenges for Alex and his siblings. Alex's father, Christopher, played a significant role in his life, offering guidance and support. However, in 2014, Christopher met his untimely end. On August 2nd, 2008, Alex, then just 2 days shy of his 17th birthday, was staying at a friend's house in Edmonton, North London. The day was expected to be like any other, with Alex planning to return home to Islington to prepare for his upcoming birthday celebrations. He left his friend's house around noon, intending to make the journey back to his family. Alex's departure from his friend's house seemed routine. He was reportedly in good spirits and did not express any concerns or intentions to deviate from his plan to return home. However, this would be the last time anyone would see or hear from him. Alex made the journey from Edmonton to Islington many times in the past. Despite this familiarity, Alex never arrived home that day. His disappearance was both sudden and mysterious, with no clear indication of what might have happened to him. At the time of his disappearance, Alex had limited resources. He left with little money, no change of clothes, and did not carry his passport, suggesting that he had no plans to travel far or be away for an extended period. Additionally, his phone stopped connecting shortly after he left his friend's house, cutting off any potential means of contact. When Alex failed to return home, his family quickly became concerned. It was uncharacteristic of him to disappear without notifying anyone, and the lack of communication was alarming. His mother and other family members began reaching out to friends and acquaintances, hoping to find any information about his whereabouts. His family reported him missing to the police, hoping for a swift response and resolution. However, as time passed without any sign of Alex, their concerns deepened. The police launched an investigation into Alex's disappearance, but the case quickly proved challenging. Despite extensive efforts, including searches and public appeals, there were no significant leads or breakthroughs. One of the major obstacles was the lack of any evidence, which left investigators with little information to work with. The investigation faced criticism from Alex's family, particularly regarding the perceived lack of urgency and transparency. His mother expressed frustration over the police's handling of the case, believing that socioeconomic factors may have influenced the level of attention it received. She felt that the police did not take the disappearance seriously enough in the critical early stages, which may have hindered the investigation. In 2015, it was revealed that police had received multiple reports of sightings of Alex in 2009, information that had not been shared with his family at the time. This revelation raised questions about communication and coordination within the investigation, further fueling concerns about the officials involved. One of the initial theories considered by the investigators was that Alex may have run away voluntarily. However, this theory was largely dismissed by his family, who insisted that Alex had no reason to leave without explanation. He was described as a responsible and family-oriented individual with plans to celebrate his birthday and aspirations for the future. The lack of preparation for an extended absence, such as not taking clothes or a passport, also contradicted the idea of a planned departure. Another theory posits that Alex may have fallen victim to foul play. The suddenness of his disappearance and the absence of any communication raised concerns about his safety. Some speculated that Alex could have encountered someone with malicious intent leading to his disappearance. However, without any evidence of harm or a crime scene, this theory remains speculative. In 2017, retired police officer Mick Neville suggested a potential link between Alex's disappearance and that of another missing teenager, Andrew Gosden. Gosden disappeared in 2007, less than a year before Alex, and was last seen at King's Cross, close to Islington. Neville speculated about the possibility of a serial killer targeting young males in the area, suggesting that the cases might be connected. Despite this theory gaining some media attention, no concrete evidence has emerged to support it. The mystery of antimatter comets is a topic in astrophysics that mixes scientific inquiry with speculative hypotheses. The idea that comets and meteoroids could be composed of antimatter dates back to the 1940s, when physicist Vladimir Rojansky proposed the existence of contraterrene matter. Despite the intrigue, there is no empirical evidence supporting the existence of antimatter comets, and several scientific arguments suggest their non-existence. The hypothesis of antimatter comets emerged as a potential explanation for certain unexplained phenomena, such as explosive meteor strikes and gamma-ray bursts. The idea was that these bodies, if made of antimatter, would annihilate upon contact with regular matter, producing significant energy releases observable as such phenomena. According to the nebular hypothesis, the solar system formed from a pre-solar nebula. If antimatter had been present in significant amounts, it would have annihilated with matter long before the formation of solid bodies like comets. The annihilation time is much shorter than the collapse time of the nebula, making the presence of antimatter in the solar system highly unlikely. Martin Beach argued that any antimatter comets must be extrasolar in origin, as the formation processes within the solar system would have annihilated any antimatter present. Several lines of observational evidence argue against the existence of antimatter comets. Space probes have shown that bodies like Mars, Venus, and the Moon are not composed of antimatter, as they would have been annihilated upon contact. Additionally, the lack of gamma-ray emissions from interactions between antimatter and the solar wind further supports the absence of large antimatter bodies in the Milky Way. The Caldwell Fields murders involved two individuals named Heidi Childs and David Metzler. This tragic event occurred on August 26, 2009, when the two Virginia Tech students were found shot dead at Caldwell Fields in the Jefferson National Forest, Virginia. Heidi Childs was born in Lynchburg, Virginia, and grew up in a close-knit family as the fourth of 8 children. Her upbringing was deeply rooted in faith and community, which played a significant role in shaping her character. Heidi was known for her vibrant personality, intelligence, and strong sense of independence. She was a bright student with a promising future ahead of her. During her high school years, Heidi was actively involved in various extracurricular activities, including church youth groups and community service projects. At Virginia Tech, she initially enrolled in the biochemistry program, but was considering a switch to pre-med. David Metzler was also born and raised in Lynchburg, Virginia, and shared a similar upbringing to Heidi, with a strong emphasis on faith and family values. David was the eldest child in his family, and his father described him as his best friend, highlighting the close bond they shared. David was known for his gentle demeanor, kindness, and strong sense of responsibility. He was an active member of his church and participated in various community activities. David's interests extended beyond academics, as he enjoyed outdoor activities such as hiking and camping. At Virginia Tech, David was pursuing a degree in engineering. He was well liked by his peers and professors, who recognized his dedication and potential for success in his chosen career path. Heidi and David's paths crossed during their time in high school, where they met through a church youth group. Their shared values and interests laid the foundation for a strong friendship that eventually blossomed into a romantic relationship. Their relationship continued to flourish as they both enrolled at Virginia Tech, where they balanced their academic pursuits with spending time together. Friends and family members often remarked on the couple's compatibility and the joy they brought to each other's lives. They were seen as a perfect match for each other. Caldwell Fields is a secluded area within the Jefferson National Forest in Montgomery County, Virginia. The area is accessible by a gravel road and is surrounded by dense woods. On the evening of August 26, 2009, Heidi and David decided to visit the area. They drove David's 1992 Toyota Camry to the site, planning to relax and enjoy each other's company. The following morning, on August 27th, a passerby walking his dogs made a grim discovery. He stumbled upon David's car parked at Caldwell Fields and noticed something unusual. Upon closer inspection, he found David inside the vehicle, slumped over the steering wheel, and Heidi's body outside the car. Both had been fatally shot. The passerby immediately contacted law enforcement, and the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, along with the Virginia State Police, responded to the scene. The area was cordoned off as a crime scene, and investigators began the meticulous process of collecting evidence and piecing together the events that had transpired. Both Heidi and David had been shot with a .30 caliber hunting rifle. The investigation revealed that David had been shot while seated in the driver's seat of his car, while Heidi was found outside the vehicle, suggesting she may have attempted to flee or was outside when the attack occurred. The crime scene provided limited physical evidence. No casings were found, leading investigators to believe that the shooter may have used a lever-action rifle, which apparently does not automatically eject casings. Additionally, Heidi's purse, which contained her credit cards, phone, and college ID, was missing and has never been recovered. This detail led to speculation about robbery as a potential motive, although it remains unclear. The investigation involved multiple law enforcement agencies, including the Virginia State Police, FBI, and local police departments. A collection of DNA evidence was recovered from the scene, but it has not been matched to any known suspects. One of the significant challenges faced by investigators was the lack of witnesses. Caldwell Fields is a remote area, and the crime occurred at night, reducing the likelihood of anyone having seen or heard anything suspicious. Additionally, the isolated nature of the location made it difficult to gather information from nearby residents or passers-by. Over the years, investigators have pursued numerous leads and tips from the public, but none have resulted in a breakthrough. The case has remained open, with law enforcement agencies continuing to appeal to the public for any information that might help solve the mystery. This next entry is a peculiar case that captured public attention due to its bizarre nature and the lack of clear answers. The Skegness bus woman incident takes us to August 6, 2019, on a bus traveling from Lincoln to Skegness, involving an elderly woman and two male passengers who sustained unexplained injuries. As the bus traveled along its route, the two young men engaged in casual conversation with an elderly woman seated nearby. Descriptions of the woman were vague, but she was noted to be elderly, with no particularly distinguishing features that stood out to other passengers. The conversation appeared to be friendly and unremarkable. At some point during the journey, the elderly woman extended her hand to the two men to exchange a handshake. The men accepted. However, what seemed like a benign interaction soon took a strange turn. After the handshake, the woman left the bus in the town of Horncastle, leaving the two men to continue their journey to Skegness. Shortly after the woman left the bus, the two men noticed something unusual. Both had developed small puncture wounds on their hands, precisely where they had shaken hands with the elderly woman. The injuries were peculiar. They were not deep or bleeding profusely, but they were noticeable enough to cause concern. The men reported feeling a slight stinging sensation, which prompted them to examine their hands more closely. Upon arrival in Skegness, the two men went to a local hospital to have their injuries assessed. Medical staff examined the puncture wounds and, after a thorough evaluation, determined that the injuries were not serious. The men were given the all clear with no signs of infection or immediate health concerns. However, the cause of the injuries remained unexplained, leaving both the victims and medical professionals baffled. Upon receiving the report from the two men, Lincolnshire police took immediate action to investigate the incident. The police treated the case as a potential assault, given the unexplained puncture wounds on the men's hands. The investigation aimed to determine how the injuries occurred and whether any criminal intent was involved. One of the first steps in the investigation was to gather evidence from the scene. However, the transient nature of the incident occurring on a moving bus presented significant challenges. There were no CCTV cameras on the bus, which limited the ability to review footage that might have captured the interaction between the elderly woman and the two men. Now, officials did release images of people of interest, including the men, but it was never explicitly stated where these images were captured. I just wanted to say that in case someone questioned where the pictures came from if there were no cameras. The police interviewed the bus driver and other passengers to gather witness statements. However, the accounts were inconclusive, with no one able to provide definitive details about the handshake or the elderly woman's actions. The lack of concrete evidence made it difficult for investigators to establish a clear timeline or identify any suspicious behavior. One of the most prevalent theories was that the elderly woman had used a concealed needle or sharp object during the handshake. This theory suggested that the woman might have intentionally or unintentionally pricked the men's hands, causing the puncture wounds. The idea of a hidden needle was supported by the nature of the injuries, which resembled needle pricks. However, this theory raised several questions. If the woman had used a needle, what was her motive? Was it a deliberate act of malice, or could it have been an accidental occurrence? Additionally, the men did not report feeling any immediate pain during the handshake, which would be unusual if a needle had been involved. Another theory considered the possibility of an allergic reaction or a rare skin condition that could have caused the puncture wounds to appear spontaneously. This theory suggested that the handshake might have triggered an unusual skin reaction, resulting in the injuries. While this explanation accounted for the simultaneous occurrence of the wounds on both men, it did not fully align with the nature of the injuries. Puncture wounds typically require a physical cause, and the theory of an allergic reaction did not provide a clear mechanism for how the injuries were inflicted. Some speculated that the incident might have a psychological explanation. The handshake with the elderly woman could have triggered a psychosomatic response, where the men perceived injuries that were not physically present. This theory suggested that the power of suggestion or stress could have led to the manifestation of the wounds. Although intriguing, this theory was difficult to substantiate. The men had visible puncture wounds which were confirmed by medical professionals, making it unlikely that the injuries were purely psychological in nature. Another possibility considered was that the injuries were the result of an accidental cause unrelated to the handshake. The men might have come into contact with a sharp object elsewhere on the bus, and the handshake with the elderly woman was coincidental. However, this theory did not account for the timing of the injuries, which appeared immediately after the handshake. The mystery of Cyber Anakin involves a complex array of hacktivism activities carried out by an individual or group using the pseudonym inspired by Anakin Skywalker from Star Wars. Cyber Anakin is known for its involvement in various political and social causes, employing hacking techniques to make political statements and influence public perception. In Star Wars, the character of Anakin goes through a complex transformation from a promising hero to the infamous Darth Vader. Some have speculated that by adopting this name, the hacktivist behind Cyber Anakin may be signaling a similar journey or transformation, positioning themselves as a figure operating on the fringes of accepted norms, challenging authority, and navigating the moral ambiguities of hacktivism. Like many hacktivists, they operate behind layers of digital obfuscation, using tools and techniques to conceal their real-world identity. This anonymity serves multiple purposes. It protects the individual from legal repercussions, allows for greater freedom of expression, and creates an enigmatic persona that can captivate public interest. By selectively revealing information and crafting messages, Cyber Anakin shapes how they are perceived by the public, media, and authorities. This persona is not static. It evolves with each new operation and public statement, adapting to the changing landscape of global politics and hacktivism. Amongst Cyber Anakin's key activities, there is the opposition to North Korea, where the figure took a strong stance against the regime's policies and propaganda. In 2018, Cyber Anakin exploited a vulnerability in a North Korean propaganda website, which allowed them to register a spoof Twitter account. This account was used to disseminate anti-DPRK messages, including derogatory content aimed at Kim Jong-un. This act served as both a digital protest and a form of satire, undermining the regime's attempts to control its narrative and showcasing the power of hacktivism in challenging authoritarian propaganda. The hacktivist also claimed responsibility for breaching the US branch of the Korean Friendship Association, a pro-North Korean group. By targeting this organization, Cyber Anakin aimed to disrupt its operations and highlight the discrepancies between its messaging and the realities of the North Korean regime. These actions highlight Cyber Anakin's commitment to opposing what they perceive as oppressive and misleading narratives. Cyber Anakin also played central roles in the opposition to the European Union's directive on copyright in the digital single market, as well targeting Iranian government websites after the downing of Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752. In 2022, Cyber Anakin launched Operation Wrath of Anakin No Time to Die, a campaign targeting Chinese computer systems, including government websites and infrastructure interfaces. This operation was reportedly motivated by personal grievances and broader political motivations, reflecting Anakin's continued engagement with global issues. During this operation, Anakin defaced targeted systems with symbols of separatist movements and memorials for COVID victims. The operation highlighted Anakin's willingness to engage with complex and sensitive geopolitical issues, using their skills to challenge state actors and advocate for change. By targeting Chinese systems, Cyber Anakin positioned themselves as a global actor, capable of influencing international discourse through digital means. To this day, no one is certain as to who Cyber Anakin really is. The Myojo 56 building was located in the Kabukicho section of Shinjuku, Tokyo, Japan. This area is known for its nightlife, hosting numerous entertainment venues, bars, and clubs. The building itself housed a video mahjong parlor and a hostess bar, among other establishments. The Myojo 56 building fire was a catastrophic event that unfolded in the early hours of September 1st, 2001. The fire began around 1 a.m. local time and quickly became one of the deadliest in Japan's post-war history, claiming 44 lives and injuring 3 others. The building was engulfed in flames that burned for 5 hours before firefighters could extinguish them. The fire originated on the 3rd floor of the building, where 19 people were present at the time. Another 28 individuals were on the 4th floor. The rapid spread of the fire was facilitated by several fire code violations, including blocked fire doors and stairwells, which significantly hindered evacuation efforts. The building's automated fire doors were reportedly obstructed, allowing smoke and deadly gases to permeate the occupied floors almost immediately. As the fire broke out, 3 employees on the 3rd floor attempted to escape by jumping from the building. They survived but sustained injuries, prompting witnesses to call for emergency services. Upon arrival, emergency responders were informed of the fire and commenced evacuation efforts. Firefighters faced significant challenges due to the building's layout and the intensity of the blaze. Despite their efforts, they were only able to rescue those who managed to flee to the roof. The bodies of 44 victims, comprising 32 men and 12 women, were later recovered from inside the building. The firefighting efforts were complicated by the building's structural issues and the rapid spread of carbon monoxide, which was the primary cause of death for the victims. Investigations later revealed that if the building's fire doors had functioned properly, the spread of toxic gases could have been delayed by at least 20 minutes, potentially saving lives. The blocked exits and stairwells not only trapped victims, but also made it difficult for firefighters to access certain areas of the building efficiently. The investigation was marked by suspicions of arson, allegations of negligence, and speculations about organized crime involvement. The primary focus was to determine whether the fire was accidental or intentional. Early on, suspicions of arson emerged due to the rapid spread of the fire and the presence of numerous fire code violations. By July 3, 2008, the Tokyo police concluded that the fire resulted from arson. However, no arrests were made in connection with this charge. The investigation struggled with a lack of material evidence and eyewitness accounts that could definitively link any individual or group to the act of arson. Despite the conclusion, the absence of concrete evidence meant that the case remained unresolved in terms of identifying a perpetrator. In the wake of the fire, 6 individuals were arrested on charges of professional negligence, resulting in death. These individuals included 2 executives from the Myojo Kosen Group, the company that owned the building, as well as commercial tenants operating within the structure. The investigation also explored potential links to organized crime, given the illegal gambling operations within the building. The mahjong parlor was identified as an illegal gambling den, reportedly generating daily revenues of about 8 million yen. Speculations arose that the Chinese mafia and yakuza could have been involved, possibly due to disputes over protection money commonly demanded by organized crime syndicates from such establishments. Despite these suspicions, there was no material or eyewitness evidence to substantiate claims of organized crime involvement in the fire. The lack of evidence meant that this angle of the investigation could not be pursued further, leaving questions about potential criminal connections unanswered. This entry takes us to Resolven, Neath, South Wales in March 2002. Robert Williams was born in 1986 and grew up in the small village of Resolven. Robert was raised by his mother, Cheryl Davies, who described him as a lively and mischievous child. He had a younger brother, and the family lived in a modest home in a cul-de-sac. Robert's father passed away when he was young, which had a significant impact on him. Despite the loss, he was known for his infectious smile and energetic personality. His mother fondly recalled his playful nature and the joy he brought to those around him. As Robert entered his teenage years, he began to experience some difficulties. Like many adolescents, he faced challenges in navigating the confusing process of growing up. Cheryl noted that Robert became more troubled during this period, and their relationship became strained at times. Despite these challenges, he was still regarded as a loving son and brother. At school, he was known to be a bright student with a good sense of humor. However, like many teenagers, Robert sometimes struggled with authority and the expectations placed upon him by adults. Socially, Robert had a circle of friends with whom he spent much of his time. His friends described him as someone who was always up for an adventure and who could easily lift the spirits of those around him. Fast forward to March 22nd, 2002, our mystery begins. On that day, Robert, then 15 years old, left his home following a disagreement with his mother. This argument, though not uncommon between teenagers and their parents, marked the last time Cheryl saw her son. She watched him walk away, expecting him to return home later, as he had done after previous disagreements. After leaving his home, Robert was last seen by a school friend over the weekend in Skewen, a village approximately 8 miles from Resolven. During this encounter, Robert reportedly mentioned his intention to return home soon, but he never did. This sighting was the last confirmed instance of Robert being seen, though several unconfirmed sightings were reported in South Wales over the following months. Despite these reports, none provided concrete leads that could help locate him. The initial response to Robert's disappearance involved both the local community and law enforcement. Friends, family, and neighbors quickly mobilized to search for him, driven by the hope of finding him safe. South Wales police launched an official investigation, conducting door-to-door inquiries and searching the local area. They also made public appeals for information, urging anyone who might have seen Robert or knew of his whereabouts to come forward. Over the years, the investigation into Robert's disappearance has remained active. South Wales police have periodically revisited the case, conducting reviews and exploring new lines of inquiry as they arise. In 2010, they released an age progression photograph to depict what Robert might look like as an adult, hoping it would lead to new information. Detective Inspector Mark Lewis, part of the South Wales Police Major Crime Investigation Team, has emphasized the importance of keeping Robert's case open and active. The team has carried out extensive proof of life inquiries across the UK, checking national fingerprint and DNA databases, medical records, and contacting various organizations in hopes of finding any trace of Robert. Unfortunately, these efforts have not yielded any positive results. Cheryl Davies, Robert's mother, has been vocal about her ongoing distress and hope for closure. She has expressed her constant expectation that Robert might walk through the door at any moment. One of the initial theories was that Robert ran away from home. Given that he left following an argument with his mother, some speculated that he might have decided that this was the final straw and went off to start a new life. This is considered less likely due to his young age at the time and the challenges involved in creating a new identity without resources or support. Another theory is that Robert may have encountered foul play after leaving home. This theory gained traction due to the complete lack of evidence or sightings after his disappearance, suggesting that something untoward might have happened to him. Some have speculated that Robert might have met with an accident, possibly in a remote area, leading to his death. This could explain why no trace of him has been found despite extensive searches. The rugged terrain and natural features of the Welsh valleys could potentially conceal evidence of such an accident. Buridan's ass is a philosophical paradox that explores the challenges of decision-making in situations where choices are equally appealing. Named after the 14th century French philosopher Jean Buridan, the paradox is often used to illustrate the concept of free will and determinism. Although the paradox is attributed to Buridan, similar ideas were discussed by earlier philosophers like Aristotle and Al-Ghazali. The classic scenario involves a donkey placed exactly midway between two identical piles piles of hay. The donkey, unable to choose one pile over the other due to their equal appeal and distance, ultimately starves to death because it cannot make a decision. This thought experiment is a critique of the idea that rational beings will always make decisions based on the most compelling reasons. In this case, the absence of a distinguishing factor between the options leads to paralysis and inaction. While the original scenario involves a donkey and hay, the paradox has been adapted to various contexts. For instance, it can involve a person choosing between two equally attractive options, such as two doors or two moral actions. The paradox is sometimes used to discuss the implications of hard determinism, which suggests that all actions are predetermined by prior causes, leaving no room for free will. Critics of the paradox argue that it presents an unrealistic view of decision-making. In reality, even when options appear identical, individuals often make arbitrary or random choices to break the tie, thus avoiding paralysis. This ability to make arbitrary decisions is sometimes seen as a justification for faith or intuition. Moreover, the paradox has been analyzed in terms of logical and linguistic precision. The term identical can be misleading, as no two options are truly identical in all respects, especially when considering spatial location or other subtle differences. This critique suggests that the paradox is based on a flawed premise, as real-world decisions always involve some form of differentiation. Beyond philosophy, Buridan's ass has implications in fields such as digital electronics, where it is analogous to the problem of metastability. In this context, a system must decide between two states based on an undefined input, potentially leading to prolonged indecision. Kryptos is a cryptographic sculpture created by American artist Jim Sanborn, located at the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. Installed in 1990, the sculpture features 4 encrypted messages, 3 of which have been decoded while the 4th remains unsolved. The sculpture's name, derived from the Greek word for hidden, reflects its enigmatic nature. Kryptos consists of a large S-shaped copper screen with nearly 2,000 characters cut into it. The sculpture incorporates materials such as petrified wood, granite, and quartz, symbolizing the historical accumulation of information. The copper screen is designed to resemble a piece of paper emerging from a computer printer, emphasizing the theme of intelligence gathering. The first message, deciphered using a visionary cipher, reads, "Between subtle shading and the absence of light lies the nuance of occlusion. The misspelling of illusion as occlusion is intentional, adding to the puzzle's complexity." The second passage provides geographic coordinates for the CIA headquarters and includes a reference to WW, which stands for William Webster, the CIA director at the time. This message hints at something buried on the premises. The third section is a paraphrase of Howard Carter's account of discovering King Tutankhamun's tomb, adding a historical layer to the sculpture's narrative. The fourth message of the crypto sculpture, known as K4, remains one of the most famous unsolved cryptographic puzzles. Over the years, Jim Sanborn, the creator of Kryptos, has provided several clues to aid in deciphering this message, while cryptanalysts and enthusiasts have proposed various theories and methods to crack it. Sanborn has revealed 3 keywords related to K4: clock, Berlin, and northeast. These words are believed to be integral to understanding the context or method needed to solve the cipher. Additionally, he has confirmed that a visionnaire tableau, a method used in classical cryptography, is involved in the encryption of K4. This method was also used in the previous sections of Kryptos, suggesting that K4 might follow a similar pattern but with additional complexity. Sanborn has also hinted that the solution to K4 might involve more visual or artistic elements, reflecting his background as an artist. This suggests that the solution might not be purely textual but could involve interpreting the sculpture's physical or symbolic features. Some experts, like Dr. Craig Bauer, suggest that the 4 passages of Kryptos might collectively form a larger riddle or meta-solution. This means that even if K4 is solved, there might be an overarching mystery that ties all the passages together. Another theory suggests viewing the sculpture as a Cartesian coordinate system, with the terms abscissa and ordinate representing the axes. This could imply that solving K4 requires some form of mirroring, rotation, or transformation of the characters based on these axes. Robert Hornbeck was born in Michigan, where he spent much of his early life. Growing up, Hornbeck was known for being a bright and ambitious young man with a strong sense of duty and a desire to serve his country. He excelled in academics and was actively involved in various extracurricular activities during his school years. His family and friends described him as personable, responsible, and determined, with a clear vision for his future. After high school, he attended the University of Michigan. It was during his college years that he met his future fiancée, with whom he planned to build a life after his military service. Driven by a sense of patriotism and a desire to contribute to something larger than himself, Hornbeck enlisted in the United States Army. He was stationed at Fort Benning, Georgia, where he served as a specialist. His role involved various responsibilities, and he was known among his peers and superiors for his discipline, reliability, and leadership qualities. Hornbeck's military career included a year-long deployment in Iraq. His experiences in Iraq were challenging, as he faced the realities of military life in a conflict zone. Upon returning from Iraq, Hornbeck was in the process of transitioning out of the Army. He had plans to resume his studies at the University of Michigan, where he intended to complete his degree. In addition to his educational goals, Hornbeck was preparing for a significant personal milestone, his marriage to his college sweetheart. The couple had been planning their wedding, which was scheduled to take place in July 2006. In April 2006, Hornbeck traveled to Savannah, Georgia to spend Easter weekend with his father and stepmother. The trip was intended as a brief retreat from his military duties and a chance to reconnect with family. During his visit, Hornbeck planned to enjoy the local sights and spend quality time with his loved ones. On the evening of April 15, 2006, Robert Hornbeck decided to spend a night out in downtown Savannah with a fellow soldier and friend. Hornbeck and his friend visited several bars throughout the evening, catching up and having a good time. As the night progressed, they consumed a significant amount of alcohol. This level of intoxication would later become a critical factor in understanding the events that unfolded. As the night wore on, the two friends decided it was time to head back. At approximately 3 a.m. on April 16th, Hornbeck's friend contacted Hornbeck's father to request a ride home. This call indicated that Hornbeck was ready to leave and was expecting to be picked up. However, when his father arrived at the designated location, Hornbeck was not there. The last known communication from Hornbeck was a brief phone call to his father. During this call, Hornbeck said, "Dad, I'm on the stairs," before the call abruptly ended. This cryptic message left his father puzzled and concerned, as it provided no clear indication of Hornbeck's whereabouts or condition. After the phone call, Hornbeck's father and stepmother searched the area where they expected to find him, but there was no sign of him. They checked nearby streets, alleys, and establishments, hoping to locate him or gather information from anyone who might have seen him. Despite their efforts, they were unable to find any trace of him. As the hours passed with no word from Hornbeck, his family became increasingly worried. His disappearance was out of character, as he was known to be responsible and reliable. The lack of communication and the circumstances of his last known movements raised alarm bells for his loved ones. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Hornbeck's family, friends, and fellow soldiers quickly mobilized to search for him. Flyers with Hornbeck's photo and description were distributed throughout Savannah, and information about his disappearance was shared with the local media outlets to raise public awareness. The search efforts were extensive and involved canvassing the areas where Hornbeck was last seen, as well as checking hospitals, shelters, and other locations where he might have sought refuge. The family also set up a hotline for tips and offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to his recovery. Despite these efforts, no substantial leads emerged, and Hornbeck's whereabouts remained a mystery. On April 28, 2006, nearly 2 weeks after Robert Hornbeck went missing, his body was discovered in a most unexpected and tragic location. A maintenance worker at the DeSoto Hilton Hotel in Savannah, Georgia, made the grim discovery while investigating complaints from hotel guests about a foul odor emanating from the air conditioning system. Upon inspection, the worker found Hornbeck's body inside the ductwork of the hotel's air conditioning unit. The discovery was both shocking and perplexing, as it was unclear how Hornbeck had ended up in such a location. His body was found in a state of decomposition, indicating that he had been there for several days. This revelation brought a heartbreaking end to the search efforts and left his family and friends devastated. Following the discovery of the body, an investigation was launched to determine the circumstances surrounding his death. The Savannah Police Department, along with other authorities, began examining the scene and gathering evidence to piece together what had happened. An autopsy was conducted to determine the cause of death. The results revealed that Hornbeck died from injuries sustained after being struck by a spinning blower wheel inside the air conditioning unit. The autopsy report listed blunt sharp force chop injury and acute ethanolism as the cause of death. His blood alcohol level was found to be twice the legal limit for driving, indicating that he was highly intoxicated at the time of his death. There was no evidence of substance use. The circumstances of Hornbeck's death led to various theories and speculations. Investigators concluded that his death was accidental, with no signs of foul play. It was believed that Hornbeck, in his intoxicated state, had somehow gained access to the hotel's maintenance area and entered the air conditioning system. One theory suggested that Hornbeck may have been disoriented and confused due to his level of intoxication, leading him to inadvertently enter the restricted area. Once inside, he could have climbed into the ductwork, perhaps in an attempt to find a way out or seek refuge. Unfortunately, this decision proved fatal when he encountered the spinning blower wheel. The investigation also considered the possibility that Hornbeck may have been trying to navigate through the building and accidentally ended up in the maintenance area. However, the exact sequence of events remains unclear, as there were no eyewitnesses or surveillance footage to provide additional context. The discovery of Hornbeck's body raised questions about the security and access protocols at the DeSoto Hilton Hotel. Investigators examined how Hornbeck, who was not a registered guest at the hotel, managed to enter the maintenance area and access the air conditioning system. It was determined that the area where Hornbeck was found was not easily accessible to the public, leading to questions about whether security measures were adequate. The hotel management cooperated with the investigation and reviewed their security protocols to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. While Robert's death was officially determined to be an accident, there seems to be a lot of speculation that there is much more to this case than what was revealed or discovered. For this next entry, we will be going back to January 7th, 1948. The Mantell UFO incident is rooted in a period of heightened interest in unidentified flying objects occurring shortly after World War II, when numerous UFO sightings were reported across the United States. The post-war era was marked by rapid advancements in aviation technology and an increased public fascination with the possibility of extraterrestrial life. The incident took place on January 7th, 1948, primarily over the skies of Kentucky. The location was Godman Army Airfield at Fort Knox, a military installation responsible for air defense and training missions. The airfield personnel were among the first to report the sighting of the mysterious object, which was described as a large metallic disc hovering in the sky. The first reports of the unidentified object came in around 1 p.m. local time. Captain Thomas F. Mantell was a highly experienced pilot with a distinguished military career. Born in Franklin, Kentucky in 1922, Mantell served as a pilot during World War II, flying missions over Europe. On the day of the incident, Mantell was part of a squadron conducting a routine training mission in P-51 Mustangs. Upon receiving orders from Godman Army Airfield, Mantell and 3 other pilots diverted from their training mission to intercept the unidentified object. The pilots were instructed to climb to a higher altitude to get a better view and possibly identify the object. As they approached, Mantell reported seeing the object, describing it as metallic and of tremendous size. His radio transmissions indicated a sense of urgency as he got closer for a better look at the object. The other pilots eventually broke off the pursuit due to a lack of oxygen equipment, which was necessary for high-altitude flight. Mantell, however, continued to climb alone, driven by a strong desire to identify the mysterious object. His last radio transmission indicated that he was climbing to 20,000 feet despite the risks associated with flying at such altitudes without supplemental oxygen. Eventually, Mantell lost consciousness as he continued to ascend higher. Mantell's aircraft then began a downward spiral. Witnesses on the ground reported seeing the plane in a circling descent before it crashed on a farm near Franklin, Kentucky, close to the Tennessee border. The crash site was quickly reached by emergency responders who found the aircraft severely damaged and Mantell deceased. Investigators noted that Mantell's seatbelt was shredded and his wristwatch had stopped at 3:18 p.m., indicating the time of the crash. The condition of the wreckage suggested that the aircraft had disintegrated upon impact. Almost immediately, officials and enthusiasts began forming theories as to what Mantell was chasing. One of the first explanations offered by the Air Force was that Mantell had been chasing the planet Venus. This theory was based on the idea that Venus was visible in the sky at the time and could have been mistaken for a UFO. However, this explanation was met with skepticism. Experts pointed out that Venus would have appeared as a small pinpoint of light, not a large metallic object as described by Mantell and other witnesses. Additionally, the weather conditions on January 7th, 1948 were hazy, making it unlikely that Venus could be seen clearly. Another theory that gained traction was that Mantell had been pursuing a skyhook balloon. These high-altitude balloons were part of a secret Navy project used for atmospheric research. The balloons were large, reflective, and capable of reaching altitudes that could have appeared unusual to observers on the ground. This theory is supported by the fact that skyhook balloons were being launched around the same time and could have been mistaken for a UFO by Mantell, who was unaware of their existence. Given the era's fascination with flying saucers and extraterrestrial life, some speculated that Mantell had encountered an alien spacecraft. This theory was fueled by sensational media reports and the public's imagination. Some believed that Mantell's plane had been shot down by aliens, possibly using advanced technology. While there is no concrete evidence to support this theory, it remains a popular topic among UFO enthusiasts. Another speculative theory is that the military engaged in a cover-up to hide the true nature of what Mantell encountered. Proponents of this theory suggest that the Air Force's shifting explanations from Venus to skyhook balloons indicate an attempt to obscure the truth. Some believe that the object was an experimental military craft or an extraterrestrial vehicle, and the military sought to prevent public panic by providing more mundane explanations. In February 2022, a peculiar incident occurred in Frauenfeld, Switzerland, when a 38-year-old man was struck by a bullet seemingly out of nowhere. This incident, now referred to as the ghost gunshot, has baffled authorities and intrigued mystery enthusiasts alike. The incident occurred on a seemingly ordinary day as the man was taking a walk with his 2 children and an acquaintance. Suddenly, he experienced a sharp pain in his lower body. Initially unable to identify the source of the pain, he sought medical attention at a local hospital. It was there that doctors discovered he had been shot. The bullet was successfully removed and the man was treated for his injuries, but the mystery of how the bullet entered his body was unclear. The Thurgau Canton police launched an investigation into the case. However, they faced significant challenges as there were no witnesses who heard a gunshot or saw a gunman. The absence of any auditory or visual evidence of a shooting led to the case being dubbed a ghost gunshot incident. Authorities considered several possibilities, including the chance that the man was accidentally hit by a stray bullet fired from a long distance. This theory is supported by the notion that a small caliber weapon or an air gun might have been used, as these can be quieter and less noticeable than larger firearms. Martin Ehrhard, a weapons expert, suggested that if a large caliber weapon had been used, the effects would have been more severe and the gunshot would likely have been heard. Unfortunately, without the firearm to match the bullet, forensic experts were limited in their ability to provide further insights. The police thus relied heavily on public leads and witness accounts, though none have led to a breakthrough in the case. There are also people who suggest the possibility that the unnamed man may have inflicted the wound upon himself, but then again, many don't see a reason why he would do that. The mystery of the Harappan language associated with the Indus Valley civilization remains one of the most intriguing mysteries in archaeology and linguistics. Despite being one of the world's earliest urban cultures, the Harappan script has yet to be deciphered, leaving a significant gap in our understanding of this ancient civilization. The Harappan script, also known as the Indus script, is a collection of symbols found on numerous artifacts such as seals, tablets, and pottery. These symbols, which number over 600 distinct characters, are largely pictorial, but also include many abstract signs. The script is typically composed of short inscriptions, with most texts being no more than 4 or 5 characters long, and the longest known inscription containing 17 signs. Unlike other ancient writing systems, the Harappan script does not have long text, which makes it difficult to identify grammatical structures or linguistic patterns. Additionally, the inscriptions are thought to have been primarily written from right to left, although this is not definitively established. One of the main challenges is the lack of bilingual inscriptions, such as the Rosetta Stone, which help decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs. Without such comparative tools, linguists struggle to find parallels with known languages. Also, the Harappan language does not appear to have a direct descendant or a closely related language that is still in use, unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs, which were related to the Coptic language. One of the most significant discoveries related to the Harappan script is the Dolavira signboard. Found in the 1990s at the Dolavira site, this artifact features 10 large characters and is considered a crucial piece in understanding the Harappan script. The signboard's size and prominence suggest it may have served an important public or ceremonial purpose, offering potential insights into the Harappan society's beliefs and social structures. A popular theory posits that the Harappan language may be related to the Dravidian languages, particularly given the geographical proximity of the Indus Valley to regions where Dravidian languages are spoken today. Another hypothesis suggests a connection between the Harappan language and the Elamite language of ancient Persia, proposing a Proto-Elamo-Dravidian linguistic family. Dwayne Allen McCorkindale was born on June 15, 1961 in Oklahoma. He grew up in a close-knit community where he was known for his friendly demeanor and strong work ethic. Dwayne was a dedicated family man married to his wife, and together they had twin daughters. Besides committing himself to his wife and kids, Dwayne dedicated his time to his work as a truck driver. Dwayne's career in trucking wasn't just a job, but a passion. He enjoyed the freedom of the open road and took pride in his ability to transport goods safely and efficiently across long distances. He was known among his peers as a reliable and skilled driver, respected for his professionalism and dedication. His route from Detroit, Michigan to Oklahoma City was a familiar one, and he had made the journey numerous times. The route was part of his regular schedule, allowing him to balance his work with time spent at home with his family. On November 12, 1988, Dwayne was on this routine route when the tragic events unfolded. On the day of the incident, Dwayne was traveling along the Turner Turnpike, a major highway in Oklahoma that connects several key cities. The highway is frequented by truck drivers due to its strategic location and accessibility to various routes. As Dwayne approached mile 31 on the westbound lane of the Turner Turnpike, he decided to make a scheduled stop at a rest area. It was around 8 p.m. when he pulled his truck into the rest stop. His intention was to use the payphone to call his wife, a routine check-in that he regularly performed to stay connected with his family during long hauls. The rest area was a typical highway stop, equipped with basic amenities for travelers, including restrooms and payphones. After parking his truck, Dwayne stepped out and walked towards the payphone. He had announced his plan to stop and make a call over the CB radio, which might have been overheard by others in the vicinity. As he approached the phone booth, he began to gather loose change from his pocket, presumably to use for the call. It was at this moment, while he was focused on making the call, that he was suddenly and violently attacked. Dwayne was shot once in the back with a shotgun. His heart was pierced, causing him to die instantly. The attack was swift and brutal, leaving him no chance to react or defend himself. His body was found lying on the ground near the phone booth, surrounded by scattered coins, indicating that he was in the process of making the call when he was shot. An anonymous caller reported the incident, prompting the Oklahoma Highway Patrol to arrive at the scene shortly after 8 p.m. Upon arrival, they found Dwayne's lifeless body and immediately began to secure the area for investigation. His wallet and keys were missing, and it was estimated that approximately $25 had been stolen, suggesting that robbery might have been a motive. The investigation into Dwayne's murder faced immediate challenges due to the lack of witnesses and the isolated nature of the crime scene. However, reports soon emerged about a brown Ford Pinto that had been seen harassing truck drivers in the area. The vehicle was distinctive, equipped with a CB radio antenna, and was occupied by a white male, a black male, and a white female. This same vehicle had been involved in suspicious activities, including an encounter with another truck driver, Ed Heitkamp, just a day before Dwayne's murder. The encounter reported by Ed Heitkamp involved a woman with blonde hair who approached him asking for illegal substances and behaving erratically. She was accompanied by individuals in a brown Ford Pinto. This incident occurred approximately 13 miles from where Dwayne was murdered, raising suspicions about the occupants of the Pinto and their potential involvement in his death. Despite these leads, the investigation struggled to make progress. The suspects in the brown Pinto were never identified, and no sketches or concrete evidence linked them directly to Dwayne's murder.